drafting 5 teams in about 5 hours on the FFPC FantasyPros Championship with me and Sean Siegel, your Stealing Bananas crew. That's what we're doing today. This is Stealing Bananas on Stealing Signals YouTube. Let's go. We are on the clock. I've been telling Sean that I can't hear him. I just realized that it's because of my headphones because I couldn't hear the audio there. So I still can't hear you, Sean, while I work through this. And we're on the clock. Sean had to jump out, jump back in, was trying to fix his stuff, and it was all me. It's saying that my AirPods are connected, but apparently they are not.
Then do you have a guy that you like here?
All right, Sean, can you talk now?
Yeah, we have 15 seconds. Are you good to go? You set? Can you hear me?
I got them all reconnected. I can hear you great. We have 10 seconds, as is our typical. What are we doing?
Well, we got to start with Garrett Wilson. We're gonna win the whole thing.
Garrett Wilson over
win the whole
Jamar
thing.
Chase. I didn't want to say it. We've already taken Jamar Chase. We had to take Garrett Wilson. That was the filibuster of all filibusters. We hadn't talked about this pick. We hadn't really thought through it. Steven knew what was happening. Garrett Wilson was incoming. We're started. Evan said this should be fun. He's going to jump in. You guys should also jump in. This is going to be a blast. We did see. I saw Travis Hunter last night. He looked sick. I saw a tweet about him and the other big names for wide receiver 1 for next year, Sean. I don't know how much you've been in the Devy streets. I don't know if that's where we want to start today, but there's, what is there? Is it Luther Bolden, and then Tetroya McMillan? I think that's how you say his first name, is sick in Arizona. I know more about him than Bolden, and then you got Travis Hunter. I mean, it feels
I've got both of those two guys on my dynasty roster, so I love to hear they're getting off to a fast start. We know now that the tiny fellows, you can never have too much Tank Dell, too much Zay Flowers. The Bolden and McMillan there, they are not small human beings.
No, McMillan's a beast, dude. He's fluid for how big he is. I am going to like him. I can tell you guys right now that Stealing Signal subs are going to be in on McMillan next year. He's got like some nuance to his game that I really, really like when I've watched him. I watched him a lot because the Huskies, my college team, poached the Arizona head coach, and there was talk that he might transfer. And the quarterback, Noah Fafita, I really like as well. I was super hoping that they would both come up and play for UW. McMillan he's big, he's fast. Like I've mentioned this before, but I remember there's one of the things that popped out to me early was like there's this like crossing route where there was a defender that kind of crept down and he came back to the ball underneath that defender like a Cooper Kupp does, like a good slot receiver does, but he's this like Calvin Johnson sized guy. Like it's like the nuance to come back to the ball. We're back up, Sean. Should we talk about our picks or should we just talk about other things and then just sort of let the draft happen?
Well, we're going to have a lot going on. So there's going to be the draft just happening at points today. But if everything goes correctly, you and I will be in multiple drafts at the same time during a big chunk of this, as well as we've handled it so far. That could be.
It could get so much better. What, Dalton Kincaid here? Are we just gonna play the hits?
Yeah, let's win the league, right? So yeah. Dalton Kincaid, like the 212 in the last couple of days.
I actually specifically really want him here, and I'll tell you why after you click him.
All right.
Are you going to click him?
1 second.
Okay. 1 second left. Gave me a little bit of a heart attack, which we know. The main reason I specifically really like him, the Fantasy Pros Football Guys Championship's a bigger contest than the main event. I think this idea of uniqueness gets overplayed or over discussed, but this is a situation I think where this will be a very unique 1-2 combo. And we really like these guys and we think they're good enough values and we're not just pulling them up for uniqueness. Sean, you and I both have Kincaid right there in this discussion with Kelsey, but Kincaid, because he's the 212, almost always in all of the drafts that I've seen goes late 2 or early 3rd. Garrett Wilson, of course, we just pulled them up to 108. Almost always goes late 1 or late 2. They're the same buy, but they also play each other in week 17. So you get a little bit, like during the sprint, a little bit of game shootout correlation. It's a massive tournament, but we might be one of the like 5 or so only teams that have both Garrett Wilson and Dalton Kincaid. So that's kind of fun.
And you have the 3 week, it's not the 1 week, but when we go to the final day, tied with 40 other teams for first place, this is going to be the game. This is going to be the shootout. Dalton Kincaid, 10 receptions in week 17 against the Jets. He and Garrett Wilson, and it's not close after they played that game. But we're drafting today again to win the $1 million. The FFPC Fantasy Pros Contest is your best chance to do that. And the theme of the drafts today is not going to be winning the league. It's going to be winning the tournament.
That's right. We do a lot of main events. We're a little bit of value hounds. Speaking of value hounds, our buddy Pete Overzet, who we both obviously do a ton of stuff with, released an awesome video today of all of the analysts, last night, of all of several analysts' truth serum takes. If they were forced to admit something under duress, what would that be? Your admission, I got a chance to see, was that you don't want to be too beholden to ADP value, and you have to be willing to make some bold draft selections. We are a little bit beholden to it in main events. You're trying to do a certain type of thing. I love that we're off to a fast start here where we're just willing to take some big swings.
Yeah. This is going to be, it's going to be a rankings day, right? Not an ADP value day. And we're going to get our guys. Ben, you've been updating your rankings like crazy, along with notes about how to interpret those. I've enjoyed that a lot. I know that the listeners do as well. Do you have the I know we're going to be doing multiple drafts. It makes it a little bit trickier on this first one here. Do you have the sheet for me to follow along as you cross those guys off?
It's the same one I sent you last time. I will share it as well. Sean's referring to, I have my rankings document. I like to make a copy for myself during drafts. And Sean is the one person that's allowed to have access to it. He's very special. So I have crossed off some of the names, Sean. But what's funny is we're going to need 2 of these because we're going to be multi-tabling at some points here today, doing, as Sean alluded to, drafts basically on the hour, every hour, as long as these all fill. You guys need to go get in there and fill them up for us. Sean, I don't even know the mechanics of this yet. Me and you aren't like our buddy Pete in terms of the operations of everything. I might need to have you share the draft board for one of our drafts and I'll share the other. And I think that will make it easy for me to be able to click between what the viewers are able to see between the 2 draft boards that are going at the same time. I don't think that I can put them both on the screen at the same time, but maybe I can. I'm not entirely sure. But that will come in a little bit here. We're just getting started. It is 8:00 a.m. mine and Sean's time. We're both out on the West Coast. We're getting going by
I was racing
9
to get ready.
Me too.
I jumped in with like 15 seconds to go, and all I'm greeted with is a blank screen.
I was running. I came up, and when I finally brought you in, I was breathing heavy. I was like, "Sorry, dude," because I got a post out that I wanted to write this morning. That we're gonna do some just conversations about as well, about the guillotine leagues, which is a really fun fantasy format. Got that post out at 7:55 my time. I had underdog slow draft picks to make. We're on 1 hour clock, so I'll be making those as we're drafting as well. And then I had to like go feed the cats and stuff, like do a couple of things before I got back down and situated, got a glass of water, fired it up.
So Ben, just to update everyone, it looks to me like there are 9 spots available in the next draft. And the draft after that has already filled. So if you want to get in 9 spots in this draft that starts in about 45 minutes, we'd love to draft with you all. And since, again, we're going to be reaching, people can't stop us just by listening to the stream.
That's right. I am going to tweet this out. And try to get some people to jump in that draft. We are heading back in the 3rd round. Sorry, I am doing multiple things at once, not effectively. How are we doing in the chat? How's the chat doing? We got some GMs. We got some Let's Rides early on. Nick's stoked. Kyle's here. Good morning, Banana Boys. The 10 slot cranking purple. The 10 slot turns out, Sean, to be a RotoViz writer. I don't know how to say your last name, Kevin. He says he's in the room at spot 10. We'll be logging off the stream to keep things fair. He's trying to play by the rules. I love the Laporta McBride start. I mean, I just think that's a fun way to go about it. Will we be streaming after we win the 1 million? I mean, after taxes, and we have to split it. Like, I think we're going to need to. All right, we're back.
Then a little bit of a dagger there. Malik Nabers goes 1 pick ahead of us.
Ahead of us.
Again, that's a tournament winning selection there. It pushes us off to probably safer, arguably better picks, but I mean that's not what we're here for. Deebo Samuel, Nico Collins, Jaylen Waddle. It's never too early to take Kyle Pitts.
I mean, I'm definitely in on the Kyle Pitts pick. We haven't done a lot of Nico. I guess I don't understand why he falls all the way here in most of these FFPC rooms, and we keep also sort of passing on it. And I'm very comfortable with Nico. Okay, we do grab him there. I mean, I just kind of comparing that to like Underdog, where he seems to be in the clear upper part of this tier of receivers in the early 2nd round, but over on FFPC consistently falls behind, like he goes behind Metcalf in this one, right? And several other receivers. There's a little bit of inner sight value opportunity there, I would say, that I have been wanting to get an opportunity to grab. I didn't realize that Mark Andrews was still on the board as well. You just skipped right over him and went to Kyle Pitts. I'm not following along very well right now.
I'm just trying to verify for myself that you have Kyle Pitts ahead of Mark Andrews, which you do, which was the only appropriate way. I mean, I'm not going to jump to the ADP value when the rankings value is still there.
We're here for the rankings values only.
Kyle Pitts goes at 402. I have the RotoViz ADP tool up. You can select specifically Fantasy Pros drafts, which Ben do have slightly different ADPs than the main event. Blair Andrews has a great article up looking at how you can exploit those opportunities. If you want to assume that the people playing in the main event are maybe drafting it even a little bit tighter, I don't know if that's always the case, but certainly people have thrown down a pretty good chunk to play in those main events. But just in the last 3 days, 402 for Kyle Pitts. So we're going to be keeping an eye out. If we can get past these 2 drafters, I don't think Kevin will take a 3rd tight end, but tight ends are fun in this format.
It will be, this is a little bit of a different start than we've seen in some of the mains as well. I've not done a lot of these Fantasy Pros championships. I've heard that the rooms could open up some different opportunities. I think we're seeing that early. We could have done an Andrews pick there, like I mentioned. We are comfortable going a different direction with it. There are largely because there are other tight ends that are going to be opportunities. You mentioned we'll see what happens with Pitts, but you also have, Kittle, Bowers, others that we've obviously drafted in other drafts that could potentially be targets later. Waddle goes, Mike Evans, Kenneth Walker at the turn. Ken Walker, somebody that feels like a good value in a lot of formats right now. Sean, you may or may not have done one of your really amazing player profile series from this offseason. Everybody loves your player takes. It is the most fun way to play fantasy, to actually just have player takes instead of trying to balance the ADP value and all of that. You may or may not have had Ken Walker as a focal point of one of those. That's always behind the paywall, right? It's always behind the paywall.
If you want to beat us in these drafts today, my 5 best upside picks, but that are also just crazy values, those are up on the site. And as Ben mentioned, you're looking at Kenneth Walker. Jen, you remember where he landed for us in projecting the 2025 first and second round? Because if it wasn't in the first round, that may have been wrong. We are back up. Devonta Smith, James Cook, DJ Moore, some of the top names here. What's the swing for the fences play in round 4?
I don't know. We're kind of in a weird spot. Is it Brandon Ayuk after signing? Or is it Diggs and then we try to set up Stroud? Oh, Devonta Smith is there. I know you really like him. I'm trying to do multiple things at once. James Cook. I don't know. I don't know what the swing for the fence. This is we kind of got into a flat spot. I guess you could do Josh Allen with Kincaid. I got all sorts of ideas.
Let's go ahead and take that small value there on Devonta Smith.
I gave you so many options. It was going to land on Devonta Smith. We knew that.
Then there's a massive difference. You can see this in all of Ben's work. You can see it in the Stealing Signals tool, which includes a lot of his favorite stats on our site with a different angle because of Sports Info Solutions, which has some different numbers. I think comparing and contrasting those is absolutely awesome. Anyway, folks know that the profile from a volume perspective, A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, meaningful gap. Also, meaningful talent gap, A.J. Brown, maybe the most talented receiver in football. Devonta Smith, a fantastic camp, and was the more efficient and the more dynamic of the two players in the second half of last season. I keep thinking that if we get a bounce back, an evolution, whatever you want to call it, something that really lifts this Eagles offense again to a Super Bowl caliber unit, that Devonta Smith will A, be a catalyst, and B, be potentially the biggest beneficiary. And at the price, you don't have as much risk as you do with obviously A.J. Brown in the first round.
Those are all true things. I still contend that stacking a Josh Allen or starting to build a CJ Stroud hyper stack or even the Ayuk pick.
We didn't fight for Stephon Diggs. That's one of the reasons that we don't tend to select Nico Collins, because we want to come back and take Diggs and we want to come back and take Diggs.
Right. Yeah, no, Diggs could come all the way back to you in the 5th. So actually he was not the right selection there. And I actually think Smith was. I was just going to say that those other options were the crazy high upside plays, right? But we have
I'm not sure if you watched the college football championship game back in, was it the pandemic? 200 yards in the first half, something like
that. I did watch that game and it was insane. That's a fair that's a fair callback for sure. Somebody in the chat here said he joined late. Why the early tight end pick for Kincaid? This is a tight end premium format. 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 1 tight end, 2 flexes. So you can take multiple early tight ends like our guys at 9 and 10 did. We like Kincaid very much in the range of Kelsey. I also talked through a little bit of a side element where there's a really large contest. Garrett Wilson typically is not going to be drafted alongside Dalton Kincaid. We get a little bit of a unique element. because I mentioned I think that's largely overplayed, but Wilson is almost always, I mean, we pulled him up to 108, almost always between the like 109 to the 204 at latest. I mean, I don't think I've seen him go in the second round. It's like 109 to 112, right? He's going to go in the back third of the draft at some point. And then Kincaid, I think the highest I've seen him go was like 208, but I haven't seen him last past like 305. Like he's going to go to the drafters in the 1 through 5 slots almost always. So unless you're intentionally trying to build this combination, which does give you a little bit of correlation in the 3-week sprint as well. It's a 3-week sprint, but they do play each other in week 17. I don't believe there will be a lot of Wilson Kincaids. I mean, I think there will be some, probably other people who are intentionally doing it. But if you're not going out of your way to do it, it's not going to fall naturally. So we just thought it would be a lot of fun. We like Kincaid in that tier with those guys.
You had mentioned in your rankings that the volume play for Kincaid is becoming clearer and clearer. One of the things that I had mentioned is I don't think that you can look at his rookie numbers, again, things like targets per route, some of the efficiency things, and say that's who he is. We're talking about a rookie tight end who had fantastic peripherals the previous season in college, and a player the Bills appear to be building their entire offense around. This is the year that I would expect to see that jump. I do think that rookie tight ends are going to come on fast. I think that Brock Bowers could have a fantastic season if he stays healthy. Obviously, we had Sam Laporta, we had Kyle Pitts, but from a fairness perspective, I mean, we need to be thinking about these guys as second-year breakout candidates, similar to the way we would treat so many of the wide receivers. But Ben, one of the things that I've noted this season that I think is a massive potential opportunity is that rookie receivers from the 2023 class who are fantastic but didn't have a Puka Nacua type season are pretty heavily discounted. Get your second-year players.
Jayden Reed and Zay Flowers and some of those guys.
Tank Dell, Jordan Addison.
Addison.
Great prices.
Yeah. Addison is one we took on ship chasing last night at a really good value. I think it was at the I guess it would have been at the 8-9 turn. Was it at the 10-11 turn?
I think it could be even later than that. Addison in this contest is going a little around 10.
We were in the 12 hole, so it would have been either the 9-10 or the 11-12. I think it was probably the 9-10 turn. And I mean, you're just sitting there thinking, and we were debating between him and Jameson Williams. And I mean, Jameson Williams is a fun play as well, Sean, that you and I have drafted. And we're sitting there talking about it, and somebody said that Addison's just a better player. And you look at the body of work. I mean, Jameson Williams had the one really strong college season, but hasn't done much of the pros. We're hoping to see that breakout. Meanwhile, Addison, you wrote about this recently, Biletnikoff winner, dominant at multiple schools, really strong 3-year collegiate profile, and then 10 touchdowns as a rookie last year. Like, just good at football. The body of work is long and good, and every year he's good at football.
And one of the things that I noticed when I was actually writing up Jameson Williams is that the other guy that season with the huge vertical element, a lot of successful deep targets, was Jordan Addison. You tend to think about Jameson Williams getting behind the defense and being unstoppable that year, obviously with as much total volume as Addison created. Not surprising that he was open down the field as well. We come back in round 5. It's pretty hard not to just immediately grab Tee Higgins. Are you seeing other players? That's what I was going to say. This would be Tee Higgins for me. I mean, I guess Zay, if you wanted to do a Nico Collins week 17 correlation, I don't know. I guess I have best ball brain right now. Because the week 17 correlation, not nearly as important in the 3-week sprint. But no, I was about to say this would be Tee Higgins for me. And then you said it's pretty hard to not grab Tee Higgins. So we go ahead and grab Tee Higgins. Our 5-pick start thus far is Garrett Wilson, Dalton Kincaid, Nico Collins, Devonta Smith, Tee Higgins. Puts us in a great spot where we can go any direction from here, which is nice because we are hoping to be firing up another draft in about a half an hour. Go join if you have not yet.
We need that thing to fill so we can start drafting 2 at once. This is not chaotic enough for me, Sean. I want chaos. That was the idea here. Lots of drafts. We are planning, if they fill, we are currently registered for 5 consecutive drafts. This is the first. We would do one on the hour, each hour. The one in an hour and a half in 90 minutes, as Sean mentioned, has already filled, so we will be doing another one at 1 Eastern. The noon Eastern one has some spots. The 1 and 2 Eastern ones do as well. So pop in, draft with us. Additionally, like the stream, subscribe to the channel, all of that good stuff. I think I did all the housekeeping.
You did a great job there. And as you did it, we actually had someone leave the one that starts in 30 minutes and go to the one. Ben, it's possible that we'll have to just do a second one in that 1 Eastern. It is the one that is filling. That evidently the time everyone has available. The last couple of picks did take Zay Flowers. We didn't expect him to come back around. It would have been interesting to discuss that. We don't yet have a running back.
You're saying start
how deep are
at 1 Eastern because we're already in the one that closed and there are people joining the other.
Yep.
I think a lot of people are watching this, Sean, and they're watching and they're like, you know what? I don't want to draft against these guys. They're afraid. I'm daring the audience. We are on deck. I'm trying to get caught up in the sheet. Zay Flowers did go. A lot of tight ends have gone off before our last Tee Higgins pick. Both Kittle and Bowers did go. Tank Dell had gone. Diggs had gone. A lot of those guys that we talked about were gone. Josh Allen, the top 3 quarterbacks had all gone. Deonte Johnson there, I think, would have been somebody that I would have been intrigued with. Not the most fun pick. He goes. We are back up. Haven't been tracking running back at all in my sheet. I don't even know who that would be if we wanted to go that direction. The receivers are, Keenan Allen, who everyone is just convinced can't play football anymore. And then for me, it goes down to, our guys that we could pull up here. JSN. You got Jayden Reed. I have a Dunze ahead of Reed. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm in favor of taking
we could do
JSN
Stroud.
And
okay.
Not risking losing him. And then we can have that sort of Jayden Reed, a Dunze battle next time we come through.
Let's do it. JSN over Keenan Allen. We also think Keenan Allen is fat.
But
apparently that's because there's nothing else wrong with him. He's just
the
fat.
Third most points per game last season.
Yeah, literally. Wide receiver 3 in points per game, and we're past. I mean, we just passed him. But like as a society, we are passing on this guy. We're acting like he can't play anymore because he ran some preseason routes lackadaisically at 32. Like obviously he wasn't going to run hard and pull a hammy in the preseason. And people were like analyzing him and we're like, what is this route? This is a guy who.
But then you're not going to be able to get targets over DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, and Gerald Everett. It's simply not going to happen.
Gerald Everett leaves off Cole Kmet. Throughout his entire career, this is a guy who we've had so many routes discussions and receivers get asked who they watch, who's their teaching tape. And with like to a man, it's always Keenan Allen. It's Keenan Allen and Devonta Adams. Those are the 2 guys that always come up in those conversations. Yes, he's 32 now, but the idea that like he can't run routes anymore because of a couple preseason routes is just, he was running at half speed. Like, let's be honest about this. Anyway.
He's also, I think, he's leaning into that JSN role in the Shane Waldron offense where you line up, you go figure out where the defender is, and then you trot over and stand by him. And that's your role in the play. So.
Yeah, I mean, it could be like I'm not saying it's definitely going to go well. I'm not buying mean, even if he actually has put on weight, I'm not buying that he can't play anymore. It's just not. That happens with 32-year-olds. But last year, his peripherals were still very, very strong. Targets per out run still very, very strong. All of those elements. I think it's a pretty clear and obvious thing that we're going to look back on and laugh at. Somebody in the chat asked, would we have drafted Diggs or Dell with Nico if they fell? Yeah. I mean, I would have been in on it. I'm sure you would have too, Pat. We could have had Pat. Did I call you Pat? Sean. We could have had a CJ Stroud double stack as an option, which would have been fantastic.
You can never have too many Houston Texans. A Houston Texan receiver in every draft, Ben, and you will have good results in 2024.
Absolutely. I have these my underdog slow drafts are at an hour clock. I've got them in another window. If we're gonna stream a whole marathon, I gotta make these 1 hour pick decisions as we're drafting. So it's we're multi-tabling for sure. I'm trying to figure out the 18th round pick right now in one. Have no idea who that should be.
Probably Royce Freeman.
Oh, I'm excited to cut him. Don't worry. As I mentioned when we drafted him on our recent stream, I will remind the listeners that Sean is usually right, but I floated Samaje Perine there. Couldn't get him to agree, and I'm going to let him remember that because Samaje Perine's now like a 13th round pick. At least I think he went in like the 11th in our draft last night. It is. It has been quick the way that he has escalated. Where are you at on him? I'm pretty excited. I think that Jerick McKinnon role is a real thing, and he's got a real shot at it.
Yeah, the most likely thing is that it just destroys the dreams of all the Isaiah Pacheco managers. But he's the absolute perfect fit. When I profiled the Broncos a couple of months ago, talking about how this offense and specifically the rushing attack was going to unleash fury on reality NFL fantasy leagues this season. Talked about Perine almost certainly getting cut, but probably going to the Cowboys, the Chiefs, or the Chargers. It was a little bit bittersweet after our discussion the other day. I definitely felt like not only was that an unfortunate pick, but was a clear error on my part. We talk about, not necessarily labeling picks as mistakes, just to basically you shouldn't make mistakes. And Ben, I feel like we generally do not. That was one that was a mistake on my part. That had been foreshadowed. So, and that was what I was rooting for. I was very excited. Anyway, we'll see what we have to do in free agency there. We are back up. Adunze did not make it.
I appreciate your mea culpa there. I was trying to get an official apology on the record.
It was a mistake. It was a bad.
So one guy who did make it here, Sean, is CJ Stroud. We do have the Nico element. Kind of a fun pick at 708. Anthony Richardson just went off. The receiver you have in the queue, I'm really into. Might make it back. Probably not. I'll just say it. Brian Thomas, probably not coming back. And then I'm very into Javonte Williams here as well, who you have as the top running back. He's my top running back and somebody that would anchor the build as far as anchor running backs in the 7th round go. So all three of those to me are very viable paths. What do you like?
Let's start it out as a Stroud team, but I've got Stroud as my QB on virtually every FFPC team, but
that's fun.
That just means you're going to win the main event and the FantasyPros Championship.
I think this is a good value again. I mean, we can.
And if we win both, we will stop. We'll do a congratulatory stream and then we'll stop.
So Javonte goes behind there. I do wonder, and I should have said this prior, if we could have pushed him around the turn because there's no Diggs or Dell over there. But I think people take the unstacked quarterbacks in this quite frequently. I don't believe
and should feel very
been.
comfortable doing so.
Right, and should feel comfortable doing so. I don't think that would have been an obvious thing. I doubt that any of those names that we just discussed will come around, and we do lose Devonta there 2 picks later to our guy Kevin.
Yeah, I don't know about the sportsmanship of him taking Xavier Worthy last time, but he is building a good team.
So Kyler goes unstacked at the turn. I think that's a pretty good indication that Stroud wouldn't have come back around. Brian Thomas also goes, the name that I floated that you had in the queue. It does wipe out
ask you, better or worse for Jaylen Warren to, I say have Russell Wilson, to have Russell Wilson play in week 1 and then Justin Fields play in weeks 2 through 18.
A classic Sean question that's actually a statement. So Justin Fields is taking over week 2. I like the take. Chase Brown goes there. I'm worried about the Warren health element. I talked to Evan Silva about it recently, and he made a comment that it seems like he's actually legitimately messed up. I talked to Perine about it, and he's like, this guy's never been more healthy in his life. So I really don't know what to believe. Warren does go. At this point, we're looking at Jonathan Brooks and the 2 Tennessee backs. Certainly, I would prefer Spears, but I think also Pollard's in discussion here. Or Sean, some other wide receiver options potentially. Excuse me.
So we are up to the 5, hopefully elite wide receivers. We talk about trying to get 6 of the top 15. Ben, how are you dealing with, and this is an interesting pick here, one of the things with getting Burrow, which again wouldn't have necessarily been a huge priority for me in this type of format, but we could have passed on Stroud, having the Chase manager on that side of us. Burrow was going to get picked right there either way, would be my guess. Before we get into that question I was about to ask you, Jonathan Brooks has started to really pop out to me as the guy who is going to be on tournament winning teams. And what you have to do is you have to build a viable enough team around him that you can work through that first month.
Let's take him. I'm actively, while you say that, going to be moving him up my PPR rankings. For anyone who's in that sheet right now, there's like 40 people in it. I want the crowd to know, for the record, that I moved him down specifically because you questioned how high I had him prior. And I was like, well, if Sean's not in on this play, maybe I'm missing something. I think it's very funny in hindsight. I think he's a really interesting part of any zero RB build, in that I don't think at this price, and this is what you just said, there's a really high shot that he could be in the tournament winning. That's where I was feeling about it from the beginning, was like the fact, like, I think when you're building zero RB, you're thinking about layering points, you're thinking about Frankenstein in the running back position, etc. But the early weeks are the least important, and you're hoping something crops up in the late weeks. And there are a lot of ways that Jonathan Brooks is playing a really large role down the stretch for a Panthers team that got embarrassed last year, went 1-16, had to give away the first overall pick because they had already traded for it. And I think I've said this very hyper-specific point a couple times, but I think if they are, 5-10, they're going to be trying their butts off to try to win the final 2 games just to get to 7-10, because that's like going to be felt like feel like a positive, like Arthur Smith's Falcons did that one year where they were 5-10 and won twice to save his job. You're just trying to get to mediocrity, basically. And what that means is your rookie running back that you probably should put on ice because he's coming off an ACL, you're actually going to probably overwork late. It is sort of my expectation. It's the way, especially when you look at, Canales' time in Tampa, it's the way that he used Rashad White. Early season, they're going to let him come along slowly, but that makes it even more obvious, where they're not going to necessarily lean on him for the whole season. But once they go to him, I feel like the last 6 weeks of the season, Sean, we're going to get 20 plus touches out of Jonathan Brooks. And he's a really good talent, right? Like, you can speak more to the profile, but if we're going to get, I know it's not a great offense, but if we're going to be able to lock in an 8th round pick here. Yeah, we got to get ourselves there, but an 8th round pick that is going to have 1st or 2nd round, like running back type upside in the money weeks. And it's not even a contingent bet. We're saying I would project that for weeks 15 to 17. It's a really unique thing, right? Like there's a difference between the contingent bets where you're like, yeah, I might project that depending on whether there's an injury or something. In this case, it's like I'm pretty confident Jonathan Brooks is going to be playing heavily down the stretch for this Panthers team, that regardless of where they're at, like I said, if they're good, if they're 500, they're going to be pushing for the playoffs. If they're under 500, they're not going to pack it in this year and take another, like a 4-13 season and take another horrible year. They want to get back to respectability this season.
If he were healthy, he would be going right after Travis Etienne and Kyron Williams. Right. And so basically just have to wait a month for that. Now, again, it does make it a little bit trickier maybe for us to take someone like a Jordan Addison, because we will need to build in a little bit of running back upside. But Ben, we're generally comfortable, using that pick on a wide receiver and just having the later running backs anyway, and still believing that will work. This is a team that will have that, plus it will have Jonathan Brooks.
Right. And then the idea is like, okay, well, he's our RB1. We can't play him for a month. Isn't that a problem? But that's something we are very comfortable with these 0 RB builds. Is like, you don't have to draft your starters first, right? We always talk about that. It's okay to draft the back-weighted production first. It's a really unique opportunity at that cost to get this back-weighted upside. Now we got to cobble together some early season points and do some different things at running back from here on out. But it is not like a major issue. I'm not paying attention to the board at all, and we're back up. Enjoyed that Brooks detour of a conversation. What are you seeing now that we're back? Oh, who's still there that I would make a case for pretty strongly here, Sean, as having fallen too much after his injury is Hollywood Brown. If you want to go wide receiver, I know you're not into that name, but to hedge on some up, we don't have a Kansas City, like the same idea as the Texans, like Kansas City receiver in every draft. It's weird to me that actually, I see the other receiver you put in the queue too. And I mean, I'm very open to him as well. All right. We took Hollywood there.
We got a very fast pick of Devin Singletary right behind us.
We could have went another direction at receiver there as well. We could have also very clearly continued to build out the running back room. Singletary, I would have been okay with.
I had put him in there. He was going to be the running back value based on your rankings. I'm still a little bit interested in JK Dobbins. Do you have thoughts on how the Chargers have constructed this running back room now there with Haskins?
Does Dobbins go this high? I thought we had time on considering him.
Dobbins is 1102. So
we would have to take him here. I mean, if you're that into the Dobbins play, I mean, I've had a hard time. He's been really optimistic in August before. We've gotten schooled on it before. Jordan Addison goes to our guy, Kevin. That was the other receiver that I hadn't been considering when I was seeing Brown falling. I saw Jameson off the board and Keon Coleman and those guys off the board. I mean, I would be open to it, Sean. I'm so Kamani pilled that I just think that it has to be Vidal. He looked so good in the preseason. I don't see how Dobbins can handle the workload, especially because I know there's this young back on the roster that looked good and played well in his opportunity in the second preseason game, and then also got held out of the third preseason game, and they played Patterson and Spiller. I think they have bigger plans for Vidal than the way his August timeline led us all to believe. For me, I know you're not going to like this, but it would probably be Zach Moss.
Well, one of the things, he's buried a little bit in the defaults here, but our ADP tool suggests that Jalil McLaughlin will not come back.
Let's take him. Yeah. That's easy. If there was any risk that he was not going to come back, then he's a super good pairing with Jonathan Brooks. I was already penciling in the back of my mind that he would be, when I was talking through the whole Brooks thing, it was like, we got to get Jalil on this team. So when you mentioned him, he makes so much sense. Sean, you were on him early in the offseason. I'll let you talk about him. I just want to say I was out on him because of some concern on size and Sean Payton being somewhat of a sizeist. But you and I both just absolutely love the possibility for overall scoring in this Denver running back room. We've both written it up this offseason. My concern was McLaughlin's snaps were low. Like overall snaps were low. Even after his earlier breakout and he got some playing time, he got less playing time the rest of the way. But the flip side of that was always that his touches per snap were really high. And that's a meaningfully positive note that when they put him on the field, they wanted to get the ball in his hands. It's what we always loved about Tony Pollard when he was still playing behind Zeke was like, well, he maybe only play 15 or 20 snaps, but he'd get 10 touches on those 15 or 20 snaps. Like if you're getting a touch every other snap, one out of every 2 snaps, that's huge. And McLaughlin's going to have that. So my concern was like, can the role actually expand? But then what we saw in preseason week 2 was they were using him and Devonta fairly interchangeably with the first team, and Estime looked further behind. And so I started to see that vision a little bit where, the role could expand. And the touches per snap might also still be very strong. Not worried about a committee in an offense that has so much potential expected point value at running back overall. So the standalone value is there with the touch per snap stuff. The upside might also be there. Snaps don't need to get to like 80% for him, I don't think. They just need to get to like 40 or 50%. If he's actually a meaningful part of the backfield, he's going to be a really nice hit because he's an efficiency player, explosive, really talented. They'll use him in the red zone. They'll use him in the passing game. Even when he only had 8 to 10 touches, he usually always had 2 catches because they would use opportunities to get him in space. Really fun pick. One of my favorite picks to make right now. Finally. It took me a while to get around to your take on that.
Well, when you break down the Broncos offense, I think most people would push back on the idea that you're getting anything like the same talent types of plays. But this sort of Kamara Ingram type of 1-2 punch with Javonte Williams and Jalil McLaughlin. You mentioned some of the things he did well. His peripherals last year as a runner were really, really strong. And so again, you're talking about only a handful of opportunities. But the other thing that we have witnessed with Sean Payton is even these guys who flash, it's often year 2 when you get that big breakout. And then, this is the puff PC type of stuff, but they act like they think he is the biggest character guy, the hardest worker on their entire team. And one of the things that jumped out to me, I don't tend to put a lot of emphasis on this. I think it's a really easy way to get sidetracked and focus on things that probably are going to mostly pull you off of plays you want to make. But you look at the pass blocking snaps for them last season, and it was quite a bit for Samaje Perine, some for Javonte Williams, basically none for McLaughlin. They didn't feel like they could have him out on the field on all these things. They act like it's night and day. He's going to be their guy. And one of the things, when you look at him and the price, I would have more concern that if Estime really emerges over the second half of the season, I don't really think that's going to happen, but it is possible. They like him too. I think that potentially hurts Javonte Williams a lot more than it hurts Jalil. He should just be a lot more expensive. You've messaged me that you're taking him all the time because in some formats, he's basically 3 rounds undervalued.
Right.
I love being able to put him here, as you mentioned.
It's one of those things where we do get anchored to price too much. And when these things crystallize, I don't think people move up quick enough. But he should go ahead of like Zach Charbonnet, for example. And I mentioned I'm doing all these slow drafts. He's going well behind him in those. I'm taking him like basically right after the like Tyjae Spears group is off. It's like, all right, Jalil McLaughlin should be the next guy to go now. Like when you get into that like Zeke, Gus Edwards, Nick Chubb range, and you're like, okay, I got to pull someone up anyway. The guy you should be pulling up at that point is McLaughlin. Like to me, that's what became clear with the preseason stuff. When I wrote up the preseason stealing signals posts, the usage, the way things have progressed, what that play looks like, the limitations on that play, and now the possibility that those limitations aren't as limiting, all is very favorable for him. So yeah, really excited about that play. Sean, I wanted to ask you real quick. You're more familiar with the FFPC lobby that draft at noon. Was it just pulled?
I think it was pulled. It wasn't going to get enough. I almost put us in a super flex draft that was going to go off at that time, but it filled right as I was about to do it. So that's too bad. The interesting thing, I mean, there's definitely going to be a second draft at 1 Eastern that fills.
Let's just do 2 in a row that start at the same time. A little bit here.
Okay, I will get us into that after we make our pick here at the 11:08.
2 minutes on the clock and another pick that I keep.
You better make it.
Not figuring out.
Just put Royce Freeman in your queue, and you got all of it.
Just put Royce Freeman. You're not helping. I got 8 minutes on 2 other picks. All right, what do we got over here? We're back up. Zach Moss almost made it all the way back. The gross name that I had mentioned to you prior, he does go. Jaylen Wright also went, which is a bummer because I think he also pairs super well with McLaughlin. If you can get both those guys, I mean, that's a turn that I've done a lot over on Underdog as well.
I wouldn't mind taking both Dobbins and Vital in this draft if that ends up working.
Dobbins came back. Okay, yeah. No. Dobbins came back. Look, now we're getting an ADP value on it. Let's do it. The ADP value show. No, I'm kidding. That's a play you wanted to make ahead of ADP. And
does it change your mind any to hear Bucky Irving again?
Kevin's not being really kind. Bucky's the direction I wanted to go, but for the record, that was the hope would have been that could swing back around.
Now we are going to have you down from 100% to 99% by losing out on Bucky in this draft.
It was so funny. You're going to ask me a question, but I got to say this real quick. On a recent show, you were like, you've been saying to me that I've been saying that Bucky's price was so low that he needs to come up, and you're like, he's finally come up to the price point where you don't have to take him in literally every draft. And then I've been doing my slows since then, and I keep thinking that in my head as I click him in literally every draft, even at his higher price. Here in the 11th round, you can understand not getting him. That's like an FFPC. But even as he's risen over at Underdog, I'm still clicking him in almost every single draft, Sean. It's not the bags are still heavy. Anyway, what were you going to say?
I was going to ask you if you need to make a rankings adjustment because JK Dobbins says he has never had this type of chemistry and never run behind this dominant an offensive line.
JK Dobbins, notoriously the biggest hype man of JK Dobbins fantasy value.
Which is one of the things I absolutely love about him. And he's right. Every time he's on the field, he averages like 7 yards per carry. He's like, please just let me stay healthy.
I did love your truth serum as well. We mentioned that earlier in the show. Our guy JGFC there mentioning that. So we have 3 running backs, Jonathan Brooks, Jalil McLaughlin, JK Dobbins. One's coming back from an ACL. One's coming back from an Achilles. One's about 155 pounds soaking wet. This is our kind of running back group, Sean. Tyrone Tracy goes off early. We're not getting that value. Is it Braylon Allen season? Is that where we're at? Like what? I'm not following along well enough. Marshon Lloyd season? We're on one of these rookie running back picks here, right?
Yeah, this is yeah, my only concern there is
we have Garrett.
The last thing in the world that I want to happen is to
Breece
actually be rooting for Braylon Allen in week 17, because that would mean that you're in the darkest timeline. We do take Braylon Allen. He is simply too good, Ben. I think he is a top 10 back right now in the NFL.
That is bold. This is the we just did a bold prediction show, but this is becoming also the bold prediction show. Garrett Wilson, Dalton Kincaid, Nico Collins, Devonta Smith, Tee Higgins, JSN, 5 receivers through 6 with Kincaid, and then since then CJ Stroud, Jonathan Brooks. We stop for Hollywood Brown as our wide receiver 6, Jalil McLaughlin, JK Dobbins, Braylon Allen. Really like the way the running back room is shaking out, considering we have a Stroud stack with Kincaid and a bunch of dominant receivers on this roster.
Yeah, it's so much fun to get into these FFPC drafts and think through, load up on the receivers. Think through who you're going to be able to get at running back there. Ben, one of the things that really pops in our roster construction explorer for FFPC Best Ball is that it really doesn't matter how aggressive you are at tight end. You want to be even more aggressive. Now, within the context of saying you probably don't want to draft him in like the first couple of rounds back to back, but you want to take an early one, you want to take another one, you want to take another one, and then when you have those 3 really good ones, you want to take a 4th late. Manage is going to be a little bit different. How are you feeling about where we are with Dalton Kincaid, and then what that frees us up to do? Because I do think that we'll probably add, more at the tight end position, but I like to not, have to have the conversation really ever in this range once, Bowers and Njoku are off the board. I'd like to not have to even think about tight ends until we get to that late group.
Agreed, which I said as I was not doing a good job of paying attention to what you said, as I tend to do. I was like, God damn it, Ben. You were talking about the tight ends in the late rounds. Sorry, I got sidetracked with my other drafts. Do you
have these noted so I get to share in the winnings of those as well? Label those stealing bananas drafts.
Yeah, I will. All the Royce Freeman shares are going to be fantastic for us in week 17. No, I hate to make you restate the point you just made that the listeners already listened to, who are also like, God damn it, Ben. But what did you say?
That we have Dalton Kincaid. We're going to win because of him. We don't have to take bad tight ends. We are set to land more league-winning running backs.
All right, that's right. We don't need – you like to get depth in this format, but we don't need it. I think that's a strong take. Although I'm going to try to talk you into Juwan Johnson like I do every draft. We are headed towards the next pick. I got another guy that things shook out very favorably for in a way that is not being discussed enough. It's really fascinating in this current landscape where we do the best ball all offseason. There's a lot more money getting down a lot earlier. People get really anchored to takes. I don't think people are it's so funny because any news bite in the offseason people massively react to. I think a lot of the nuanced stuff is just not causing player shifts. It's either a massive player shift or they stay exactly where they are.
Because people have to get ADP values.
Right, because of the ADP values. It's changed the whole game to a certain degree. We talked about that a little bit with McLaughlin, where the price is just weird on him at this point. There's a couple names that we could talk about, but I got a name that I really like here. Sean, you'll be happy to know that you do have him in the queue.
Well, let's just take him then. Ben,
are we
a
up?
little update? We are no, but we are in 2 drafts here.
In an
hour from now. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. We are up. That name for me was Marshon Lloyd. I don't think people responded enough. Yes, he was hurt in the preseason, but the fact that they put AJ Dillon on IR and only kept 3 running backs was extremely bullish for Marshon Lloyd after missing a decent amount of camp time. I think there's real concern about compared to Kendre Miller, who missed a bunch of camp time and they put him on IR, he's going to be out for 4 weeks. I think there's some concern they won't use him a ton early, Lloyd, but when they keep only 3 backs and Lloyd's one of them, and I don't know if they've added another since then or anything, but it seems it was probably also a nice little bump to Josh Jacobs' early season value if you're into Josh Jacobs. And Emmanuel
Jacobs
Wilson
is going to lead the NFL in running back snaps, running back team opportunity share in the first 2 weeks for sure.
Right. Yeah. In the first couple weeks, he's going to look like a really, really strong play. But what the team is telling us by keeping just these 3 and what they've told us all offseason, because they were already very, very high on Lloyd. They've talked about him being in a 1-2 punch with Jacobs since right after the draft. And they really like his talent and all of these things. Emmanuel Wilson probably also draftable very late, by the way, with Dillon now on IR and gone and can't be reactivated from IR. The IR he was put on is season ending because he got put on it before they cut to 53-man rosters. So that move with Dillon, I think, was And then they haven't added another.
You're not concerned about. I mean, obviously he moves back up to where he would have been if he gets the first month out. But you think this could be right? So I have Emmanuel Wilson mentioned in the 0 RB watch list that came out or is coming out sort of as we're doing the show right here. I do think people should keep an eye on him. I do think he's interesting. The biggest takeaway, though, for me was he probably is a watch list guy as opposed to you've got to go out and get him on your roster.
Emmanuel Wilson.
Right.
Are you asking me about Lloyd or about Wilson?
Well, how much should people be moving up? So I think a reasonable question, especially since they wanted Vital, was should we have taken him first? Should we have wrapped back around and tried to get Lloyd? Again, looking at the ADP tool for the last couple of days, this is about where Lloyd goes. Either guy was going to be tough to get back through. So this is where he's going. Well, we think he should be going earlier. Correct.
This is where Lloyd was going. He's risen back to it, you're saying? Because he was going alongside Ty Chandler, and Braylon Allen has risen ahead of him. Like, there's been a lot of other movement.
You think he should make it all the way back? He should retrace all of that as opposed to stopping the fall. Because I think that some people are, well, he was falling so massively.
I mean, he went a full round after Ty Chandler here, and like people stopped taking running backs. Like Zeke goes at 1303, and like we get a handful of picks later, and then Lloyd comes off. Jordan Mason went in the 12th. Like I think Mason is being overvalued for what he is personally. We're back on the clock. We'll talk about Mason in a second as well. Do you like the running back that's in the queue at all?
Yes.
Should we just take him? Or do you want to go with that wide receiver or something else?
Did you put the receiver in there?
No.
Okay,
that was you.
So that's a misclick. All right. That doesn't seem like a player we need to be discussing.
That's my favorite thing. When I'm like, did you really want this guy? And you're like, was that you? We take Samaje Perine there, who is the name that, along with Lloyd, I was interested in last round. Thought maybe we could push him around. We do. We get him in the 14th here. Sean wasn't contractually obligated to not pass on Perine again, because if he did something well, I'm already going to be giving him enough crap about the Royce Freeman pick. Like he can't give me two options to bring Perine back up. But I do think he's the right pick here as well in the 14th. Once you get past this Lloyd Vidal group, Khalil Herbert goes. I think Perine belongs there, right? Maybe higher.
He does. I know it's not relevant because it happened a decade ago. I mean, I say not relevant. It gives you a little bit of deep background on a player who really had wrested the high value touch role from Joe Mixon a couple of years ago. And at the most crucial time of the season for the Bengals. Now, again, you're talking about very different volume situations. I'm not saying these guys should be going in the same range, but you think about where Joe Mixon is going in current fantasy drafts. I believe the 509 here. I mean, Perine is probably the better player. He's a high value touch player. Anytime you can get a guy who is huge and is also the preferred passing down weapon, then your ability to fall into high value touches is extreme. And one of the reasons the Chiefs haven't had that many of those at the running back position for so long, really since Kareem Hunt, is because their running backs have been that bad. So, yeah, I mean, it's a perfect combination of fit and situation. Samaje Perine, I believe, had 5 200-yard rushing games at Oklahoma and a 400-yard game. So a decade ago, he would have been fantastic for your college football fantasy team.
But I mean, it drives home the point that like Samaje Perine's not just a passing downs back, et cetera. Like we often talk about this, Sean, the long view, how college stats are not emphasized enough, that they are actually real data that has been compiled, and it matters when players show things at the college level. And we think being a workhorse is a skill and those types of things. The fact that he was relied on like that throughout college years and years and years ago does suggest something about him that is not true about every journeyman passing down back, is all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that obviously he's that same player all these years later, but I think that's the point you're making as well, is that once upon a time, this guy was a guy who could tote the rock 30 times and run for 200, 400 yards even in a game. He became Oklahoma's all-time leading rusher, some of those things. That's not really ever materialized at the NFL level as he's kicked around a bunch. He has about 500 career carries, but he has made a role as a pass blocker and receiver out of the backfield. 50 catches last year, 38 the year prior in Cincinnati, multiple other 20-catch seasons earlier in his career. Has played it for some different teams, has bounced around a little, didn't really take hold until he was 25 in Cincinnati. He was originally with Washington, played with Miami a little bit, very little bit with Miami. And then in Cincinnati for the 3 years prior to last year in Denver, but is a guy that once upon a time, as you're emphasizing, there was something more to this profile. And the way the Chiefs use guys, it's not completely out of the question, especially if something were to happen to Pacheco, that Perine could wind up in a full role here and be a pretty important player for fantasy. I mean, in this backfield, but also for fantasy. Like, he's got the size and then the 3-down ability. I actually think he's got more 3-down potential than Pacheco. I mean, that's kind of been the thing I've not been able to buy into with Pacheco, is people are saying, well, no Jerick McKinnon there, he's definitely going to play 3 downs. It's like, I mean, are they really going to trust him that way? It just seems like that's not going to happen. We wind up getting this Perine landing spot, and now obviously it's easy to make that point now and claim that you were always right. But that does seem to be a limitation with Pacheco, and it doesn't seem like people are really responding to that little nuanced element either, because Pacheco's still going right where he was going. People aren't acting like Perine has influenced his value. We are back up, Sean. I think that was to just finish that point, a clear spot where Pacheco's value needed to fall, at least around. Like significant hit to him that there's a competent receiving back on the field. The whole thing with his upside profile was that he could potentially play every down. And I was worried about that. I'm less worried about it with Perine on the roster. We are back up. The guy you have at the top of the queue, I got laughed out of the room for drafting in a different draft. I fought with the ship chasing. I've not talked to you about him, and I wanted to talk to you about him. I had an inclination that you might be in on this player. I think we can push him. Do you want to go with the receiver or any of the other options?
Well,
we can go any direction here. We only got 8 seconds.
Somehow we got under 5 seconds.
That was 100% because of me. I was still talking about Isaiah Pacheco for the first 30 seconds of the clock. Strong filibuster by me there. It is our favorite thing to do on this, on our Stealing Bananas podcast. You did click Jalen McMillan because I said the receiver. He was the receiver that was in the queue. We maybe should have went with one of the tight ends, but you had mentioned not wanting to go to the tight ends. I mean, I don't think we had to go with McMillan, but you did. He's another player that you wrote up recently favorably. I'm liking that play as well.
He's maybe the one guy late that
I
want to get a decent amount of exposure to, because I think that even in managed, right, where it's a very different dynamic, you're not drafting these guys and saying, well, if, in week 16, he has a 25-point game. If it's just week 16, he's not going to still be on the roster and you wouldn't have started him. You need to have a thesis that the player is going to emerge as a relevant big-time player. This is probably overstated. It probably will be something that once training camp disappears and we're into the season, that it's Mike Evans, it's Chris Godwin. These two guys are stars. Godwin has talked about the fact that he actually finally feels healthy for the first time years after that last injury. We know Mike Evans is going to be air yards and 1,000 actual yards and touchdowns every season. I have drafted almost none of them because I'm scared that Jalen McMillan is going to be the best receiver on this team. That doesn't mean he's going to get the most yards or score the most points in 2024, but if he's as good as it seems like he is, it is a problem for the other two players.
We are back up on the clock. Do you want to go? So the running back went. We'll talk about him in a minute. I want to get your thoughts on him. I like all of what you have going on in the queue. What are you thinking here?
So I kind of like the breakout play because I
do
think
it.
you end up with some weekly.
Yeah, I think we should do that because we're going to be doing Kincaid anyway. He's got a late buy. So it's Ben Sinnott at tight end. That's where I was leaning as well. I mentioned Juwan a little bit ago. You also have him in the queue. I'll just throw that out there. I do like the Sinnott play here for this team. I think Juwan's a nice value, but we're really already banking on the Kincaid breakout thesis. It's a fun. I mean, I think Juwan would have worked too, frankly, but it's a fun play. I guess because I think we have really strong depth and aren't going to need flex help. Like, we're going to just be fine playing Kincaid. In some other builds where it's a little trickier and things don't come together as naturally as this one did, you're like, okay, well, I can get some flex help potentially too. Sinnott might not provide that.
And the kind of contrast for me there would be that Johnson, I think, does a lot for you in a best ball format where you don't need to pick his weeks. And he essentially is a play off of the fact that they have Chris Olave and nothing. And he has had really quite a few spike weeks in the past. I would feel less comfortable drafting that in a situation where we're going to start a lineup. In the contrast where I think that especially, I mean, Jahan Dotson probably doesn't make that much difference because he just doesn't draw targets anyway. But this is a team that is going to build around Jayden Daniels. They want to have their young weapons in there. Sinnott could be the guy on this team by week 9, week 10. There were a lot of comparisons between him and Sam Laporta when you look at what he did on the field, when you look at how he tested. It's not as good a situation by any stretch, right? Situation very different, and yet when you think about midseason and on, I think we might get Sinnott earlier than people think, but also I think in the second half of the year, people are going to be trying to figure out why he was drafted at tight end 23 as opposed to more in this Dalton Schultz, Tyler Conklin range.
I just have to note that Mr. Grapefruit here in the chat is a name that I have not seen. And by the way, if you are new, go subscribe to the channel. Appreciate that. Like the video. Mr. Grapefruit said Dallas defense first with Bland missing a ton of time is strange. Then said Jets or Ravens should go ahead, and then followed up with, you guys didn't want defense there. I kind of think we need to invite Mr. Grapefruit onto the stream so we can draft defense for us, because he seems to know a lot more about it than I think either of us do. The reason we didn't go defense there or even consider it is largely because I don't think either of us has this type of a take. But Mr. Grapefruit seems to have done some strong research on defenses late in drafts. Sean, any strong defense takes for us?
We've been drafting the guys who are going to play ahead of Sunday. And you get a swing, then you take a second swing.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't score any points.
They'll look ahead.
We're going to be streaming defenses.
Yeah.
I say that after we've drafted all these Fantasy Pros teams, we may want to have a star defense and let him go dominate. I'm just as focused on the offense, putting the opponent in a bad situation and getting those garbage sacks and turnovers as anything. Isaac Guerrero goes, he's interesting. He's one I still think people should be keeping an eye on with the Elijah Mitchell development. Ben, you and I have him in the 20th round of a few of the drafts we've done previously.
We have who?
Isaac Guerrero.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, sadly.
Okay, Juwan goes one pick ahead of us. I mean, I'm open to anything here. I would have probably said that Juwan would have been a fun third tight end at that point. Now that we have the Sinnott play, he's just such a value in the 17th round at this point. He does. I don't understand how he goes after like Zach Ertz. I mean, it's just crazy to me. Jonnu Smith went 4 rounds higher. That's very bizarre to me as well. We are up. I don't know of a great tight end play here. I could totally see doing one of these QB upside moves that you have. I could also totally see this wide receiver you have in the queue, or I could see going kicker or defense as well.
So I think the kickers that we want at this price are gone. We'll go ahead and add
Yeah, this
Tolbert
room
there.
a little more aggressive on the kickers and D's. As I said that, I was looking in the queue and not seeing something that was worth taking in the 17th. KC defense would have been the one, and they go.
That was the
2
other
picks
one.
later.
Kevin does take.
Kevin takes, and you were hoping it would come back. Kevin just takes our picks every time. It's fantastic.
Well, again, you can't rely on it at this point in the draft whatsoever. I was thinking 18 because the KC defense has been going 19, at least according to our tool. But I mean, the defenses are going to go anywhere there.
That's what you get
tuned in drafters.
That's what you get for worrying about ADP value. He started worrying about ADP value. He took Jalen Tolbert to push Kansas City D.
I took Jalen Tolbert because I thought he was your guy.
Thought he was your guy.
Well, he is. He's our guy. We like Jalen Tolbert there. Well, if he doesn't play a big role in week 1, we can just cut him. We are going to be making some moves on these teams. Ben, what are your thoughts structurally here? I think that Garendo for me is probably the last running back name who's very draftable. Dylan Laube, who just goes, is vaguely interesting.
Betts,
do you like a second?
In the chat noted that Tolbert's his guy, if that makes us feel better.
We've both
written
about him. The Pittsburgh defense is the defensive value. No,
I don't know anything about it, but are they going to get pass attempts against them, or are they just going to run out the clock every game? We need pass attempts against. I don't think we want Arthur Smith's defense.
No.
The defense opposite Arthur Smith's offense. Like Houston's D, I would rather take.
Do you have a quarterback that you want to select? We don't need one.
Both of these two that you have are fun names. We could just do a take a peek kicker or D and just get one of those locked up. Like Jake Elliott's reasonably high, or we could just go to Green Bay's defense or something. Okay, we took Elliott there. Shout out Consigliere. Started the super chat game, $1.50. Sean, I'll have to Venmo you 75 cents so we can split that. I appreciate it. Definitely. Appreciate everyone watching the stream. Like, subscribe to the channel. We will be doing 2 drafts at the top of the hour. We were hoping to start a second at noon Eastern. That one was pulled. We're going to finish this one up, talk about it a little bit. I think we'll have a little fun, Sean. A fun thing I like to do on the channel sometimes is spin a wheel, remember some guys, and then throughout the offseason, we would do some analysis on those teams. I don't think we've done enough analysis on all these teams, but I think we could spin the wheel, remember some guys. You're a fun guy to do that with because you have been playing fantasy as long as I have. So the idea is like you start naming, you spin the Browns, you start naming, Peyton Hillis and Jordan Cameron and all these random old dudes because it's fun to remember some guys. That might be a fun use of our time here in a few minutes before we get back to the real show at 1 Eastern when we try to do 2 drafts at the same time.
We also have 6 players that we have to cut down on our RV Triflex Dynasty League team, again, over at the FFPC, where their Dynasty product is absolutely fantastic. Of course, I might be biased since we're branded on that contest. But Ben, this Dynasty team, it's got some pretty fun names on it.
So you want to use
Why
this
is
time
Derek Carr currently
productively?
Well, we do have to make some cuts. The QBs happen to be Tua and Derek Carr, which has immediately soured me. But think the bench here. These are not the starters. The bench, Jalen Wright, Bucky Irving, Kamani, Will Shipley, Blake Watson, who, he might still be a viable pick. The last time I looked, he was still on that roster. Is that what you're seeing? Tyjae Spears, Ramondre Stevenson, Xavier Legette, Devonta's Walker. Devonta's, that's such a bummer. Jamari Thrash, who was a preseason all-star. Jameson Williams, Jerry Jeudy, Quentin Johnston, Ben Sinnott, Luke Musgrave, Pat Freiermuth. Those are the 3 bench tight ends behind one Brock Bowers.
Sean, we didn't talk about Dalvin Cook. I've wanted to get your thoughts on this because,
well, he went super early in this draft. Are you going to spoil him for our?
Well,
our
I mean, I don't really care if we get a lot of Dalvin Cook, but okay, we can wait to talk about it in our next draft. That is coming. The big Dalvin Cook take. You'll have to stay with us on our stream. Apparently, we're going to draft Dalvin Cook today at some point, and you will get to learn why.
Go ahead.
I don't know where I was going to go with that. I like the word league winner flashed through my mind, and I was like, nope, can't say that. And so I was like, what can I say?
Tournament winner.
Tournament winner. Oh God. I was just going to say why he's not the worst pick in fantasy. I was going to set the bar real low.
In 2023, Dalvin Cook had the lowest positive percentage of any back with 50 or more carries. But he also had a better evasion rate than Saquon Barkley, James Cook, Gus Edwards, Austin Eckler, Rashad White, Ty Chandler, Ezekiel Elliott, and Alvin Kamara. So if you want to throw all those guys out, some of whom are going pretty early. I mean, mostly you shouldn't be drafting those guys.
Yeah.
But I've got plenty of more fun Dalvin Cook nuggets for you as well.
I mean, just in 2022, the year before last, he had 1,500 yards and 10 touchdowns. I've had several conversations about him in the last couple of days, and people have pointed out that his peripherals were really bad that year. His peripherals never really great, Sean. Something we've talked about with him. Like his style isn't like yards after contact or forcing missed tackles. It's more just like vision and like he's just a certain type of runner that, again, 1,500 yards and 10 TDs, and he still had bad peripherals. Like that's.
Yeah, it's like, I'll go ahead and take that. Dalvin Cook's like, you know what you should do? Run to daylight.
Right. That's sort of his whole thing is just get to empty space. We are back up. Now that Samaje Perine is a 14th round pick, I don't have any great late round options for us, Sean. Is there a defense that you're really into?
I like taking Green Bay here and then swapping them out.
Yeah, let's do that. That sounds great. And then we can see what comes back to us in the 20th
And you know
round.
who ranked 32nd and dead last in blown block percentage in the running game in 2022, according to Sports Info Solutions?
The Jets?
The Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, in 2022, Dalvin Cook's last year, he was dealing with that many blown blocks.
And still, pretty good season. I would point out that when they got rid of him, they were not successful running the ball last year.
What do you like in the last round here? You had talked about a potential QB. We've had a couple in the queue for a while now, and I like both. I'm very into both. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't do them. The running back you just had is interesting. I just don't see how we keep him. I'll just say it. It's Kendre Miller. I looked at him and was very intrigued. By the way, I mean, nobody is talking about Jamal Williams because Jamal Williams sucks, but the fact that Kendre Miller's on IR for 4 weeks means that Jamal Williams is probably going to be playing in the first 4 games in a way that doesn't really matter for our builds, but for other people, I've taken him in the very last round in some best ball because there are very few options at the very end now, and I do think he's going to play a little bit.
Well, let me give you a few names of guys that I would be interested in seeing play in week 1. Those guys would be rookies like Jatavian Sanders and Malik Washington. I think it would be interesting to see what the Cleveland Browns do and if Pierre Strong is out there. And then it probably doesn't end up moving the needle regardless, but I think it would be interesting to find out if the Bengals use Mike Gesicki. So those would be some of the names that if we want to get some information by having him on the team in week 1 would make sense to me.
I like all of those. I think Strong struggled to me in the preseason and would still have Nick Chubb looming even if the role materialized. Washington, I think, will be tough to see in a big way. I think the Gesicki thing is the one that was most compelling is what I'm getting at. I think you made a strong point there, and we don't have a third tight end. And they maybe use him a decent amount early. Jamar Chase has held out. Maybe we find some positive stuff from Gesicki early on. That's a good week one take a peek. I really like that take. Much better than your Royce Freeman take. You're improving.
So we land the Royce Freeman of tight ends in round 20. Get Mike Gesicki. We'll see if he manages to stay on the roster. Ben, this team looks fantastic.
It
$1
does.
$1 million.
We finished it up here. Let's go through it real quick. We went Garrett Wilson, Dalton Kincaid, Nico Collins, Devonta Smith, Tee Higgins, Jackson Smith-Njigba, CJ Stroud, Jonathan Brooks, Hollywood Brown, Jalil McLaughlin, JK Dobbins, Braylon Allen, Marshon Lloyd, Samaje Perine, who's no longer McLaughlin's teammate, Jaylen McMillan, Ben Sinnott, Jalen Tolbert, Jake Elliott, the Green Bay defense, couple take peeks there, and Mike Gesicki, which I'm realizing, Sean, if our take a peeks don't work, we're just going to have to cut Mike Gesicki before we even see him in week one.
That's the reason you draft a Royce Freeman, so you can do it with no emotional problem whatsoever.
There is the upside of that, and I have actually made that case to like subscribers in some case. It's like, man, you want to be so flexible with cuts early that the way I described it was like, I used to feel like I was giving up something because it's like, what would be wrong with just trying to hit something with that last pick? Like, there's nothing actually. Like, I'm just giving up value by not trying to make a good pick with that last pick. But it's like, that's true. It's like, if you're thinking about it from an efficiency maximizing EV potential, like, yeah, you should take every swing you can take. But from a practicality standpoint, I actually strongly adhere to what you just said. I just sometimes want a guy that I know that I'm going to cut. And I'm not going to have any qualms about it.
Yeah. One bad player every draft so that you are psychologically set to actually get involved in waivers. Waivers in the first month are arguably the biggest part of playing this tournament. Ben, we had some big successes with that last year. I think maybe were a couple of free agent pickups on my teams that had the success in 2013. We know of some of the folks who have won tournaments of the $1 million variety in the past that they have had free agent pickups in their starting lineup. I believe during that 3-week race, you've got to be aggressive. You don't necessarily know that you will be right, but you have to be aggressive in free agency early.
I'm getting some requests for Dalvin talk. Do you want to talk Dalvin now, or do you want to wait? Like we said, do you want to do? Let's talk Dalvin because he's an interesting one. The big question that I've gotten from the ship chasers is why should we be any what's different about the Zeke thing? If you weren't interested in drafting Zeke prior, why would you be interested in Dalvin? The way that I've framed it is I believe. Well, I'll let you answer it because I don't think they've listened to my take. So let's. Some of them are watching. What would be your response to a perception that you would have been, specifically you, Sean, would have been out on Zeke, but may be interested in Dalvin, judging by the fact that you put him in our queue earlier?
Yeah, well, you're going to get different prices for one thing, and that portion of it is extremely important. I also think that you have to consider Dalvin Cook in a slightly different light than a Royce Freeman. One of the reasons that I've mentioned Freeman in the past is that they had talked him up, and his peripherals, according to Sports Info Solutions, where they have a lot of cool stuff where they're looking at EPA and then breaking it down by teammate responsibility using their charting. So they have all this incredible charting information. When you kind of work through all of that, Freeman looked better last year than Rico Dowdle. Now, that doesn't mean that he was in a better position to score this season by virtue of the fact that he didn't make the team. It's very, very obvious in retrospect as well. But it reinforces the idea that when we're thinking about talent, which at some point in the season is likely to come into play and be meaningful in terms of how they evaluate this backfield, the big difference that we have for Dowdle versus Elliott and Cook is that he is younger and he has played well in camp, and that has been noticeable to people who have been watching. The flip side of that is that when you don't have any legitimate starting running back and you have names like an Ezekiel Elliott, someone who was brought in specifically to fill a role and a player that they've talked up. I mean, the Cowboys have come right out and said, this does not look like the old Ezekiel Elliott. He is slow. And then in the next breath, they're like, but he sets up his blockers better. He is incredible in the passing game. He does what we need when we have, I mean, like this team is going to be built around Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, and we feel more comfortable with Elliott being the guy who protects that and makes the passing game element work than Dowdle. I mean, that's problematic when you're thinking through how guys are going to get to the type of scoring level that matters, that's going to help you win leagues. In a start-sit format like this, it's crucial because you'd actually want to start a guy. You need to have the scoring profile there in order for that to ever make sense, even on a 0 RB type of team. You add a third name in a Dalvin Cook, who is similar to an Ezekiel Elliott and has been washed up more recently. At a certain point, it doesn't matter if guys are done. But Ezekiel Elliott has been done for longer than Cook has, if you're going to definitely say that Cook is done. The other thing that's kind of interesting is that Cook looked pretty spry in the postseason last year with the Baltimore Ravens, right?
This is the case I made, and I didn't want to color your point, but I said that we've known for longer that Zeke is done. It's been like 4 years of a lot of touches. And for Cook, this is why I mentioned in 2022 that he was good. He only had 82 touches last year. There was people were taking him in like the 9th round with when he signed with the Jets. Like he was going reasonably high in some formats because people were convinced that Breece wasn't healthy. The bet against Cook being Breece made it very easy to be out on Cook last year. I think I drafted him one time. I remember, and I hated it. And I did it in an underdog draft, and I was like, I hate that I have this one Cook share, and I didn't draft him again because somebody was making a good case about it, and I took him once, and I literally was like, I remember being like, I'm not going to do that again. Which I've written that into my content where, you know, that's something that I've noticed this year as well, where sometimes you just got to take a guy once to see how it feels, and then you decide that you're out on him. I think you've said it on the show as well, maybe, but I did that with Dalvin last year, and I was like, nope, don't believe that case at all. Now that I have him on my roster. But that's because the bet he was going up against was a superstar running back. And everything you're saying about Dowdle, and just the fact that they're willing to bring in anyone, whether that guy's bad or not, suggests that they are not as confident. Like our buddy Pat Crane wrote a really good piece recently about just needing to get a small amount of things right in a pro Dowdle way. And I actually really liked it. I've linked to it in the Substack because I love the argument and the logic and the thought process behind it. But I do think the signing of Dalvin Cook made it so that you have to get more things right with Dowdle now, because part of it before was he could just be not bad. He was going to play. But now when you add the third element, like you said, and just the fact that they were willing to add the third element speaks to something about their 26-year-old running back who's been a special teamser and all of those things. Because you can't make a pro Dowdle argument. All you can do is make anti-Cook and anti-Zeke arguments. But the fact that they brought someone in is a problem for that.
I mean, I would throw out the pro Dowdle point that he's probably pretty athletic. And that's going to potentially create a serious contrast with the other guys that they have. And so if you have that, and if you have people watching practices saying this guy looks like easily the best player, then I think that those two things for me move Dowdle into a range where, I mean, I have him basically about a half round below where he goes. And so I have a lot of drafts where I just barely miss getting him. I think he is kind of viable there. But one of the reasons that I said in the intro to the show that Royce Freeman was an objectively bad pick and a mistake, as opposed to being something where in retrospect I was wrong, is that one of the reasons that I have we have 0 Elliott, but not very much Dowdle, is that this is just such a unique situation, I think, where the Cowboys have said all offseason that they're going to bring somebody in. And I mean, they specifically named Miles Sanders as a back that they had a ton of interest in. Anytime that you have a team telling you that the guys that they currently have in camp are not the group that they're going to roll with for the season, you've got to factor that player in, at least to an extent. Now, there are all these types of situations where it seems obvious that something's going to happen. It seemed obvious that Perine was going to get cut and then sign with somewhere else. But the thing that we do run into from time to time with these types of elements is that what seems so obvious and is logical ends up not being done because the 32 NFL teams are run by people and people make weird decisions. And the reality of it is sometimes real life is more challenging to make some of those things work than, when you're trying to just shuffle things around on paper. So you can always approach it from the perspective of, even though Dallas is saying they're going to do such and such, it's going to be harder in real life. And until it happens, we want to certainly not factor it in 100%. But again, this is a team that said somebody else is coming. So in the article that just came out a few minutes ago, the 0 RB candidates countdown watch list, 9 guys to keep on speed dial. One of the things that I put in here, and again, it can be a little bit misleading. It's not something where I'm saying draft Dalvin Cook over Josh Jacobs. There's incredibly important context, but I have a little comparison here where I do sort of the blind comps where you have player A, player B, player C, and the peripherals in a lot of ways are very, very similar between Josh Jacobs, Dalvin Cook, and Ezekiel Elliott for last year. And then the interesting thing is that SIS has the Raiders with the number 8 run blocking grade last year, the Patriots with the number 13 run blocking grade, and the Jets with the number 25 run blocking grade. One of the things that jumps out to me is that of those 3 guys, Dalvin Cook had easily the highest bust percentage, but he also had the best boom percentage. In a lot of ways, it comes down to whether or not the Cowboys use Dalvin Cook, because you're going to have any of those backs who run for the Cowboys are going to get caught and stuffed at the line of scrimmage a lot. Ezekiel Elliott's actual stuff rate, which is a little bit different than the bust rate, was higher than Cook last season. Cook is the one guy out of that group who probably gives them some big plays. And that, for both reality and fantasy, is meaningful. So, those would be the elements that I'm looking through. But again, a key part of it for me is price. I want to get Dalvin Cook as an 18th, 19th, 20th round piece that we're cutting and putting somebody else in. And then if he has a good game, we're bidding back and we're adding him in free agency, not someone who's in that 8 to 12 round range where you're seriously thinking about him as part of your 0 RB build.
I did not realize, because you mentioned this just published, that he was a cover boy for this piece that you have now mentioned, the 0 RB candidates watch list, 9 running backs to keep on speed dial. Definitely go check that out. You can get more of Sean's thoughts written out over there on Dalvin Cook, but also on 8 other running backs to keep on speed dial. Some fun names as I'm scrolling through it. Obviously, I've not had a chance to read it yet. As you said, it just published. Should we do our dynasty cuts? Do you want to spin the wheel? What do you want to do for 20 minutes before?
Yeah, let's spin the wheel here.
All right, we're going to go to the wheel of names at least once. We might as well. I didn't get through all the teams this offseason, but I also thought it was kind of fun that it would leave some teams for next offseason. But whatever this lands on, Sean, we just remember some guys. So there you go. First name that comes to mind for the Carolina Panthers. If it's not Tim Biakabatuka, then who is it?
The first name that comes to mind?
Yeah, you gotta remember some old school, like in the early 2000s. Who were some Panthers that you had in fantasy?
Well, I was gonna ask if D'Angelo Williams was.
There you
go.
Enough. Yeah, that's a great one. He was incredible for the Panthers. A lot of our listeners and our viewers have no idea about D'Angelo Williams with the Panthers, along with Jonathan Stewart. They were awesome together. Didn't D'Angelo have a 20 touchdown season for them? He was like a huge hit one year, and then he ends up going to the Steelers later, and he has another huge season.
2000.
You know who's a running back? 2008.
20 touchdowns.
You know who's a running back for the Panthers that is in my fantasy Hall of Fame? Because he was one of the first names I picked up, and I learned kind of the zero RB late season upside story. And he did it for like 6 games, and he never did it at any other point in his whole career. Nick Goings. Remember that name?
I do. I didn't.
A little bit.
If you had told me that actually helped you in fantasy,
Nick Goings carried me to the championship on a Randy Moss team. It must have been 2004. I remember it was like the first year I made the championship and I lost. Yeah, I just went to his 2004 game log, and that was the year because I remember I lost in 2004 with a Randy Moss team to the guy who had rookie year Nate Burleson, and Burleson outscored Moss in the championship, and it broke me. But look at this stretch from week 11 on. 121 rushing yards, 3 TDs, 3 receptions, 100 rushing yards and 3 receptions, 122 in a touch with 6 catches, 108 in a touch, no catches that week in week 14, 61 in a touch with 3 catches, 127 and no touches with 4 catches. Huge. And like, this is, 645 rushing yards. And then you go back, because I've done this before, you go back to his whole career. He had like 1,400 in his whole career. He had 800 in that season and never had 200 in any other season of his career. He was running for 200 every 2 weeks during that stretch. Didn't do it the years after that. Didn't do it any of the years prior. 1,200 total yards that season, all concentrated late season. He was your zero RB king that year.
As we're talking about
Muhammad in the chat, Steve Smith, Jake Delhomme, that group. What were you going to say?
Muhammad was absolutely fantastic. We know Steve Smith. You did not want to go up and compete for a ball with him. He was going to catch it, and then he was going to fight you off, and then he was going to run another 70 yards for a touchdown. D'Angelo Williams had a weird 32-year-old season where he went for over 1,000 yards and got in there with 11 touchdowns, somehow taking over. There was the age 23 season for Le'Veon Bell. He didn't do anything, and it sandwiched a bunch of massive seasons for Bell. But yeah, D'Angelo had those 2 seasons, age 25, age 26, 1,600 yards from scrimmage, 1,300 yards from scrimmage. Then he was down for a long time, some injuries in there, but bounced back. 1,000-yard season at age 30 with the Panthers and age 32 with the Steelers. He was good for a long time.
Yeah. 32-year-old, 1,000-yard season. A good name to remember when people tell you that Raheem Mostert definitely can't do it at 32 years old this year. That D'Angelo Williams season, that's the thing. Like, people don't remember back in the day that we did see 30-plus-year-old backs do good things at times. I didn't realize that Pittsburgh season was at 32, but I think that's really interesting in the context of Mostert. It's where my mind went right away. Who else do we got? There's got to be more. Oh, Steven Davis is more than a guy, but I do like that. That's a good name. Deshaun Foster. We got some runners in Carolina. I'm trying to think of who their tight ends were. Obviously, Greg Olsen. They have some Jeremy Shockey. Wesley Walls. Is that a name? Am I making that up? Wesley Walls? I feel like was an early 2000s tight end for them. Yeah, 2003 he retired. He was a Carolina guy at the turn of the century. Caught 63 balls in 1999. That was the first year that I played fantasy. 12 touchdowns. He was already 33 at that time, but had a strong 1999 season.
Between 2002 and 2012, Steve Smith led the Panthers in receiving yards 10 times, only giving up that one season in there to Muhsin Muhammad, but it was a 1,400-yard receiving season for Muhammad.
See, I knew you'd love this game. You're like just studying all the stats now for the old Panthers.
Led the team in rushing yards in that 2004 season.
Oh, for sure. So this is what I like to go to this page on PFR. It's the top rushers and receivers. And this is showing what you just said here. This whole stretch is all Smith, except for the 1 year that was Muhammad. And Goings was the guy that year. We got Deshaun Foster in there. Stephen Davis is in here for 1 year. Tim Biakabatuka, who I mentioned, he was fantastic. Steve Berline, I haven't heard his name in a while. Got Chris Winkie and Rodney Peete in here with Delhomme. Obviously, Cam Newton all these years. Kelvin Benjamin, Devin Funchess. There's some fun, more recent names.
I don't know. Rocket Ismail, though.
Way back here, yeah. That's a fun one. There's Wesley Walls in 97.
And 1.
Yeah, Ismail.
Rocket had a very slow. Yeah, if you want, I mean, obviously the NFL has evolved and we do have different trends. Blair Andrews has a fantastic age arcs and breakout series up on the site. But Ben, Rocket did nothing until age 29. He went for 1,000 yards. And then age 30 with Dallas, he went for 1,207 touchdowns. So cool.
Oh. Should we make some cuts? Or do you want to spin the wheel again?
Yeah, let's spin it again. That was awesome.
All right. Let me share the wheel of names.
Chris Winkie.
That's a fun one. We got Ricky Prohl in there too. Brandon LaFell. See, I mean, we got some good ones. I just got Sean on that spin. The Buffalo Bills. I immediately thought of Lee Evans and Peerless Price as the early 2000s receiver tandem. Travis Henry. They had some good running backs back then. Willis McGahee. Obviously, early career Marshawn Lynch.
I would draft Lee Evans every year and try and play him. And he was a fantastic reality player who never scored enough fantasy points.
Yeah. Our guy, Nick Cosentino's here. He's part of the Go Bills team. He would remember some Bills. I need you to he also says there's an Ismail in the NFL now, which I did not know. But I need you to tell me some Bills, my guy. Some old Bills. Obviously, Thurman Thomas and all those guys. You can go back to Andre Reed and James Lofton. But we're mostly thinking in the last 20 to 25 years, Peerless Price comes up again. Robert Woods, Sammy Watkins, obviously. Jake Reed played for them. Longtime Viking. Bills with the other Steve Smith. Oh, Stevie Johnson. Remember Stevie Johnson? He was really fun for a while. They had that Steelers tight end at the end of his career. Jay Ramirsma, didn't he play for the Bills at the end of his career? Eric Moulds is a good one. Fred Jackson, Doug Flutie. You guys are doing very well. Those are good names.
Then it may be the case that a lot of people were not alive in 1989, but Thurman Thomas went on a 4-year run where he went 1,912, 1,813, 2,012, and 2,112.
Oh my God.
So
it was a different world back then, Sean.
Is it? Can we do a write-in on our next draft and just, since we got to cut him anyway, can we pick Thurman Thomas on the 20th? Because
my Lord,
that is a lot of points.
There used to be the curse of 370. If you don't believe that being a workhorse is a skill, go look at Thurman Thomas's career. That is the year after that stretch, Sean. He led the league with 400 plus touches for 1,700 yards. He lost a little efficiency, but guy would just tote the rock every single play if you needed him to.
Yeah, they're like, we gave it to him 355 times and then also told him to get out in the passing game because we're going to use 71 additional targets.
I don't know who Pete Metzlars is. I've heard that name before. Drew Bledsoe. We got Travis Henry. We had McGahee already. JP Lossman came up. You did miss the Panthers, Nick, but you can always throw them in the comments. We got Bills fans remember Ramir Smith. I wonder what he did. I don't remember him being that memorable. Fitzmagic. Oh, Josh Reed, they're saying. Don Beebe, apparently. Don Beebe played for the Cowboys against the Bills in the Super Bowl. CJ Spiller, Fred Jackson tandem. Sean, I gotta make.
Moltz was an every other year guy. He had a 1,309 season followed by a bust, a 1,305 season followed by a bust, a 1,299 and 10 season followed by a bust, and then a 1,005 season at age 30.
Charles Clay. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna make you make my picks for me real quick.
All right.
Because I've made the same picks every single time in the late rounds. We're in round 15 here. Oh, I already have Jawan Johnson starred here. We'll just take him. It's a pick. Oh man, Luke Musgrave was on the board. Whoops. We're gonna work fast here. 2, 6, 7, 2. It's an Achane anchor build with Mahomes and Lawrence. I took Roman Wilson. This is maybe the first time I've taken him, but I was doing it as a bring back because I have a double stack with Mahomes. I don't have a lot of Mahomes stuff, but I have a Mahomes double, so I took a Pittsburgh bring back. Probably need another receiver on this build because Hollywood's my 4 and Judy's my 5 and DeMario Douglas is my 6. What do you think? Or would you go running back?
Who are your 2 leading contenders?
The running back position and the wide receiver position.
I was making sure we have the multiple windows open to do the double drafts here in 5 minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Maybe Josh Reynolds, since you were so in on Tim Patrick. Maybe Jalen Hyatt. You're not in on Josh Reynolds. That's what that was. I think you got enough drafts with you to know you gotta
add some Jalen Hyatt anytime. Oh, Dalvin Cook is there for you.
Dalvin Cook as my 7th running back.
Oh, you've got the 6 runners, and you have Achane and Warren. You're probably set there.
I think it's an 8th. It's an 8th receiver. So let's do Hyatt. You like Hyatt? That's great.
You don't have any week 11 buys yet. It's your golden.
This is another 2, 6, 7, 2 that has a Bijan and Swift anchor. This is a Caleb Geno team. I decided to play both sides of the week 17. Probably was unintentional. These drafts have gotten really quirky lately. I did get Wandell on this team, so we're not going to do... I could do Jalen Naylor. Where are you at on Jalen Naylor? Do you think there's anything intriguing there?
I would need someone to make a very compelling upside case for him to get involved on that one. Is this another one where you have to take a wide receiver?
It is. I've taken some Treylon Burks on Jacksonville stacks. I don't have a Jacksonville piece here, so...
Well, you just made us take Samaje Perine really early, so I'm assuming that you're all over Juju now that Chiefs receiver in every draft, right?
No, only good players. I have Rashee Rice on this team. I have
How about some Chark? Does he do anything for you?
Yeah. I take some Chark. You're still into it? Oh, you were thinking correlation? Well, we'll never know.
No, I'm
There's
still
a
into
possibility that it did something correlation-wise. Doesn't? Oh, yeah, I don't know. So this one is still in the 14, 15 turn. Let's take a Samaje Perine because I only have 4 running backs. Easy. This is a Lamar Jackson. Geno's a value here. I have him starred because I have DK. All right, we're just going to do a Geno. I really like Geno. That was easy. This is a big eliminator pick here. Ooh, it's a turn as well. 16-17, big eliminator. The one where I accidentally took McCaffrey. I think this is more of a 0 RB format. I did end up taking Javonte and Brown. I'm pretty good at running back. I only have the 2 quarterbacks. I like to get 3 in this format. Ooh, Perine made it back to the 16-17 turn. Going to take him again. We're going to go 6 running backs. I'm not waiting for your help, which I should be. But I only have 1 tight end. I can't do Juwan because of the Week 12 bye. So you get to pick my tight end unless I just take the Week 12 bye issue. I wouldn't be the end of the world.
Sanders and Johnson are both interesting there. Is this 16-17? 15-16.
Yeah. This is 1701.
Oh, 1701. Yeah.
Oh, I could take I had Shipley in the queue too, but I probably also need an 8th receiver. I got Gabe at a discount stacked with Lawrence. The rest of it is the receivers are pretty good.
I think you're set at receiver. I would take other positions.
A 3rd QB and a tight end is how I close this. Maybe I should take the 3rd QB now. Maybe I should just throw Justin Fields on here for some QB upside. Do I have a stackable QB? Oh, I have Nabers. I could do Daniel Jones.
Boom.
Yeah, let's do Daniel Jones, and then we'll leave some. I'm going to put Jatavian Sanders at the top of the queue because I did like that take. If he comes back. BBM 3572. Already got my 3 QBs in this one. 5 running backs, 7 receivers. I've been taking some more Mims again, Sean. He's really cheap, and that's another one that things broke right and people aren't really responding on. Like a small change. He's still not like a great pick, and we've already drafted too much.
Still a huge range of outcomes, but things did break right. Ben, we are 2 minutes away. Okay. I'm going to jump away from you real quick.
Sean's going to the bathroom, which I need to do as well. But you know what? Fair enough. I have Tim Patrick and Khalif Raymond in the queue here because this is a Jared Goff, Amon-Ra stack. I have not taken Patrick yet. I do like to take some Raymond, but Patrick's going to be sort of lower owned, and I think might wind up fitting that Josh Reynolds role that they've talked about, like not necessarily wanting Raymond to play. Now, Raymond's going to run routes, and he's super efficient, and I actually do like him as a Detroit tack on. But I'm going to make this one a Tim Patrick pick because I haven't done it yet. One final pick here before these drafts start. I've done nothing to prepare my stream. 2582. It's a 0 RB build that only has 5 running backs. Simple. We need to get another running back. It's going to be Will Shipley. That's straightforward. We are caught up on the slows. Boom. All right. Now we have 2 drafts that are about to start at 1 p.m. I just got on the clock in another slow draft. That's how quick it happens. Right when I think I'm out, they pull me back in. Let's see. I don't even know what our draft slots are. But I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go draft board, and I'm going to go pull that on stage. That's not the draft board. Stop that. Present this draft board. This is a pick 5 that we have here, Sean. Do you have... Oh, these guys are cruising. So I opened up the one that's page 197 slaps. Do you have the other one open?
We have the 103 with Remember the Spicy Candy. But we are going to be up on 105 first. Is this a Bijan Robinson team?
This is a Bijan team. I'm just going to click that through because we also have the 103. I guess that could also be a Bijan team theoretically. Do you want to share your screen on the 103 one?
Yes, I will.
So we snap up Bijan there. So you're sharing the queue and everything. Do you want to share the other tab?
I'm going to pull up the draft board and switch to that. There we go.
There it is. We are at the 103 on this team. It starts McCaffrey, Lamb. Sean, I mean, I'm open. We've already got a Bijan main, and we just did a Bijan Fantasy Pro. Should we build a Breece team? Should we build a... All right,
Breece
let's build a Breece team. We're going to go 2 anchored running backs at the same time. It'll help keep us structurally grounded.
But you know, one of the things I realized just a second ago that I'm very fired up about, that because we lost the stagger, we're going to actually have 3 drafts going in an hour.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we're going to be so at the 2 Eastern, 11 o'clock our time, we're going to start another draft. So we'll be doing a triple header here soon enough. Sean, I do need to run to the bathroom before we get too far into all of this. I think that's probably where you just went. Why don't you talk to the audience a little bit?
So while Ben is gone there and we have a little bit of free time, as we won't be up for a little bit here, I had wanted to mention that Kevin, who drafted with us in the last draft, has a bunch of fantastic home league articles up. Blair Andrews has a variety of series on running backs, wide receivers, how to get those breakouts, but also has a series on this Fantasy Pros contest. The Fantasy Pros contest is your easiest way to win $1 million in fantasy football this season. Obviously, lots of drafts going on throughout today and the weekend. We love for you guys to jump in a draft with us. I think that the only draft... it appears that all of our drafts have filled now for today. But you still get into many other additional drafts this afternoon, this evening, and this weekend. For those of you who are subscribed to Ceiling Signals, I wanted to make it a little bit less expensive if you want to add a second subscription. So we currently have our Labor Day special going on. The site is discounted a little bit, but in addition to that, you get $10 off using the coupon code BANANAS, Ben, making that as easy to understand, or not understand. There's not too much to understand about bananas. Remember, as possible. I've been encouraging everyone to jump in, play the Fantasy Pros contest here at the FFPC, win the $1 million. Ben, I have fun news. All of our drafts for today have filled.
I did hear that. Yeah, I had the headphones in. Heard you serenading our audience while I was hitting the head. So that is exciting. I was like, oh, nice. We have a third draft that we will be adding in an hour. We have 2 that just started. We'll have a fourth probably after these 2 end, but then we'll have 2 going. That one will start at 3 Eastern? Will be our 5th of the day. Sean, in the last draft, I was keeping my ranks updated. What I'm not going to be able to do is keep a ranking sheet updated for both of these drafts, I don't think. So
I was hoping that you would have different colors for the 2 drafts.
Oh.
And then load us up with a third color for draft 3. Then I can just sit back and hit the buttons when the player comes up.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's not how that's going to go. I'm just going to get started on one of these drafts, and then we'll see if I can get the other one going. Oh, I was also going to tweet before we get going too far that, this is
Then some interesting developments here. We do have Jamar Chase slide to the 110. We passed on him in the first draft today for Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson's going to make it to the 111 in that. Remember the spicy candy draft where we started with Breece Hall. In our Bijan Robinson draft, Garrett Wilson went the very next, to JGFC, number 6. So that is going to be one to keep an eye on. That will be fun throughout the draft there today. Jonathan Taylor at 11, Jonathan Taylor at 8. I don't know what to make of him. I love Jonathan Taylor. I love the long scoring ability. I've kept him relatively high in my rankings. I do think there are contextual elements that kind of cut in both directions with him. And for a back being drafted at these prices, I think the non-injury range of outcomes are incredibly wide. I'm hoping, even though I don't have a lot, that he will be back in that top 5 discussion next year. That would be the best for reality football and having a fun season. But he does go in both of these first rounds. Trey McBride goes at the 205, I believe, coming back. We will not get him. And Jahmyr Gibbs does get snapped up there, one pick ahead of us.
Gibbs almost made it all the way back.
That would have been a really fun running back start.
You have it as Drake London here, or do we just do a Bijan Kincaid?
We can definitely do that. Are we going to have 100% Kincaid today?
We don't have to do that. We could do like Achane here, would be kind of fun. No, we already have Bijan. Sorry. We started with a running back. Olave matches his bye, but Olave is another. You could do London and just go straight Atlanta.
No, we're gonna go Dalton Kincaid. We're gonna lean into that. We're gonna put multiple teams into that final 50. Ben, do you know off the top of your head how many teams will be in the race on the Fantasy Pro side? I do not. It'll be a lot. It will be extremely fun to see how that portion of the contest. We get Laporta McBride at the 201 and the 202 back here on Spicy Candy.
Yeah, I want to point out, Sean, this is working out pretty great where one room is moving quickly and the other room is moving incredibly slow. And I kind of love that. I mean, we might end up hating that, but I think it's going to help us delineate the two drafts.
This one's going to be done, and the other one's going to be in round 9.
Right. This one is flying. It's already at the turn here, at the 2-3 turn, and the one that you are tracking, we did get a couple picks there in a row where it's starting to come back towards us, but we're going to make our 3rd round pick before we make our 2nd. Whoops. People are like, Ben, quit clicking around so much. Sorry. I am getting into the zone. Going to need some coffee here in a minute. I'm going to have to leave you again when we get a moment because I'm trying to keep both lists going, Sean. I'm going to share with you another list. It's not going to actually work, but I'm going to try. This is going to be, remember the Spicy Candy list. I'm more focused on this fast-moving league because the slow-moving league is moving slow. But as of right now, I do have both basically caught up. If you were to ask
Kyren Williams goes there at 302, Travis Etienne 303. I would have made a little bit of a pitch to you to take Williams if he had come back to the 305. Do a little bit of a unique running back, tight end. How are we going to find our receivers type of team? It's probably not as interesting.
Oh, Olave does go there.
Gone.
So Malik Nabers here, I think.
Yeah. This is our shot to get him. We add him onto that roster. We have the extreme
We just
upside.
took Nico. He would be the other one. And then over here, we're up. And London made it all the way back. If you want to do London with Breece, we didn't do London with Bijan. I'd be open to that. Or we could do another Kincaid.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and grab Drake London there. That will allow us to create some exposure to various Atlanta paths. We have Bijan. We have Drake London In the other one, Ben, I know that we are drafting a decent amount of Kyle Pitts. Someone will have to keep in mind if we get walled off or just have other selections we want to make at quarterback, is that for all of this to work, Kirk Cousins is going to have a good season. He is someone, I would argue, his valuation probably doesn't make a lot of sense. It's still a difficult click when you're trying to figure out how to win the whole thing, I think. But Kirk Cousins, a good QB selection late. At the next couple of picks, we do get... so we have Pacheco goes at 211. You had just mentioned recently that you don't believe drafters are effectively reacting to that news. His ADP over the last couple of days is the 303. We get him even earlier than that here. And keeping going quickly on the page 197 slaps draft, Debo, Pacheco, Devonta Adams, Mark Andrews, and Josh Jacobs quickly off the board. We now have most of that sort of back third covered at tight end. That's certainly the way in these Fantasy Pros drafts that you can overcome having a pick in the back half or the back third. You don't get a chance to select one of the true stars, but you are in a lot better position tactically for the tight end picks. Anybody who's going to be making a lot of selections, drafting a lot of teams in this format over the next several days, and you get stuck with a draft slot that you don't like as much, make sure you are taking advantage of that tight end play to level the playing field for yourself in this tight end premium format, where those guys not only are so valuable, giving you that extra field tilting player in your starting lineup, but where tight ends are also flex viable.
We are on deck here. We started Breece London. Kincaid does go at the turn. We've taken him in both of our drafts so far. Pitts is an option, but we just took London. And we, on the other team, we have a Bijan, Kincaid, Nabers start. I'd be open to doing a longer term, like a later tight end play here as well.
We should have an opportunity coming back at the 4-5. That is sort of the disappointing thing about taking London, is that if we hadn't taken him, Pitts would be my preferred pick here. He is going slightly after Andrews and Evan Ingram. But this is a chance to get Cooper Kupp. It's a chance to add some more Nabers.
I was thinking Kupp. Nabers I'm very fine with. I'm also fine with just doing Pitts with London, but that is, I think they're kind of either or more than both. It takes away some of the upside paths for each of them, which is that they become the star. Okay, so we do go Kupp there. We have Nabers in the other one actively happening. That one is coming around the turn in the 4th. I had already crossed off Kupp, Sean. I felt like that was going to be our landing spot. So I like that that's where you landed when I kicked it to you. So a Breece, London, Kupp start, and a Bijan, Kincaid, Nabers start. Couple of fun ones as we get going. Pitts comes all the way back to 405 in this build. I already forgot. I just made my first mistake. I'm trying to figure out if I've made other mistakes. I'm trying to cross names off of 2 identical draft lists because I do really like to do that. I've written that in the newsletter before, that I have my one pager basically, and I cross off names as I go. I can, just do it on one of the readers said Alt-Shift-5 gives you the strike through on Google Docs. So that's what I'm doing, crossing off names with Alt-Shift-5 over here. We are up. Diggs goes but Rashee Rice doesn't go. That is the name for me that's a tier ahead of Diggs. Usually Diggs falls, and he feels like the highest guy. Are you with me that it's Rashee Rice here?
Yeah, got to be Rice. It does seem like, I don't know, Ben. I'm back to kind of thinking he's going to get a suspension. But in managed, you can weather that as long as it's not 15, 16, 17. He is an absolute slam dunk at this price and lets us build out this team where you have that foundation running back to go Bijan and Kincaid and then come back with Nabers and Rice, the big upside there. I don't know that there have been a lot of receivers who have gone so far where you couldn't make a pretty convincing upside case for them, but Nabers and Rice are definitely two players where they're in the mix to be in the 2025 first round. That's one of the things that we're emphasizing as we're building these teams today.
Yeah, that is a great point. We did that recent episode talking through the 2025 first and second. In this other draft, it is heading towards the 3-4 turn. Still just a Breece, London, Kupp start. That's a nice start. I like that start. It's nice to get a London share. I don't think we've done a lot of that, in part because we're taking Bijan a lot. So I think the Breece London thing makes a lot of sense. If Breece is definitely the answer over Bijan, maybe it's in part because London and the passing game is the answer to the Atlanta question. We did not go tight end in this one. Pitts makes it all the way back to the turn there, which is interesting. The other one is starting to slow down just a little here at the 4-5 turn where we started Bijan, Kincaid, Nabers, Rice. That's a fun start. Josh Allen goes to the turn. He could have, I mean, we're mostly playing everything late round, but he could have feasibly been with the Kincaid pick in the discussion. Hurts goes, so the QBs are coming off. That is fine by us in most cases. We're just waiting to take more CJ Stroud shares.
But in this other one, Rashee Rice goes 3-11. Yeah, you said late round QB. I'm like, I don't know how late round. Yeah. The 100% CJ Stroud is still feeling very in the mix there. We're going to have potentially some very interesting choices with this 5-0-5. Jalen Hurts goes at the 3-12. And remember the spicy candy to a team that is now Saquon, Laporta, Hurts, Waddle. You get a foundation pick at all four positions there. At the 12 spot, I might have drafted a different running back. But Ben, one of the things that is sort of fertile ground for discussion currently, Tank Dell goes, that was an interesting one. So, Ben, we've come back here. Kenneth Walker is available. Is there any temptation for you to actually take that pick and try and get two of the top, say, 7 running backs and then lean into some of the receivers that we kind of like in that almost purgatory type of range?
There's not only a temptation. I think he's a clear pick. I think we want to do it. I think we need to actively do it. So we take Kenneth Walker at 505. Been seeing him a lot in the 4th. We've talked about him a couple times, been wanting to get him, have not gotten an opportunity to get him. I was just looking at this screen and wondering if he might come back to 410, and I might suggest him to you on the Breece Hall team at the 410. If we don't have a tight end option that, okay, well, 2 running backs might be viable there. When you said he was available on this team in the 5th, that caught me off guard a little. I looked at that list again, and I was like, oh, yeah. 5 running backs on my list behind him have already gone, but he's available. 5 running backs behind what I call a big tier break. Walker ahead of that big tier break. So, yeah, I like Walker after Kamara and after Rachaad White.
So double foundation is the theme of the day. Running back. I mean, Kenneth Walker should probably be going in round 2. So the thing I was going to mention with the Saquon Barkley, and Barkley goes in the middle of round 2 in this other draft, Ben, things that you are terrified of in 2024. One of the pieces I might write next week, might not, but how we approach week one, what we want to be worried about, how we think through it. One of the things I want to mention to RotoViz subs is that you want to relax. And if you've drafted a team that is focused on dominating the buys, dominating week 7 through week 17, don't go into week 1 and get freaked out by Rachaad White, Josh Jacobs, those guys scoring points, because you knew that was going to happen. You built your team that way. You have to be patient. But certainly if Saquon Barkley has 200 yards in week 1, he'll be a better value than I currently think he is. So Kenneth Walker does come back to the 410. The other names ahead of him are not particularly interesting. Are there receiver names behind him?
Well, I think with no tight end, we could talk about Kittle here. Diggs is another option who does come back here and sometimes swings around. So if it was a Kittle-Diggs turn where Walker went, I'd be okay with that. There's a tight end on the turn already. There's 2 running backs in the 2-hole. I don't know who's more likely to swing around, but Walker and Kittle both are, good detours. What do you think?
Yeah, let's go with a second Walker share.
I like it.
And see what we get. We do have, not that you can't have a second tight end go to a team. That has been very popular in a lot of the drafts I've been in. It was popular in our previous draft. We already have 2 drafters in the one that's moving more quickly who have taken 2 tight ends. We have a Trey McBride, Kyle Pitts team and a Travis Kelce, Evan Ingram team. Yeah, I am both optimistic and hopeful I'm very much rooting for it to happen perspective that we will get a tight end that we like at the 503 after we've made that Walker selection. Ben Xavier,
so when you say a tight end that we like, you're saying you hope that Kittle goes so that you can convince me that Brock Bowers at 503 is the pick.
No, I mean, I hope Kittle comes back through. I think that's a little bit less likely. But when you have a player in Brock Bowers who's going to outscore George Kittle, it
makes it easier to try to send Kittle. Yeah, makes it easier. That is logical.
We haven't plucked Xavier Worthy yet. We weren't really in the mix for him.
And Sean, I hate to
7 slaps because
inform you that Bowers did go at the 5-6 turn in the other one, and we don't get Bowers all the way back to us in that one. So there could be an issue here where both of the drafts concurrently, we wouldn't take Bowers in, and I don't know if that satisfies our Bowers quota.
No,
we also didn't take him in the first draft.
No,
You're getting itchy.
Yeah. We'll go Bowers over Kittle here at the 503, depending on what we see. Josh Allen at 412. What do you think about in terms of week 1 fears? Do you have any nervousness about Barkley, or at his price, you're like, whatever he does, fully priced it?
Why are we talking about Saquon Barkley?
Don't worry about it. We're 1 pick away. George Kittle, come on, get there. This team does not have a tight end. They have to take Kittle.
Saquon Barkley's like we try to talk about all the players. We try to intentionally do shows that are players that we don't usually talk about because we do sometimes just focus on our guys. But of all the guys that we don't need to talk about, we've both been very clear from the beginning that Barkley is not really on our boards for 2024.
Well, right, but I'm saying, as you think ahead to week 1, are there takes that you have where you are nervous that we're going to get information
for sure
that those are going to be wrong and it's going to hurt our teams, and then by extension subscriber teams? So nervous for week 1, but the main thing here is Lamar Jackson goes, Kittle is back to us, the Kenneth Walker risk paid off. So now I'm in the position where I can try and encourage you to go Bowers over that.
Do you want to go Bowers over Kittle? All right. He clicked Kittle. For the audio listeners, as that happened, he clicked Kittle's name. We are on the clock, Sean, in the other one where we only have 2 receivers, and my guy Deonte Johnson came all the way back to 608. JSN's off the board. Is this a situation where you would take Deonte?
Yeah, the other interesting pick, I think, I do have Njoku as significantly undervalued, and he came back to us there. But no, this is a great spot, I think, for Deonte.
We could also do like an Adunze pick. I don't think we have to. Where is that audio coming from? Is that your audio? I'm hearing that like 15 seconds left. Okay. Sorry. We get Deonte there. I guess I just needed a filibuster enough to get you to take him. I successfully did it there. As our wide receiver 3 with Nabers as our wide receiver 1, and Rashee Rice, who you just mentioned, might also get suspended as our wide receiver 2. I think the last guy who you can very easily make a 150 target case for, well, I guess Keenan Allen's still out there too, and I think you can make one for him as well now that he's fallen so much, but very, very easy to make a volume-based Deonte Johnson case. He's our generation's Jarvis Landry, who you loved back in the day. I know you're not quite as excited about him as I am, but we just got him. He is on our team, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, there are many more drafts today, Ben, so
you can make sure not to get him next time. Do you have... Are the listeners able to hear the lady saying 15 seconds left? Am I hearing it from
I'm not getting that. I think it must be in your draft room.
In my head. I truly don't know. I thought I turned the... Is the audio on in this? It's usually just the draft room, but I'm wondering if the draft board audio, where do I have it open? I don't think I have it open anywhere. Anyway,
do you have it on? So we have it turned off on the one that we're sharing, but do you have that room open separately somewhere that it's on?
That's what I'm looking, and I don't see any tabs that have...
So I was going to make a Jayden Reed push. He does go. You're saved for that for one more draft.
That's all right. We can take some Jayden Reed for sure. I have told you that while I don't necessarily agree on the take, I'm very comfortable drafting him. He's a year 2 guy, and I trust you on these types of breakouts. I just don't have him ranked quite as high as you, but Sean, neither of the Bears went since our Deonte pick.
No, they're both there. One of them is going to, well, I say definitely. One of them is going to make it to us.
It does feel that way.
And you have both of those guys so far above the next receiver that I have as draftable. It's nice that they'll be there because they are ahead of this. Well, you have a big tier break, but also just from an ADP perspective, there's the really soft part of the receiving area that's still pre-cliff, but you have kind of a no-fly zone there. Adunze does go one pick ahead of us. Keenan Allen is available, and he would appear to be the selection.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really love pairing Deonte with Keenan Allen, but I don't think there's really any way you can get away with not taking Keenan Allen at 705 just because people think he's fat now. Right?
The other pick that I really do like there is Javonte Williams, but on a team where we've already selected 2 running backs, I don't think that it's probably necessary.
That would have been the other pick. That I mean, you could have talked me into that. I got him ranked aggressively as well. But like you said, with the 2 running backs, it's a receiver pick before a big cliff. I mean, I'm a little bummed that Dunze went because getting Deonte, I wanted to get the rookie on the other side of that, right? Like you want to get the different types of profiles. I do really love that we have Nabers on this team now. If we get Deonte and Keenan back to back at 6'7", Nabers Rice, a year one and a year two as your top two guys, like it actually winds up being a really fun team.
Yeah, you get some good layering balance because you have that breakout tight end play that we've made as well.
Yeah, exactly. It becomes the sort of the inverted of the way that it usually layers, but that's really fun. In the other draft, we're still at the 5-6 turn. So the one that I'm talking about being really fun, we just made our 7th pick. We have Bijan Robinson, Dalton Kincaid, Malik Nabers, Rashee Rice, Kenneth Walker, and then we got Deonte Johnson and Keenan Allen. So Nabers, Rice, Deonte, and Allen. You mentioned the Bijan Walker build. We get Kincaid in there. Very, very fun start. In the other draft, only 5 picks so far, but Breece Hall, Drake London, Cooper Kupp, Kenneth Walker, Kittle. So again, a 2 running back build with Walker. The early receivers are a little different on this one. They're more established players certainly with Kupp and London. Kittle instead of Kincaid at tight end, still probably looking in that 6-7 range at receiver. JSN goes fairly early there. I don't know that we'll get, Deonte Johnson all the way back there in this draft. We might get Keenan Allen again, but we'll be looking at probably different receivers, potentially Jayden Reed, who you mentioned. Zay Flowers goes all the way at 603 in this room after JSN. Very surprising to me there.
Yeah, that is a bit of an upset. He has a ADP of about 508. Johnson over the past couple of days, Ben, is at 611, so he could come back for us. We took JSN early on our first draft, and then he's gone early in both of these drafts that we are participating in. So JSN not making it anywhere close to ADP.
Thank you. By the way, I heard the lady again say that I was on the clock for the Keenan Allen pick, and I found the tab. Oh my God, I found the tab. Thank the Lord. All right, we got a second here. I'm going to run and grab some iced coffee real quick. See you, Sean.
So as we head through these 2 drafts, and it is a good time for Ben to jump out because I am going to need him when we, in about 25 minutes, are doing 3 drafts at the same time. Brian Thomas goes at the 7-10. We are 4 picks away here in round 6. James Conner comes off the board. We have a team that may be using their queue or may not be here, which would obviously be disappointing for them and sort of for how the draft works, because they now have Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Alvin Kamara, and James Conner to go with Mike Evans. They are taking the positional values there. The rest of the draft is going to be put on or under a little bit of pressure at running back if that's the way that is going to work. But we are set because we have the 2 early runners ourselves. Deonte Johnson does not come back. He goes in the middle of 6. Christian Kirk goes. Ramondre Stevenson goes. We are on the clock, and we are looking at Keenan Allen, Jayden Reed, Rome Odunze, probably as the top options. Brian Thomas available as well.
We got a fun discussion at that point because I'm sure you want Reed first, right?
Oh, the other thing that has happened here is that Brock Bowers is still available.
Oh, let's just take Brock Bowers. Okay. Sounds like you're never going to have to tell me that twice. I thought about that at the 5-6 turn. After we passed on him at 503, I was like, well, maybe we won't actually have to not draft him. He would be fun to pair with Kittle. That's fantastic, Brock Bowers value at 6'10". I would have loved to take either Reed or Odunze. I would have leaned Odunze. I think you would have leaned Reed. There's only been 3 receivers here at the turn. We're probably going to lose both, and then that's just going to be the way that that's going to go. But I am not too worried about that when Brock Bowers comes all the way back. Pretty exciting outcome to get both of them. Chris Godwin was a little bit of cover that I saw there on the list. He does go. I'm still trying to catch up on this list. The quicker moving draft, we're about 5 picks away. Some running backs going off in the 7-8 turn. That's certainly going to be, sort of the pocket that we're going to be looking at, or maybe we'll be looking at a tight end or something, or a QB. But like you mentioned, the wide receiver gets a little bit weaker after the Keenan pick that we made there. We might be looking at receiver too in that spot. This is the slower moving draft, and it is stuck at the 6-7 turn. So I'm going to go back and start catching up here. Keon Coleman goes. Christian Watson goes. Brian Thomas were the wide receivers. Jonathan Brooks. Raheem Mostert. Brian Robinson. And Najee were the running backs that I missed. All right, I think I'm caught up on both lists.
And Ben, I like the way both of these drafts are working. Getting that great value at 505 for Walker means that we don't have any pressure there at the position. And a lot of the names that normally go in mid-8 to the end of 8 at running back that we like went at the end of round 7. So
the chat has realized that as a Dunze goes, we're hoping for Jayden Reed to come back, but if he happens to go in this pick, Sean, we are going to be doubling up on Fat Keenan, as John O'Reilly says.
There you go.
John O'Reilly. We are on the clock in this one. Okay. That came quick here in round 8. Tyjae Spears goes off. John, I think I have Jaylen Warren as the top running back, unless you have somebody else in the queue. I can't see the queue, so you'll have to.
Yeah, well, Ladd McConkey would be a little bit of an interesting pick here.
Sure.
We do have still a couple of receivers that I like. We have that early tight end protection. We're probably not looking at a quarterback, although.
Okay, we're on the clock in both. You can take Jayden Reed in the other if you want. Oh, we only have 15 seconds in this one.
I think Jaylen Warren is a. Let's go Jaylen Warren there.
Okay. I mean, I could go other running back ways on the way back, but yeah, I wasn't really thinking we already had 2 running backs, but and Ladd goes right after that. I kind of that was our first little doing 2 drafts at once made that difficult moment. Jayden Reed over to Keenan Allen.
Yeah, let's go that route.
Okay.
Talk about things that we're nervous about in week 1. I can't, for the life of me, I just simply cannot imagine someone who is as good before and after the catch as Jayden Reed was as a rookie, that he would not be that involved in the week 1 game plan. If he's not involved, I'm going to be devastated.
Who's that?
Jayden Reed.
Jayden Reed. No, he's going to be very involved. It's just the concern of, whether his routes will really hit a huge peak, or if they'll stick at the 70% of dropbacks range, and they'll be using a lot of Watson and Dobbs and moving Wicks in. And then, if any of those guys really breaks out, do they, because they're an outside wide receiver, have a better shot at going 95% routes? Obviously, that's something we've discussed about Reed all offseason, but just for anyone who's catching up and what Sean's referencing, he's going to be a part of the game plan. But the fear of the anti-Reed position, which I'm not fully into either. I'm not out on Reed by any means. I have him, I think, reasonably ranked. I've debated this big tier break that I have him behind. Maybe I should have him ahead. But certainly, I have Calvin Ridley multiple tiers lower and listed as a fade, another guy who goes in that range. It's a totally different thing from how I do my rankings. If you're following my rankings, you'll get Reed sometimes. But anyway, the concern is that in the postseason and late, but he was a little hurt, you've mentioned as well, Sean, but that, because he's a slot guy and they got healthier, Dobbs was the guy that ran the most routes. And I've heard a lot of people say that about Dobbs, that he's the heavy favorite to run the most routes this year, which is probably accurate. But also has not really shown the type of per route upside that any of the other guys have shown through his 2 years. And so then you get to this question of, well, if Christian Watson takes a big step forward, or Dontavian Wicks especially, or Jayden Reed, like what ends up happening? What do they do? Who do they need to be featuring? That's the way you usually think about it, Sean, this anti-fragile element of like the cream usually rises to the top. And I think that's sort of been your take on Reed, is that he's the best player there.
And I think there's potentially a little bit of a calibration element where last season, according to the numbers I have here with SIS, Dobbs was 100 routes ahead of Reed, and Reed outscored him by 40 fantasy points. Right. So, and again, I mean, Reed is more expensive than Dobbs. So that's an important point to keep in mind as well. But the idea for me, when you're talking about round 7, we're talking about 703 behind guys like, Chris Godwin and Christian Kirk, behind someone who maybe is a little bit more fragile in terms of target competition and maybe has terrible quarterback play in Amari Cooper. If Reed is in a similar position to last year, he ends up being fantastic again. But if that actually shifts, then everything at this price is skewed to the upside for you with Jayden Reed.
I love that note that even at 100 fewer routes, he outscored him by 40. Like, that's all you really need to know. Like, it's already being factored in, right? We're back up in round 9 in the faster moving build. We're 17 minutes away, Sean, from adding a third draft.
I love it. I'm fired up.
So we got both Hollywood and Addison in the first draft, right? Oh, Hollywood went here. So Addison, Jameson, Williams, what are you thinking?
I kind of like to play the massive upside scenario for Jameson Williams.
Okay.
I think that you can make an argument. You probably end up losing the argument, but you can make an argument that Jameson Williams is just as, if not more exciting in redraft. In best ball, you're playing some of these correlations. You're playing for the idea of spike weeks. You have to pay for those spike weeks. Depending, I mean, he's a fantastic pick in best ball. There's no like selling against him in best ball. But if he hits this season, if he emerges, and one of the things that is a little bit interesting about Detroit is that we tend to focus so much on the fact that they have the 2 stud running backs, especially a superstar in Jahmyr Gibbs. They have, maybe now the best tight end in the NFL in Sam Laporta, and they have this just incredible underneath slot threat, target hog, run after the catch superstar in Amon-Ra St. Brown. But their depth chart at receiver after that is actually fairly weak. And it lends itself to Jameson having a very high number of routes. And if that happens, then, which is again what they are projecting, I mean, he would have to be terrible this season to not play a ton. And when he's out there, you think about the per touch dynamism he's already exhibited. It doesn't have to be a spike week type of play with Jameson Williams. He could just be a star in this offense.
It's a great point. 4 running backs come off immediately after that. We already have 3 in this room. It's weird to be in this running back range and be like, we need to not be drafting running backs. Whatever we do, like, we have too many running backs.
The thing, Ben, that I'm kind of hoping for is that no one doubles up at QB, because there are 3. Well, I say that Dak Prescott went just. I was trying to picked. There are 2 QBs. What we're really looking for now is
let's not talk about the QBs. Right after the Jameson pick, I made a little bit of a face for anyone who picked that up. It's because I hadn't caught the list up entirely, but I realized that there's another position there that we usually have CJ Stroud in, but we have not quite filled yet.
You don't know what to do in your non-CJ Stroud teams?
Right. It's confused some things.
Okay.
In this draft, hilariously, Keenan Allen, I would like to point out, fell. I'd also like to point out he went 7-11. Fat Keenan at 7-11.
We have a lot of fun things going on right here where we have a pure 0 RB team that has also not a quarterback through 8 rounds. And then, Ben, I mentioned while you were grabbing the coffee that we have a team that may be getting auto-picked that only has 1 wide receiver through 8 rounds.
That team's bad. Your guy Jordan Love went. I was hoping, because you've been wanting to get him. I was hoping, and so Jayden Daniels does go. That's, I think, the pick we should have done over Jameson in hindsight. I don't like need to pound the table for that or anything, but just based on the way that these wide receivers sometimes slide, especially Addison seems to. I don't want to mention him too much either, but I made a little face because, I mean, Jameson was a good pick, and you made a really strong case, but on this particular roster, getting an unstacked Daniels there would have been perfectly.
Yeah, no, that would have been very fun. We did get, again, maybe I shouldn't say this. We did get a team that has not taken a QB. So there's a potential, if we don't have anyone make a mistake and unnecessarily take a second QB and redraft, we might still be okay there. We are 3 picks away.
Well, your other guy in that draft is probably Love. I want Caleb Williams for the Keenan stack. Well, I mean, we could go Love, but I wanted Love on this team with Reed because I like the little. I mean, the stacks aren't hyper important, but I did want the little Love Reed stack there. Anyway, we are 3 picks away on this roster. And so Love goes a lot higher in the one that is moving slower. At 8:03, he's off, and the other one's at 10:03, and he's still on. Jonathan Brooks goes off there. This is a team that's still only 2 running backs. It's 2 tight ends, 3 receivers. We're just getting back to the 8th round. This one feels barely built out compared to our other one. Breece Hall, Drake London, Cooper Kupp, Kenneth Walker, George Kittle, Brock Bowers, and Jayden Reed. We do get back on the clock 84 years later in round 8. I mean, I don't want to suggest Hollywood Brown in every single draft, Sean. DeAndre Hopkins is still available. He's going to probably play in the early part of the season, actually. They didn't keep a ton of wide receivers there, and I thought that was pretty bullish when I went through my look at each roster's final cuts. I'm going to pull it up, but I think they only kept 5 guys. No, they did keep 6. But Hopkins wasn't put on PUP or IR or anything like that. So, I mean, I don't think we have to. Are you willing to take
another running back here? Because Chase Brown and Jaylen Warren are both very interesting.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking of that, but I'm definitely. Did I miss? Yeah, I missed both James Conner and Aaron Jones, who went rounds ago. So Chase Brown was, my top available runner there. I like that.
We are now on the clock. Jordan Love did come back. You mentioned that you have a preference for Caleb Williams, in which case we could pass them through if you have another player.
No, I think at this price, I mean, I was saying that because of the stack, and I have Caleb as like more of a clear target to me than Love, but even being a lot lower than you on Love, I have Love ranked higher than Caleb by 1 spot, and I know you're really high on Love. So let's just get you a share of Love.
Okay. So we get Jordan Love. I do think, and I don't think it's, especially in redraft, I don't think it's problematic to get him without those receivers. There's a possibility that we could add somebody, but you think about how it would potentially work, even during the race where it's very spread among the players. I mean, I've made the case that I think Jayden Reed could separate and be an absolute star.
And he's the way that
Jordan Love is
offense
just going to score a ton of points.
Right. He's going to score a ton of points. And in that offense and the way he works and the way that LaFleur does things, I mean, he's a pass TD play to some degree where, yes, I mean, if he throws multiple TDs to the same guy, you want him. But you could, like you said, the spread around idea is fairly straightforward to me, where it's like he throws 4 touchdowns to 4 different players. That's not even hard to imagine. If he throws one to a tight end, it's like, okay. It's probably then, okay, threw one to Christian Watson, threw one to Jayden Reed, threw one to, either Dobbs or Wicks, whatever. Maybe he throws one to a running back as well. Like, that's sort of what we saw, frankly, in their data last year. So, I mean, that's not even like a wish cast is I guess the point that I'm trying to drive home. Bijan Robinson, Dalton Kincaid, Malik Nabers, Rashee Rice, Kenneth Walker, Deonte Johnson, Keenan Allen, Jaylen Warren, Jameson Williams, and now Jordan Love through 10 in the faster moving draft. In the slower moving draft, we are 1 pick away with Breece Hall, Drake London, Cooper Kupp, Kenneth Walker, George Kittle, Brock Bowers, Jayden Reed. We took Chase Brown. 3 picks have gone off there on the turn, Sean. Neither Hollywood or DeAndre Hopkins went. I mean, I don't know. It just seems odd. We could also do Jayden Daniels at 903 there if you wanted to do that.
No, I think you made a fantastic case for Daniels. He would be my preferred pick here. Although, I mean, partly it's because we didn't get him in the other one. We do have more sort of pressing needs at receiver. And
we do, but we're going to play Bowers at flex.
Okay. So, Jayden Daniels?
Yeah, let's take Daniels. And then, Sean, we're 8 minutes out on draft number 2. We just got on the clock in the faster moving one where we took Love. Is this a Jalil McLaughlin pick? Or I guess we already have the 3 running backs. Did Hollywood Brown never go in that league? Okay, no, he went a long time ago in this one. I'm looking at the wrong list. Addison went. Dontavian Wicks on a team that has 5 receivers is an option with Love. We could get Wicks with Love. Backstack it. What are you thinking here? You're looking at the queue.
Yeah, Wicks is very compelling. I do think that simply taking Jalil is very compelling. Which one do you prefer, those 2 guys?
I think it's Jalil. I really like getting Wicks, but we just talked about why Love doesn't need to be stacked here. Jalil's just too good of a value at 1105. Some possibility Wicks comes back, not super likely. We also only have the 1 tight end on this build. Some possibility Luke Musgrave's available, but again, we don't feel like we need to stack this, so it's fine. Like, there's some other ways to maybe do it, but Jalil, I think, is a really exciting pick there. 1 Bronco running back in every draft, as we like to say. I have my slow drafts winding down over on a different screen.
You better get those in before we're up to 3 here in 5 minutes.
5 minutes of figuring out what to do there.
So we took Jayden Daniels. The next selection, similar to earlier today, Devin Singletary goes. Joe Burrow was still available when we took Jayden Daniels. He goes a couple of picks later. Then Zach Moss, Tyjae Spears, DeAndre Hopkins, Jameson Williams. I am hoping we can come out of today with at least 1 Spears share, although as I work through the guys on the 0 RB candidates countdown, he's kind of in that middle group where there are 7 or 8 that I think you just absolutely have to try and get every single time. There are 3 or 4 who you love to have, and then there are a couple, Ben, who will get struck through in the update. We'll see when I can get that out. Spending all day drafting with you here today is going to make it harder to write that piece up.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you have the guess there?
I said, I'm pretty sure I guessed one. I sent you a note and said, because you had mentioned Blair made a comment about Jordan Mason, and I said, if I could be so bold as to do what Blair did, but I don't think you probably want everyone sending you messages about why your picks are bad. But I floated a name that I thought might deserve to be stricken through. I'll be eagerly waiting to see if that is where you land.
And Ben, one of the reasons was a player who did find his way onto today's 0 RB watch list piece. Kind of a fascinating profile there, one that you don't see very often, but a third stringer who could actually cause a little trouble for a back that we have taken a couple of times here on these 2 drafts. Then as we're getting ready to load up draft 3, I was kind of wanting to familiarize myself. I don't think I know what pick that we have. Yeah, 110. Ooh, that's not our favorite, but we will make something exciting of it.
But it's a nice little mix up since we had a 3 and a 5 here. We did these anchor running back builds. That'll be a little more, we did the 12 early. I've liked that we've got a little bit of a mix here. Or sorry, we didn't do 12. 12 was last night on ship chasing. We had an 8 this morning, you and I, which was a fun Garrett Wilson team.
I was going to float some rules for today where we couldn't select the same player in 2 consecutive drafts, or we couldn't do such and such. And then I thought to myself, that's just going to get way too confusing and probably not let us draft the best teams. But as you mentioned, having different draft slots does make it a lot of fun.
Two, 6, 7, 2. This is my last pick. Closing up a 2, 6, 7, 2 build with, I guess, another receiver. And I have a Justin Herbert team, so it's going to be another DJ Chark there. I did take 2 more Bucky Irvings, Sean.
Did that get you from 97% to 103%?
It's just too easy. I think it's the name.
The name definitely helps. Are you concerned? I've asked you, I can't get you to say anything that you're concerned about. Are you concerned that Rachaad White will have a good game in week 1 and post some good peripherals as well and convince the team that they have their full and complete starter, no committee?
I think I would say, yeah, I'm concerned. But with the prices that we've paid for Bucky, that's totally baked in. Because then it would just be like, okay, can he hold that past week 5? Can he hold it past week 8? Can he hold it past week 12? I mean, if Rachaad White's just really good, then yeah, the bet's not going to work. But if it just happens early, it'll delay the timeline, and that's fine. Then he's just a pure handcuff. Where we're drafting him, he's already a fine bet in that regard. He's going several rounds behind many other pure handcuffs. I just don't understand it. Sean, I'm going to clear out my 1 list for our 1 draft because I think I can only probably do 2 lists at a time. I'll keep our slower moving one going, but this one is already kind of entering the late stages. Does that work for you?
Yeah, that sounds good. We want to make sure we execute the early picks in this draft that is kicking off in 33 seconds.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have 2 windows open, which is going to be our faster moving draft, which is already me sharing, and our new draft. We just got on the clock there. I don't know if you are into Musgrave, but he did make it back. Wicks went. We could definitely go other paths here if he's not really your preferred option in the 12.
Man, I was going to make the case for stashing Nick Chubb with the team that we have, but he gets taken 1 pick ahead of us.
Do you have anything else that you're seeing there in the queue? Because I closed out that draft board of who's available.
Allen is interesting. That's
we got the 4 running backs already. I think it's Musgrave. You're probably not into it, but a year 2 guy.
Oops. Did you accident? No, don't worry.
I did select somebody else.
I did select Musgrave and not Tyler Conklin. Avoided that. I say disaster. I mean, Conklin probably will go outscore him now. But yes, we have Musgrave there. It seems like part of the fall for Musgrave is based on some pretty promising reports that Tucker Kraft has been playing extremely well.
But
in
Musgrave went higher, had better targets per out run and peripherals last year, and has been healthier all through August. Like, I think we're probably acting like this is a 50-50, and it's not, personally. We are back up. We're definitely in the wide receiver business at this point. I have not really updated my list, but this is the Jayden Reed team with no Jordan Love, and as I'm updating it, it feels like Dontavian Wicks. Unless you have... I got a name for you that I'm going to put in the private chat.
Okay.
That we could go to later. This is not for now, but
okay.
That could open up some stuff here if you didn't want to go receiver, because I think he's a really interesting play later at this point.
Yeah, I think we want to keep leaning into the best player available element here, and maybe and because we do have the running backs, go ahead and take a Jaylen Wright and swing for the fences.
Okay. Love it. Love it there. Do you want me to put in picks for any of these drafts, or are you going to be able to put them in for all three?
It depends on what your preference is and what you think the least confusing thing will be. If it's the least confusing for me to click them all, I can do that.
I think that's totally fine by me. Let me figure this out. We are one pick away from getting back up with Musgrave.
So then we are on the clock at the 110.
Garrett Wilson went.
He did, and Jamar Chase went one spot ahead of us. So it is kind of that nightmare scenario where none of the guys
Garrett Wilson goes 108. Chase goes 109. And we have to take A.J. Brown.
Do you want an A.J. Brown team?
I don't care, but I don't think it's a bad option. We could do McBride if you wanted to.
It would be Gibbs for me if it's not A.J. Brown, and then take McBride coming back through.
Yeah. Let's do Gibbs. That's fine. We'll do another anchor. I just don't like drafting running backs. We're on the clock over here with the Musgrave team. And that's the one where I can't even remember. Oh, you were talking about Braylon Allen, and I talked to you into Musgrave. Braylon did go. Bucky went the round before, but I imagine there's like a Marshon Lloyd or something.
Lloyd is available.
Whoever you like, take him. 80 Mitchell. All right.
We're going to go big swing there in the 13th.
I absolutely hate that pick, but I mean, all right. I'm just kidding. We are one pick away.
It's going to get fun with these three drafts.
80 Mitchell at 1305 is highway robbery. But I do, I was saying that in jest, but I do have a take that I shared on Ship Chasing last night that if you want to play 80 Mitchell, you could probably just play Josh Downs cheaper. But so I was half joking, half not thrilled about the 80 Mitchell pick. I don't hate it by any stretch of the imagination. We are back up after the Jaylen Wright pick. Judy goes on the turn. He would be the other one, like Wicks. That to me is sort of the fringe wide receiver window pick. It's tough to take Wicks when you have Jayden Reed, but I guess this is we got 80 Mitchell where at 1305. I mean, we could push and try to get a rookie.
I think we lean into this going as an all a running back in the flex, which has been successful in this tournament with, I believe, the manager who won back-to-back, which, I mean, it seems, oh no, Trey McBride goes. Ben, this one has gotten off to a catastrophic start.
You just took McLaughlin again. Okay. I was missing. Yeah, the Gibbs no McBride, we might as well just give up.
Just stop playing.
We can't go Gibbs Laporta. That's just not.
So what I like to do here is just to be crazy with it and reach down and take Devon Achane and assume that both of these guys are going to get into a full share. They're just going to be too good. And they're drafted like at the 104, 105 next year.
Yeah, I don't like the Gibbs Laporta. I would have said a suggestion I had for our ship chasing team last night was to start Laporta, Kincaid at the 1-2, not even McBride. Again, because I don't think Laporta and Kincaid are really ever going to be stacked as far as I've seen some Laporta McBride builds. Similar idea here, except for if we pull up Kincaid, it's the third time we've taken him. We have not taken Achane yet. We want to take some Achane. So yeah, it's a fun way. Let's try a running back build. Who says we don't draft running backs? We've drafted running backs in the first round of every draft, and even in the second round of one.
Then we currently have a draft going where we have five running backs through 11, 2 tight ends.
I didn't realize
3
when
receivers.
You suggested this marathon, you were just trying to get all of your running back heavy drafts out at once so that no one would know that this is how you actually draft.
I'm going to win that race to fill the flex. I mean, we're going to have Chase Brown and the winner of Jaylen Wright and Jalil McLaughlin battling Brock Bowers to try and get in that flex spot.
Somehow we are like 10 picks away or more in all 3 drafts right now, which is great because they're all going to hit at the same time probably. Will you scroll down just a bit? Your draft with all the running backs, the one that is you sharing it, is Breece Hall. Who was the one? Oh, Drake London, Cooper Kupp, Kenneth Walker, George Kittle, Brock Bowers, Jaden Reed, Chase Brown, Jayden Daniels, Jaylen Wright. We went Jayden, and Jaylen and then Jalil McLaughlin. We are consistent with the first names on that team. Our furthest along draft right now is the Bijan, Dalton Kincaid, Malik Nabers, Rashee Rice, Kenneth Walker, Deonte Johnson, Keenan Allen, Jaylen Warren, Jameson Williams, Jordan Love, Jalil McLaughlin, Luke Musgrave, Adonai Mitchell team. And then we have a Jahmyr Gibbs, Devon Achane that we are starting out with. It looks like this will be the one that comes up next. We are 4 picks away. We are 12 picks away in that one. In yours, we are still 11 picks away. So the 4 picks away, 3 picks away now, is the team where you decided that Adonai Mitchell was worth drafting. Josh Downs goes 3 picks later.
Ben, it seems like one of those guys is likely to get over the top of the defense. That's the other thing that does. Yeah.
So I think when there's a gap,
a little bit.
Yeah. When there's a gap between Mitchell and Downs, then it can make sense to wait on Downs. If they're going at the same price, Mitchell makes sense. But people were really excited about Mitchell's usage. To me, it was just him filling in the Josh Downs role. Because they've been talking about earlier in camp, it was Downs is the 1B with Michael Pittman. And Adonai and Alec Pierce are over here competing for the 3rd spot. Not that Adonai and Downs are competing for the 2 spot. Like Downs was potentially the 1, which is something you talked about last year. But he's hurt now, and that is relevant. And if they're going in the same place here, Adonai Mitchell is going to give us some good early information, I think. I like the pick at 1305. In the same price range as Downs, like it definitely should be Mitchell. I believe I still have him ranked ahead of Downs, even though I've been a little aggressive with Downs lately, because I do think that injury happened early enough that it's not likely to linger well into the season or anything. Sean, we are on deck there. Still about 8 picks away in the other 2.
Do you have some preferences here? There's a running back I have in there who we got, vaguely sniped on earlier today, but tends to go later. There are a couple of other additional big swings at receiver with some youth. This is a team where we do already have a teammate of the one guy I have in the queue, so I don't know.
My philosophy is these picks on this build, we're probably going to wind up churning most of them, and we have 2 other drafts to worry about. So whatever pick you want to make is fine. I think the running back, when I look at it structurally, unless you have a big wide, I can't even picture who's available well enough. I'm so stuck to my lists that I don't have updated here. Who are you? Okay, McMillan's a good pick. Yeah, I like that. I'm finding out as the audience is finding out. So we grab McMillan there. The chat's ready for us to roll the clip. That's the second time we've taken him today. I need to get the ship chasing clips uploaded over here. Juwan Johnson goes, and Noah Fant goes, Kate Otten goes. Those are some, vaguely intriguing. Like I was going to say, maybe we think about some tight end depth at some point because we have just Musgrave as a tight end too, but we're good there. We're rapidly approaching our round 3 pick here, Sean, and I was going to keep up. And Pitts does go. The one freaking time that every time I'm in a late spot and we try to push Pitts, he goes. It's driving me nuts. It's been happening on ship chasing. We go running back to start this build. Would love to have a 3-10 Pitts there. I'd be fine with it. Just keep pushing wide receiver. Instead, he goes Kyron Etienne. I guess the wide receivers is what I need to look at here. Are we on the clock?
Devonta Adams. We are on the clock. Devonta Adams is still available.
You went away from – you're sharing the board that I'm sharing now.
Do you want me to stick on this other one? Okay.
If that's – yeah.
I was trying to make it. Yeah. Anyway, so we have 30 seconds left. Round 3 pick. All the people we wanted have gone. I'm actually fine with just taking Rashee Rice and saying, let's not miss any people we want on this roster with the way it started.
Why is mine? Oh, we have 15 seconds left? Oh, geez. My screen wasn't uploading. Yeah, let's do it. Let's take Rashee Rice.
So Jahmyr Gibbs, Devon Achane, Rashee Rice. If ADP were more accurate, we would just be so happy we got those 3 guys at those spots.
I'm pretty sure that I'm breaking StreamYard right now, but we have 20 seconds left in the one in the 12th round.
Oh, we better grab.
I don't know who. We need a receiver. Grab an upside receiver. Polk.
Where's the clip?
Where's the clip? And then over here, we have 30 seconds left after we took Adonai Mitchell and Jalen McMillan. Shipley goes.
That was the one that was in there the last time.
He goes in like the 18th round, but Sean's like, nope, I'm taking Shipley. No, kidding.
We didn't get him in the previous one. No, Shipley's ADP currently, well, it's in round 16, but he doesn't project to come back. So that was the perfect selection after we had Mitchell and McMillan. Oh, that team was looking good, Ben. That
team's later than I realized. I mean, that one's already in round 15. I guess I'm not.
That team has the best of the Huskies receivers as opposed to the worst that we just took on this other one. I was so wrapped up in getting Rashee Rice that did lose track of this one where receiver is a need. Michael Wilson went the very next pick after that.
But you grabbed a good pick there in Jalen Polk. That's who I was thinking when I said grab an upside receiver. This is the team that only at this point has Drake London, Cooper Kupp, and Jayden Reed at receiver. We get a rookie upside swing there. I had talked about potentially Wicks. We took McLaughlin on the last turn. Wicks did go. Adonai Mitchell goes here at 13:01. We are on the clock in the 4th round after the Rice pick, Sean. Devonta Smith goes. We took Rice over Devonta Smith, who you love. Oh, wait, I have Rice a whole tier ahead of Devonta Smith. I'm losing it over here. Devontae Adams went at the turn Debo's gone. Nabers is gone. Is there anyone else that?
Well, we can make that Evan Ingram pick that could be high volume. I think this is probably taking the plunge.
We're on the clock in
Diggs.
another one too. So, what's that?
Okay. Yeah. So my preference here is to
20
grab
seconds.
Diggs. And
Okay,
then
grab Diggs.
Back over here. What do you think about Xavier Legette?
Yeah. I was thinking another rookie receiver here. Mitchell went. Xavier Legette makes sense there. So we get to 5 receivers finally. I think one of my earbuds just died. Made that noise. The chat is realizing that this is chaos. We're trying to do 3 drafts at one time. I don't know which earbud just died. Hopefully I can still hear you.
Yeah, so Polk in 12, Adonai Mitchell to go at the turn. We take Legette. You can get off of those picks early in redraft as well if they turn out to not be the right ones. We will give them a little bit of time. That's kind of the tension there, is that the younger the player is that you select, the less likely that they actually are to give you information in week 1, the trickier that part is. But again, we don't have to be as pressured with how we think about those receivers also on this particular team, because we're not looking at this team as being nearly as heavy in the flex position, right? The responsibility for the receivers on this roster will not be the same as it is on many of our other rosters. We took those running back picks because they were such good values. And Ben, I think that we're going to have some additional running back picks that will be good values as well, because we have one of the reasons that we're behind at receivers. We got both George Kittle and Brock Bowers. That gives us a great foundation at tight end to where we're not going to have to worry about pressing to fill that slot as we move around. This team can very much be a best player available in these final 6-7 rounds because of the setup. Now that we have that very good mix, that one is also the farthest away, I believe, at this point, other than the one that just started. We are going
I
to
just realized in the one that just started that we took Diggs, who sometimes comes all the way back late in the 5th, over both Ayuk and Metcalf here. I think I should have taken the draft room away from you. As soon as things went haywire in the first 2 rounds, you were like, I'm just going to take whatever player I like.
That's the theme. Jahmyr Gibbs.
You like
Achane,
Metcalf
Rashee
now.
Rice,
You mentioned
Stephon
Metcalf would have been a...
Diggs.
Sorry, what's that?
No, I mean, Metcalf would have been a good pick. You, as I was about to ask you about Metcalf and Ayuk, you're like, we're at 20 seconds on 2 drafts. I'm like, all right, Stephon Diggs. So that I'm going to stick with it. I'm not coming off of that as being the right play.
I mean, look, you can never go wrong drafting guys that you actually like. I'm not actually in any way, shape, or form concerned. The Ingram pick would have been the wrong pick. The Diggs pick is not. I mean, the Ingram
You're still
pick
out. You're still out on Evan Ingram after the preseason.
I mean,
how much weight are you going to give starting offenses playing against third-string defenses on a couple of possessions?
You're right. We Crack Rock wanted to take him on our draft last night, and we kind of talked him off of that. And somebody in the chat was like, he's going to be their top red zone weapon. And I'm like, you're only saying that because you caught 2 touchdowns in a preseason game. I didn't say that on the stream, but I didn't even mention that comment. But I saw the comment in the chat, and I think we overweight these things. The 2 touchdowns were exciting, but he's a low ADOT guy who hasn't actually scored big touchdowns really at all. Let's go see what he did last year for TDs, just out of curiosity. Caught 114 balls, 4 TDs. Right? 114 balls, second most for a tight end in NFL history, and he had 4 touchdowns. So 1 preseason.
Ben, those receptions, though, that sounds important.
Steven,
we're in a tight end premium.
You know, I have the power to boot you. He asked in the chat how many TDs has Kyle Pitts scored. which is just an ad hominem attack. We don't stand for that around here.
Well, what's the answer? Was it 15?
It's not a big number, Sean.
So we're on the clock in round 16.
At least he has an ADOT.
I would mention that we could take
a
kicker or Jalen Tolbert.
Either's fine. Tolbert. Oh, this isn't that team. I was going to say fits the build, and then I realized it's not the really wide receiver needy team. This team has 7 receivers already. We could take Tolbert, but he's probably a cut candidate. I mean, we get early information on him, but this could be an early kicker team. Yeah, let's do it. We take Tucker. The other one here is the one where we started Breece, London, Kupp, and then we only took one more receiver until round 12. Our guy Frank's in the chat. He said we would have watched if he would have drafted one at a time. We are trying to manage 3 at once with another one coming up before too long. This one here is our next. Well, this one's 3 picks away in the 13th or whatever that is. This one in the 5th is 2 picks away, and I was trying to get caught up, and now I'm behind again. Let's see. Terry McLaurin. We get Hurts and Mahomes. I'm gonna opine on this draft, which has just been Sean unleashed so far, but I'm not going to allow it any further. Oh, it's just going to be another Sean unleashed pick.
The top player by ADP is Jake Ferguson. Is that the
That's the direction I want to go. Yep.
Ben, we have a chance to add another Kansas City Chiefs receiver here.
We also have a chance to draft some more Deonte Johnson. All right, we're on the clock in the 14th round on the very balanced team that this is actually the receiver needy-ish, but we took both Polk and Liget, which gives us some options for some upside plays. We left McMillan and Downs out there in this one. Probably would take McMillan over Liget, but we've already rolled that clip twice in our first few drafts. What are we thinking here? Is it Samaje Perine? Oh, Samaje Perine went. It's not even Samaje Perine.
He did. We lost out on that one.
I can't see the queue, so
we could add some.
He just picked Xavier Worthy in the other draft.
5 seconds left.
I'm asking him about this draft, and the Sean Unleashed draft continues. He just drafts Xavier Worthy in the other draft. What are you going to do on this one? Now you got 5 seconds on this one. This is what I was asking you about. We got a timeout and take Jared Goff.
That's weird because that's not who I had.
I'm like, what? Why is Sean not answering any of my questions? I click over to the other drafts to look what's happening in them. We are now on the clock on this one, Sean.
Yes.
17th round. Kendre Miller and Wan'Dale Robinson just went.
Well, this is the Tolbert pick.
Okay. Let's take
Was that the direction there?
Yeah. Sure. Tolbert is in. We're going to be back on the clock in the Xavier Worthy draft. Jake Ferguson, David Njoku both go off at the turn. What are we going to do about the tight end position in this draft? I don't know what Sean's going to do in this draft. That is the Sean Unleashed draft. The chat is loving it. This is hilarious. Love it. Let Sean cook. Classic. We got somebody paying attention. Say the name, Bart. We're 2 picks away on the. I can't believe you let this one auto. I was trying to get you to pay attention to this one, right? Or was I trying to get you to pay attention to this one? Yeah, that's the one I was like, hey, let's talk about this. And you're like, I'm just going to click Xavier Worthy, which, by the way,
you had jumped back over from.
I'm having a good time.
I thought you were more invested in our 5th round pick, and then it turned out we were more invested in the 14th round auto pick. Yes. So Brock Bowers. Then this team. Does this? I mean, this sound like a million. Jahmyr Gibbs, Devon Achane, Rashee Rice, Stephon Diggs, Xavier Worthy, Brock Bowers. This to me looks like one of those mid-season drafts.
Just draft Bowers so we don't auto the other one again.
After.
Oh, yeah. We got to get on the other one in 1503.
We do need to make a pick. You don't want to auto twice in a row here.
This is literally what just happened on the last turn. This one was lower clock, and you just waited forever to take this one.
Long I can see the last. We autoed the last time on this because I didn't feel like if I picked Will Shipley in round 14 that you would handle it. But in 15, obviously.
Do you see other players by chance, or do you just see Will Shipley?
Just Will Shipley. Ben, has your opinion changed after watching him dominate the preseason games? Are you feeling like we're going to get some passes to the running backs in Philadelphia? This is the whole purpose for bringing in
backup quarterback.
You're not prioritizing scheme over Jalen Hurts? You don't think they've changed everything about how they're going to execute this offense?
Right now, I mean, the Will Shipley pick is whatever. He's a good upside rookie. Once, like, if Tank Bigsby's been drafted, then
he's behind Tank Bigsby and Aldrick Estime.
Yeah. Well, Estime's still a fine pick, but if Bigsby's gone off, we can take Shipley. I'm just excited for the day we cut Jared Goff. I'm looking forward to that day. On this
Jared Goff is going to be like QB. If you're going to, so the guy I was going to ask you about there, you really like Trevor Lawrence. I think that would have been an interesting pick there in 14, given that there really wasn't anything else. And he was the person that we had in the queue. So
below Jared Goff because it didn't auto pick.
Well, but that's my point, is that something happened there as I frantically tried to not draft us a second QB, which is that I drafted us the second wrong QB. So there is that. Jared Goff is a perfect fit for a team that has someone where his highlight package is not about the fact that he was the Heisman Trophy winner, but the fact that he gets lit up on, at my understanding, like 75% of his carries. Jerry, did we talk about Jameson Williams and how he's going to be the best vertical receiver in the NFL and how Jared Goff is going to be this year's Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, but you can't take Goff unstacked. If we had him on this team, that would be great. But if Goff, I mean, you kind of can, but not a
perfectly spread across those players.
He's Jared got Goff. 3 players going in the top like 15 picks in this format, and we've got him unstacked.
Perfectly spread across those. So we are headed for round 18 over here, Ben, on this team where we did not auto pick a second quarterback. This team, Bijan Robinson, Dalton Kincaid, Malik Nabers, Rashee Rice, Kenneth Walker, Deonte Johnson, Keenan Allen, Jaylen Warren, Jameson Williams, Jordan Love, Jalil McLaughlin, Luke Musgrave, Adonai Mitchell, Jalen McMillan, Will Shipley, Justin Tucker, Jalen Tolbert, or as I should say, the $1 million team. How do we draft in round 18 here to make sure that we keep that train rolling?
I think we just take Will Shipley again. Can we do that? Or because we've already selected him?
You want him twice on this team? I think so. Mm-hmm. Let's see if we've got that. The poor man's Will Shipley. Isaac Garendo is available. I'll put him in the queue for you. I know that you like it when I click that one. Carson Steele is available. You get the early look. Maybe he is the other Kansas City Chiefs.
My God. You know who the pick is? It's gross. You ready for it?
I'm ready.
This is just me looking at the board and picking out a random name. Will Dissly, Sean. We could use a tight end 3 on this team, and he's going to be the starter for the Chargers. And Greg Roman loves his tight ends.
Ooh, that was grosser than what I thought you were going to say. Like, I don't, whatever Ben is about to say, I'm not going to like. but I didn't expect it to be someone who was like around 30.
I got a full oof out of him. Oof. All right, not Disley. What are we gonna do?
Do we still have? Was it Grapefruit? Do we still have some intel on defenses here?
Yeah, Grapefruit was hanging in the chat. I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, dude, Kansas City went right before us.
Kansas City went. I honest to God, like I need to open these draft rooms. I can't really visualize without I usually have a list with all the names crossed off, and I'm like, oh, these are the available players. But I quit doing it for this draft because we have 2 other drafts going. I can only keep so many lists.
So the names I have in the queue are Garendo, Steele, and Jatavian Sanders. We could pick a defense. We could pick.
I like Sanders. I do think a third tight end is kind of a fun element to this. We have. So we do take Sanders there. We have 5 running backs, which is, I mean, we have a Bijan, Kenneth Walker, Jalen Warren, Jalil McLaughlin, top 4. We don't need to like add running back depth, and I don't think Garendo's like a huge necessity. We have 8 receivers on this team? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 receivers. We could look at a QB2, but Love is. I mean, we're gonna roll with Love, but
someone that I think could be interesting because I mean, you were mentioning Metcalf, especially if you get in trouble and say your only 2 QBs are Jayden Daniels and Jared Goff. Geno Smith is primed for a big season.
Yeah. Take a lot of Geno. He's one of my highest drafted guys over in the best ball streets. We're a couple picks away here in the 7th. I should get my list caught up. It's not. I mean, I've lost all. No, I was kidding around about the Xavier Worthy Brock Bowers turn, but I was thinking Bowers prior to the receiver. And 2 tight ends did go on the turn. You correctly noticed that we could push him, and that did work. But yeah, I thought Bowers was the bigger priority, but Xavier Worthy was very in play there as well. I was kidding about the Deonte Johnson. I wanted the Worthy Bowers turn if we could get it, and we did, and it's pretty great.
So Javonte Williams has come to us here. The top receivers would probably be.
Oh wait, are we up?
Yes, sorry, we are up. Pick 710.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Javonte Williams. The top receivers will be Christian Watson, Brian Thomas, Ladd McConkey. CJ Stroud is available to go with Stephon Diggs.
Let's push Stroud because we take him in every team. I mean, Javonte is kind of tough when we have Gibbs and Achane, right? Or do you want to do that?
I think that there's a meaningful tier break at running back, wide receiver. Yeah. So I would go Javonte. Is that what you were saying?
That made no sense to me, but Javonte is great. You said at running back, and then you said wide receiver. But if there's a meaningful tier back at receiver, we already passed the meaningful tier break at receiver,
right? That once Keenan Allen comes off there, I think there's a little bit of a dip.
That's what I was thinking.
Before we get into,
right. That's what I had been thinking. Right. Okay. That like BTJ at 710 is fine, but not like an amazing pick. I thought you were saying we're about to hit that tier break, so let's go running back. And I was like, what? I'm not following. All right, we are on the clock in the Sanders draft. That's the one where I had just said the QB, and you mentioned Geno. And I mean, I'm definitely in for that, unless you want to grab a defense there, like Philly D, and then
I
see if Geno doesn't come back.
I'm wondering.
Let's just take Geno there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He's the upside play. We'll just do whatever we want to do at defense. But we have Stroud goes on the turn to an unstacked pick. That's fine. We have him literally everywhere. Literally every single team.
We have 20 seconds left here in round 15, the one we have timed out in already. Marvin Mims, an interesting selection.
Yeah.
Quentin Johnston. Yes. Marvin Mims?
Yeah, we just talked about him a little bit ago when I was doing some best ball picks, right? Did I mention him out loud?
Yes.
I definitely drafted him a few times.
And I really like Mims after getting those 2 rookie receivers. Again, we're trying to find someone who could hit in a way where you would be eventual starter, not hit in a way where it's a win by ADP, but not a win that does anything for your actual build.
So we just took Mims there as a wide receiver 6. That draft is about to hit the 16-17 turn. The other one we drafted or started at 1 Eastern. We just took our 19th round pick, Geno Smith. So that one's going to finish up first. It's a Bijan Robinson. I guess I'll go positionally this time. It's got Love
really
and
quick,
Geno.
We have 40 seconds on our team here in round 8.
Okay, we're back on the clock here.
Brian Thomas and Jameson Williams, Christian Watson, these guys all did go. And as you mentioned, CJ Stroud also went. It's kind of an interesting spot to take a McConkey. He's one where I feel like even if he hits, he may not do still what you need. Hollywood Brown is here. You've been mentioning him.
I like the McConkey take. I've been, I think, more in on McConkey than you. His targets per out run profile is decent. You've noted that we don't have a great sample on him. I've noted in some of my work that if you want someone who looks like Puka Nacua, it's him in terms of not having a full body of work, but the per route stuff having some intrigue to it. He earned volume all of his years alongside Brock Bowers, right? He was pretty solid and at a high ADOT, not just a slot guy or something, like a 25% targets per out run. I think all 3 of his years is in that range. That doesn't mean he's going to be Puka Nacua. Let's be very, very clear about that. But this idea of limited routes, but still doing something on a per route basis, potentially speaking to upside that's masked a little bit in the overall production. McConkey's that guy this year.
Yeah, and frankly, the fact that he even earned a target sharing the field with Brock Bowers is pretty special. Harrison Butker, round 17 over here. Good to go.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've lost it. I have no idea what is happening. We're on the clock. I was reading a team and we were on the clock in the 8th round. And now I'm talking about McConkey and we're on the clock in the 17th. I think we're good now to read this team. The one that's going to close up first, Jordan Love, Geno Smith, Bijan Robinson, Kenneth Walker, Jaylen Warren, Jalil McLaughlin, Will Shipley. I like your running backs. Not very common. But we like these backs that we drafted here, Sean. I'm obviously, of course, referring to our buddy Denny Carter's funny bit where it's like, I like your receivers, a little worried about your running backs, which we always get as feedback on the zero RB teams. In this case, like the running backs a little bit, Sean. At receiver, Malik Nabers, Rashee Rice, Deonte Johnson, and Keenan Allen in the 6th and 7th round really feels nice on a team that took 2 early running backs and a tight end. And then Jameson Williams as the wide receiver 5, Adonai Mitchell, Jalen McMillan, Jalen Tolbert. A lot of upside wide receiver shots as well to potentially backfill and add some depth to that position. This is a team that has really good running backs, still has a good enough wide receiver room, and has Dalton Kincaid and Luke Musgrave and Jatavian Sanders at tight end. Plus, again, Jordan Love as the upside quarterback. I love this team. This is one of my favorite teams of the year so far. Any big thoughts on how that one came together?
I agree. And I
always point out when I'm doing something else and wasn't listening, and you're just like, I agree.
I had to unmute myself and also make sure we were prepared to take a defense. I'm excited for the defense we're going to get in round 20 there. That defense is really going to tie this team together. I've got a lot of hope for some of the names here. These you let me draft a lot of my favorite players. If Jameson Williams comes out and goes for 170 in week 1, well, he's obviously on the bench because he's our wide receiver 5. That team then will be off to the races. And that team executed with 0 auto picks of a quarterback that Ben doesn't think is draftable. So that's a huge win as well.
Yeah, executed. I gotta get in these draft rooms. Now that we're moving. Well, I actually got to get caught up on the list. I stopped the listing.
Round
on our
20.
fourth draft. What's that?
Green Bay defense, round 20. That's the one.
Yeah. What am I doing here?
Okay, we're down to 2. We are down to 2 drafts. Next one starts in 19 minutes.
Yeah, I'm ready to be down to 0 at this point.
Is there do you have a button? The chat needs to help here with Ben's formatting of his list. Again, I am in favor of highlighters and pink, green, yellow. Do you have this one caught up? We are in round 9.
No, I do not. That's what I was trying to do.
So after we picked Ladd McConkey, DeAndre Hopkins goes off the next pick. Jaylen Warren, Chase Brown, Hollywood in the middle of round 8 there. Keon Coleman. Sadly, Jordan Addison does not come back to us in round 9, Ben. That's something that we've actually been able to count on. Given the value on Jordan Addison, we have pushed him, and we haven't gotten him yet, I don't think. So that part, a little bit disappointing. And then
we got Addison in the first draft, I believe.
Okay, good. So we're all set.
I think. Actually, not entirely sure.
We are 3 picks away. We don't have a QB on this team. Burrow, Prescott, Daniels, all available still to this point.
You asked if I was caught up on my list. I tried to get caught up and then realized that I'm like 3 rounds behind because we've had 3 drafts going. And so the answer is no.
Okay.
It's just going to be no. I'll try really hard on the next draft.
So
I got to get into the room. I can't keep doing this off of lists and let you win.
I have Jayden Daniels goes. Oh, and TJ Hawkinson. The 2 unleashed picks then were going to be Jayden Daniels and TJ Hawkinson. You are saved from a push for an injured tight end.
I'm not going to carry a dude till week 10. Jesus. This guy doesn't even care about injuries.
But that is disappointing because the next people in the queue now, not in the queue, in the defaults, Brian Robinson, Joe Burrow, Devin Singletary, Dak Prescott, Zach Moss, Khalil Shakir, Austin Eckler, Pat Freiermuth, Nick Chubb. There are no picks in there for us.
Yeah, and I wish I was caught up on my list because I have no idea what my list would say. I mean, I think it would say Zach Moss. But we already have 3 running backs. We need to take a receiver. There's no receiver we can take. Should we just pull up like Dontavian Wicks or something fun?
Do you want Caleb Williams or Joe Burrow?
Let's take Burrow. Yeah, Burrow's fun. He's unstacked, but that's kind of the theme so far here today. So
that's a full round value on him.
Yeah, and I still have him over Caleb. You had told me earlier that him and Love needed to be above my big tier break. I still have him below. But they're in the same tier as Caleb. We took Love over Caleb as well, and I really like Caleb Williams, but and I have Caleb marked as a target, but I have both Burrow and Love ranked ahead of Caleb still, which is notable. People ask me sometimes with the way that I have it marked as targets, would I take the target above? It's like, no, I would take it based on the ranking. I'm just saying you could pull the target above if you wanted to get feisty or you felt like, you want to go after the target. But when a target's lower than a non-target, it's because I am saying I prefer the non-target. Anyway, we are back up, it looks like, here in the end of the 18th on the team where, we already have 2 quarterbacks. We're really strong with Jayden Daniels and Jared Goff. Do we have 2 tight ends on this team? Can you scroll up?
Yes, we have the Kittle Bowers 1-2 punch.
Yeah, this team's great. Whoever we take, we're just going to cut.
Oh, perfect. That's what I like to hear.
Oh, God. Who did he take? Scroll down. We can't see it. Dalvin Cook. There it is. The Dalvin Cook selection. He's opening the year on the practice squad. But it did sound like to me with the mechanism, we've talked about Cook a little bit earlier and the play and how it might work and some of the concerns about we were one pick away on the other one. Let's do that, and then we'll Burrow went. I should have tried to get caught up. This is a range where I really would like to.
Then I do not care for the options that we have gotten in this draft. Really, at any point, it has been a fun train wreck. The players we've selected, I love. We don't care about the ADP values on them. I would actually make the case for, since we have the starting lineup covered and there's no one that jumps out to me. I like the Nick Chubb stash here for, again, trying to win the whole tournament. But pulling up people like Jalen Wright, or just going all in on Jalil. Those are other options. I'm not really seeing...
You don't like Wicks?
No, we could draft him. I was thinking that he could come back around. His ADP is the 1201.
Okay. Maybe you will. I mean, the Chubb thing, I've taken a decent amount of him in best ball and stuff, but it's at a lot cheaper prices, and the Twitter doctors are all pretty convinced that he's like can't play. But and you're like you're gonna hold him for a long time and then not get anything. So I would be, if you want to pull right up or something. Well, we have Achane. Oh, okay, we took Wicks. All right.
Done.
I got my extreme reach instead of you getting yours on that one.
Yeah, this is the unleashed draft. You see a guy that you like,
you just draft him.
I
think the wide receiver 5 was better for the build there too, with the running back start. So just making sure to get a good wide receiver.
How do you feel about the take a peek on Malik Washington over here on Spicy Candy?
Well, there's no take a peek because he doesn't play on Thursday or Friday.
Well, right. I mean,
just like week one.
See what's going to do.
Sure.
I think with the problems they've had with their wide receiver 3 and with the way that they've talked about him and the way that they think that he is the guy. So one of the things that the Dolphins have really emphasized this offseason is trying to find additional players in the receiving game. Obviously, they have the running backs with just astonishing speed. And then you have the 2 big stars. But beyond that, they felt like their peripheral or complementary receiving weapons, including at tight end, once they caught the ball, they were catch and fall down guys, which doesn't fit what they want to do. Malik Washington, along with Jonnu Smith, but in this case, Malik Washington was the guy that they thought that when they get him the ball underneath, he can then fly with it. And so they were looking for the yak. They've got the guy. The other players are not healthy. I think he's going to have a bigger role right off the bat. If that's wrong, which it very obviously could be, in round 19, not a lot of penalty for us there.
Yeah, that's a really intriguing case. I've been playing it more as it's been hyper concentrated the last couple of years. They could talk about that, but it's going to be hyper concentrated again. And also, they really want to emphasize Devon Achane in the passing game. So if a third name does pop up in the passing game, it's going to be Achane, which we have in a different build. But
yeah, that's music to my ears. Gibbs, Achane, those are the 2 backs you have to have. Put them together on your rosters. Ignore ADP.
Yeah, I think we found something with that. I am over here making my slow draft picks on my other screen. Are we up on any drafts?
No. We are in the clear currently. 10 minutes until the next draft begins, and it looks like this other one will end. We will be at 2. The craziness of the 3 will be in the past, sadly. In round 10, so we made the big reach on Dontavian Wicks. We now have a couple of Green Bay Packers receivers covered the big upside plays. We did take him ahead of Romeo Doubs. Ben, you are a huge fan of Dontavian Wicks. I have written about him as one of the players who will rescue you when you fall off the wide receiver cliff. after I did that, I wasn't expecting for Blair to write a series in which Wicks essentially, every series that Blair has worked on this offseason, Dontavian Wicks comes out as the target. So not losing him on the Unleashed team, certainly one that I like. Massive running back run. We were pretty well positioned for that with the 3 running backs, all of whom we believe will go earlier next year. But Devin Singletary, Zach Moss, Nick Chubb, Rico Dowdle, JK Dobbins, Trey Benson, Jalen Wright, Chuba Hubbard, and McLaughlin. Not surprisingly, none of the names that we had talked about pulling way up, none of those guys went. The player that I had mentioned, Nick Chubb, he does also go in that range. Despite all the weirdness, that team is fairly well positioned at the different positions. We got the big ADP value on Joe Burrow to help balance out some of the non-ADP values that we've gotten during the draft. We are now 3 picks away as this one is moving right along in the round 10, round 11 range here. Jerry Jeudy becomes fairly interesting to me. The other receivers, there's a huge gap down after him to the next player. A lot of the running backs that we like have gone. I know that Ben's guy is probably going to be.
I love that when I finally got into the draft room at the last turn, you were correct. There's no one in the queue for me to like riff off of, and you were correctly like, there's no good picks. And I'm looking at the queue and I'm like, I can't even tell you someone that I want to take. We did end up getting Dontavian Wicks though, so I guess I found somebody, but it has been a fun time trying to do all these drafts, Sean, with you. We are 8 minutes out from starting draft 5.
Disappointing.
Yeah, Jeudy would have been a nice pick, but
Ben, is Jeudy a massive injury risk because he's always injured and he's been injured throughout camp? Or is he someone where people are getting an extraordinary value because he's been injured? There hasn't been talk about him. He would have dominated their camp. He would have been generating a lot of buzz if basically he weren't injured and his quarterback didn't have a dead arm. This is not a great time of the year to have a dead arm, Ben, when things have barely started.
Yeah, not looking great. Let's talk about Jeudy in a minute. I think the guy you said was my guy is probably the guy that's at the top of the queue, right?
Yeah.
I think he's also your guy. We're good. We're going to take him. If
Ben, do you know the only player who had better peripherals in 2022 than in college football than Bijan Robinson?
I'm guessing it's going to be Bucky Irving, who is going to come on down to the team.
And
that was correct.
We are up for our pick at 2010 in Spicy Candy, the most flawlessly executed draft of all time. Green Bay Packers defense.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's get to take a peek element. We got Jared Goff, who we can cut, and Dalvin Cook, who we can cut, and Malik Washington, who we can cut. And we got a lot of options to cut after the take a peek.
Flawless. Absolutely flawless there.
So that one is done. Will you pivot the screen that you are sharing over to?
Yes, as soon as we make this pick.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah, I think it's the guy on the top of the queue, right?
Kamani?
Or do you have? Yeah. Let's do Kamani. I mean, this is what happens when you start running back is you don't need these picks, but they're the obvious best picks, right? Unless you're seeing something else.
Yeah, he might come back in 13 if we have, but really there's nobody else that we want here, I don't think.
Tight end.
Tight end. You want Musgrave?
I don't need another share of Musgrave, but
okay. So
I would rather take Kamani. Yeah, I'd rather actually try to convince you that Juwan Johnson's draftable at the next turn than take Musgrave there.
Did you like my description of Juwan as best ball only earlier in the stream? I tried to do it while you were distracted. So.
You did. I missed that. So let's talk about that because I'm gonna try to convince you on this. His targets per out run profile was bad, and I was not in on him. Like a couple years ago, I remember we were talking about him a little, but he had in 2020 and 2021, 11.5%, 12.7% targets per out run. Didn't really show any like upside at all. In 2022, it got up to 16.7%, which is still low, but it's more like at least in a viable range, especially for a tight end. A lot of tight ends aren't going to get to 20%. You definitely need to be above 15%. At 16.7%, you're somewhere in between there, right? Last year, it got up to 18.8%, which is starting to get pretty interesting for a tight end, especially a late round tight end. Something really interesting happened, which is that Michael Thomas was still in this offense quite a bit last year. He played the first 10 games. The way that I've said this a couple times is that it feels to me like Michael Thomas was actually like out of the NFL 3 years ago, but he got 64 targets in 10 games last year, 6+ targets a game in the short and intermediate range, running those different routes. Now, it's a whole different offense this year, but I do still think about targets in layers, in depth, right? And so Rashid Shaheed has this really high ADOT. I've had people tell me that his ADOT might come down. Chris Olave has a 13+ ADOT. I've had people, I think that's the obvious answer is that he comes down and does a lot more in the short and intermediate range, and I have him ranked very aggressively for that reason.
I don't have any problem with people taking Shaheed as a vertical play at the prices that he is with the open targets, but there's not a lot in his profile that would suggest that there is an additional portion of his game that can be unlocked at a different target depth. I'm not saying it's impossible. I just don't think that we have any evidence to suggest that is likely.
That's what I said too. I took him in a main actually with Evan Silva this week. He was really in on Shaheed. My argument to him was, because he's been here and they're going to use him that way, it was like, well, the usage is one thing, but then the ability to earn targets at those depths is the second part. And we have not really seen that. Like what you just said, we don't have the evidence. So now you're projecting him to be good at something he hasn't done yet. It's not that he can't. It's just that is, it's not a cheap price to pay to be like, he's going to get different usage and he's going to succeed at it. That's the concern for me. But he did cite some positive stuff from like Matt Harmon and Reception Perception that there's some hope that Shaheed can do that stuff. At any rate, the other options in the Saints receiving core are mostly high ADOT guys. The rookie Bub Means was a vertical threat. Alvin Kamara already caught like 80 balls last year, and if anything, is probably going to come down if he gets injured or so that's more underneath volume. Last year, the first 10 games, Michael Thomas had the 60+. I'm trying to find the stat, and if I didn't use the same off-season stealing signals headlines every time, then maybe I'd be able to figure out these stats. Okay, I found the right one. We have the split that I mentioned with Michael Thomas being in there and not being in there. For Juwan Johnson, what that meant was 5.3 targets per game from week 11 on when Michael Thomas was no longer in the offense. Prior to that, it was 3.7. So we actually saw down the stretch last year. I mean, it's only a 1.6 target per game bump, but it is at tight end a meaningful bump. To get to that 5.3 targets per game for a tight end is pretty solid. Operates in that same range where Michael Thomas operates. There's a big hole there, especially if Kamara can't hold up. They're going to need underneath volume. They will use Taysom Hill. They will do some, different things. There's other options, but to me, Juwan Johnson feels like the logical option. Now he's been hurt all preseason, and so maybe he won't have that work immediately. But I do think there's a possibility he runs a lot of routes early on too, because they don't have a lot of wide receiver depth. And again, this bump to the high targets per out run or the reasonable targets per out run last year prior to having a full season without Michael Thomas, right? So like the target increase without Michael Thomas, I don't have the exact numbers on the targets per out run, but almost certainly coincides with his targets per out run post Michael Thomas injury from week 11 on, likely being about the 20% range because he was 18.8% for the year. And then he was probably, 17.5% in the first half of the year, something like that. I'm just speculating. But if he can get to 20% targets per out run, and it would be plausible to me because tight ends do need time to develop. And he was a position change guy, and he's going into year 5 now. And yeah, he's a little older, but like we saw Logan Thomas do this. And like this to me is the Logan Thomas play, like an athlete that has actually shown some skills development and is potentially going to run a ton in a dome offense. Still young enough. He's about to turn 28 in September. Took a little longer to develop the necessary tight end skills, but I think could be a big part of their passing. Like it's more of a projections based play, Sean, and we don't. I know you don't necessarily love those, and I don't typically focus that way either. But I think there's some really compelling projections based stuff, and then also the profile, it being a little while to develop, all of that stuff, I think also follows. Oh, are we? You got to share the board if you don't mind. We're on the clock in 1, and we are 1 pick away. Oh, you're muted. Maybe that's why I've just been going on for Juwan Johnson for like 5 hours. And
no, I was muted so I could make noise while you were doing that. Yes, we are up here. I liked everything you were saying. The pick that happened a few picks ago that kind of hurt us there was losing Tyrone Tracy. I thought was an interesting one. I would be up for, maybe going.
We could pass him around. There's Johnson 2 tight ends on
here.
Maybe going what?
Taking Ben Sinnott and then taking Johnson back around.
Okay.
Is that no? Did you have a different guy?
I would take Johnson before Sinnott in this team with Bowers. I wouldn't just take another rookie with it. I don't think.
Perfect.
And then we're on the clock over here.
I have some really good news.
Yeah. You're not sharing the board on this one, so I can see the good news.
Oh.
There it is.
Yes. Well, here's the good news for you. I did have the wrong tab. Click there.
Garrett Wilson is on the squad. I don't think – I was telling you could take a different pick and try to send Johnson around because we had – both the drafters in the final 2 spots had 2 tight ends. I do – and then Henry goes. I do think pretty strongly, Sean, that Johnson's a better play than Sinnott in that spot with Bowers.
Yeah, I don't mind putting them both onto the team here to try and make sure we're creating the maximum amount.
That's fine.
But upside.
If we lost one of them, I would have thought it. So that's why I wanted to go in a specific order. But we can take.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Before that, I was gonna actually ask to pass him all the way to 15 because his ADP is 1509. But I think that your argument was very compelling. I do love having him as the. It's just a perfect roster fit with some concerns about the health of Brock Bowers. So to me here, this would be either getting Sinnott to go with it, having another big breakout play, or probably just going and grabbing Perine and not losing that.
I think either of those are fine. I'm okay with the Sinnott play. I didn't realize you were thinking we could get Juwan all the way back to us. Where's Sinnott's ADP?
His ADP is 1405.
Oh, he goes this far ahead of Juwan? I guess I haven't noticed that. There he goes, 3 picks later. He is off the board.
How fired up are you that we have Garrett Wilson for the foundation pick for the final draft on our big Fantasy Pros $1 million draft marathon? And I think we're going to get a pretty fun pick coming back to us right here.
Were you thinking Gibbs?
I was thinking Gibbs, but I mean, this is Trey McBride. This is Sam Laporta.
Oh, Laporta's there.
We've got some teams that are Wilson, McBride. I don't know that we have any. I mean, in some ways, ADP would suggest that we might have Wilson, Laporta, but Laporta goes so early in these. We don't have much.
I'm very comfortable with Laporta here. We've already done a Wilson McBride in the main, but we could just take McBride and win both tournaments.
Oh, let's do that. You want to win them both? Ben, have you been trying to control your passageway through the multiple universes at all? Have you been telling yourself that the version of Ben that wins Best Ball Mania, the FFPC main event, and the FFPC's Fantasy Pros contest is going to do the rest of the myriad Bens out there the service of like really enjoying it, going to soak it in for everyone?
This is our 5th straight draft, and we're just like doing 3. No idea what you're talking about. No, I mean, I get the gist of it. I shouldn't say no idea, but I don't really know how to respond.
If you end up the one I'm talking to today is going to eventually be all of them. Ben, have you watched Dark Matter? It's a
no.
I mean, there are plenty of issues with it, but also a fun
multiversal
Apple Plus. Yeah, it's a lot of fun there. So you have, our team that is headed for round 15. As you mentioned, Sinnott went, Cade Otton went, Noah Fant went, Jared Goff went in round 14. That looks like a really good round 14 pick. I think the team that did that went with Goff to back up Jordan Love, Bijan Robinson, Dalton Kincaid, Chris Olave, Tee Higgins, Zay Flowers, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Jayden Reed, Tyjae Spears, Trey Benson, McLaughlin. I mean, that team right there, Ben, is the one that we're going to be competing with for the $1 million with our team that is virtually identical, right down to Jared Goff in round 14. What are you seeing on this roster structurally? It's one where we did go running back. We do have 6 total running backs. This is one where we probably would be well advised to hit on some of those late wide receivers. If you have late wide receivers you want more exposure to, this is the draft.
I'm kind of regretting not letting you have Sinnott, because this was your fun draft in the first 5 or so rounds. And now
did we select Jawan Johnson on the Unleashed draft, Ben?
Yeah, I didn't realize we were on the Unleashed draft, and now I've taken your Unleashed fun Sean Love's life draft and turned it into a Ben is counting projections targets draft. And
are you allowed to cross promote drafts? And we lost the theme there.
We did. We lost the theme. I feel very sad about it.
Don't worry, Jatavian Sanders always available late.
I'm in for it. Can you scroll down just a little bit? I can't see behind our faces what happened. I guess I can do that. I've been seeing Juwan going higher. When you see Noah Fant go, he usually is not far behind. He went with Cade Otton in the last draft and Fant. Jonnu there. I don't think he would have came back, but that's interesting that his ADP was shown 1509.
Yeah, so I have the
this is my board. I'm losing it. I'm the one who needs to scroll down. Sorry.
I didn't think I was controlling that, but the magic of StreamYard is such that I didn't want to definitively say. So I've got the last 81 drafts pulled up. That's the last 3 days. And it does appear that names that are a little bit surprising in Hunter Henry, Cade Otton, Fant, Jonnu, all are going ahead of Juwan Johnson. I am a Juwan Johnson skeptic, and yet I believe he should definitely be going ahead of all of those guys. Leggett goes 2 picks ahead of us. This is just yet another great spot to take some more Jaylen McMillan men. Do you prefer Wandale? Do you prefer... I mean, there's never a bad time. And by never, I mean always a bad time to get some QJ. We have 30 seconds.
Never, I mean always. Yeah, we only got the 5 receivers. I mean, I think McMillan makes a lot of sense. If you wanted to take the falling like Gabe Davis, I would. No, he's just going to be.
Do you think he'll be startable some in a start
that's
sit?
The thing. He's just going to be hard to start. Yeah, in a start sit. Let's take McMillan. We need another receiver here. I think McMillan's all right. And then, I mean, possibly even Wandale then also coming back. Although, I mean, the other names you have in the queue are great. I mean, I just want you to get back to being unleashed is what it comes down to.
There we go.
What are you thinking here? We are almost up in the third of the other draft. Evan Ingram goes at 306 ahead of Mark Andrews in this one. We get Kincaid at the turn. We, of course, started McBride with Garrett Wilson. Drake London, Olave, Cooper Kupp has gone. Nico has gone. Nabers has gone. Debo would be the top receiver for me at this point. Harrison is gone. There's not really a clear faller. Achane and Kyron both went. Other than...
And it's too bad that we are not enthusiastic about Devonta Adams because he has been available really late a couple times today.
I mean, I would take him. When you mentioned him last time, he went, and then you just did it again. So the faller is Kyle Pitts. We've not gotten a late third Kyle Pitts. I don't know if you want to do that, but I mean, it's Debo or Waddle. Have you seen something else?
No, I think that's the way to be thinking of it. Debo is a fantastic pick here. You know, we do already have Garrett Wilson, but I mean, there's a lot of me that is tempted to go ahead and take Pitts and have that taken care of for a long time. We know we have a lot of running backs and receivers that we've liked throughout the drafts today. Yeah, Debo, Pitts. Which direction do you prefer there?
I want to go Pitts. We've done Debo a couple different times. I want to build a tight end heavy draft. I have been toying with this in my mind, even if it means we get Bowers as well. I think you can flex multiple tight ends this year. I think the tight end profiles are that strong. It's one of the things that I've been hammering all offseason. That's not a guarantee that Pitts is an upside swing. But if he doesn't hit on this team as well, it's like, okay, well, I mean, we don't lose that element of like now we don't have a differentiating tight end because we do have McBride. And I feel a lot more comfortable with McBride's floor. And so it's this, this depth element of, usually you take a lot of receivers to have plenty of depth, right, Sean? Because some are going to bust. We're okay with Pitts missing in a spot where we have McBride, I think. Not okay. We're taking him in the third round. We'd really like him to be really strong, but it's a little bit more viable, actually. So these guys said Faller 5 picks ahead ADP. His ADP is like 310. Well, I guess what I meant by that, and those of you who have watched us on the chip chasing channels and our last draft, every single time we've talked about this, every time we have a late slot, Pitts goes like 303. And so it's not been that way in our rooms, but yeah, fair enough. Relative to ADP, Pitts is available there for all you guys. But anyway, I really like the combination of Pitts with McBride there. We're on the clock. Oh, you grabbed Wandale. Okay, perfect. I think that was a good turn, McMillan and Wandale, don't you?
It should give us several different profiles from an experience trajectory perspective. One of the things that I've noted on Wandale is that his seasons have been sort of truncated and he's still very young. I guess I've been a little bit concerned about some of the preseason stuff from the perspective of Nabers is going to get so many targets. And then I do think they have this deep element where they want to get Darius Slayton and Jalen Hyatt behind the defense. They want to threaten that. They want to make sure teams have to account for it. Maybe Wandale, despite the ease of manufactured touches, gets squeezed a little bit. At this price, you don't have to worry about that scenario nearly as much, especially in redraft where you can just replace him. I was hoping Mims would come back through. He doesn't. We get that really good turn, Ben, the best turn that we've seen anybody make all day. Will Shipley, Marvin Mims at the 16-17 there in that one.
We're on the clock in the fourth in the other one. I made that noise because Rashee Rice went one pick before us. Thought we'd get an opportunity to pull that trigger again. We could go Kenneth Walker at 404.
Yeah, yikes. We in the Unleashed version, we had Metcalf, Ayuk, and Rice all as options. We have none of them as options.
Right. It cleared out a tier for me.
Team.
And I got Diggs and Devonta as the top guys at receiver. The faller's Mike Evans, and we don't really like him, but he's the guy that's usually gone here. Do you think it's too early for Kenneth Walker? Or do you want to?
I think that
you could go receiver for sure.
Smith, Diggs, even grabbing Tee Higgins. Let's do Kenneth Walker. I don't think there's any need for me to keep it secret. He was the number one guy on my Fantasy Pros list of the 5 best upside plays at cost. And as I work through that, the high value touch thesis for Charbonnet is so compelling. But I've gotten to the point where, you work through the stuff with the Seahawks, you look at the type of player that Kenneth Walker is, the way that they are discussing him there in Seattle, where they act like they think they have a Breece Hall type of player. Yikes. One of the reasons we've drafted him so often today, I think he is going to be one of the guys where in a week, everyone is wishing they had him on all teams and are trying to figure out why he wasn't going ahead of certainly Isaiah Pacheco. I don't know. I've got some bias there, but
you made the case to me a while back that I had Walker in too low of a tier below. In my first rankings list, I had Walker just behind the transition tier. But that was because his ADP was quite a bit lower in underdog, and you were wondering if he should be in that transition tier. And I pretty quickly moved him into that transition tier. And I eventually got rid of the transition tier entirely. But as I did that, the player that I moved ahead of what became, in my terminology, a big tier break was Walker. I was like, I still left James Cook behind it, for example, as another target that was in that transition tier with Walker. And it was just because of the way August broke for him and the excitement around him and the excitement around that Seahawks offense, Sean, which you wrote up in ostensibly a JSN piece, but became about the whole offense. That's where we got the word about I mentioned you being a little in on DK Metcalf as well. I never actually had read through that, Sean, until just this last week or so. You wrote that, I believe it was August 2nd or something. I remember I went back to it. I think you recently linked to it in another one of your recent pieces. I was like, I forgot. I never read that piece. Went through that and was surprised at the end to see that you kind of came around on the DK Metcalf thing, which I had been kind of coming around on as well. The Geno thing. And then you mentioned, obviously, Kenneth Walker. The Seahawks offense feels like the whole offense is going to be one that we're all going to look back on and be like, this was a lot of drafters right now are very hyper-focused on profiles. We've been talking for a couple years now, Sean, since defense has really changed things about the haves and the have-nots. And that's sort of the way that I would frame it, is it feels a lot like the Seahawks are going to become a have this offseason. They haven't been the past couple years, but we're going to go from sort of a have-not team to a have team. This is going to be an offense that you want a piece of, and they matter, and they're actually good for fantasy. I told Sean on Leash, he's not even telling me we're on the clock anymore. We have Jalen Tolbert on this team now, everybody. We're one pick away. I unleashed the beast again. Jatavian Sanders went. That's a bummer, Sean. We didn't get Sinnott or Sanders. The same drafter in the 8-hole took both. It is a Garrett Wilson, Puka Nacua Pitts drafter, although they also took Alvin Kamara, so I'm not going to say that they're definitely stealing signals or a Rotoviz sub. We are back up in this one. Did you have I forgot the shaft was still going, if I'm not lying. This is the Jahmyr Gibbs, Devon Achane start as Javonte Williams, Bucky Irving, Kamani Vidal, and Samaje Perine at running back. It's got Rashee Rice, Stephon Diggs, Xavier Worthy, Ladd McConkey, Dontavian Wicks, Jalen McMillan, Wan'Dale Robinson, and now Jalen Tolbert. Ton of wide receiver bets. Love it because we did push wide receiver a little. Brock Bowers, Jawan Johnson, and Burrow as the only QB. What are you feeling? Kicker D?
Yeah, we could get Elliott. There are some interesting kickers here still. We could go with Tucker Kraft and play the opposite side of that one.
Okay. Or Elliott, either. Yeah. Kraft's a take a peek as well. If he does really well, I mean, I'm not saying we would want to bench Bowers in week 1, but if Kraft scores 2 touchdowns, like it might change our week 1 lineup around a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic point. I do think that we see huge moves from the players who score well in these initial games, including players who are probably not going to score the rest of the season. Tucker Kraft, by contrast, is somebody who, if he has a big week 1, he's likely to be one of these guys with a really good win rate. Now, whether or not that means in a start sit that he continues to help you through the year, a little bit different story, but yeah, that part of it is fantastic. We've got a fun mix at the tight end position on this team now with Bowers, Johnson, and Kraft. 3 very different types of, paths, potential scenarios that we're playing. I think they complement each other well. I love to get that early game look. Considering that we went so heavy at running back, Ben, this feels like a little bit of serendipity or magic or whatever you want to call it, to be able to go with the McMillan, Robinson, Tolbert group together there. Really the only person we're missing out on from our preferred way to just sort of run the table at wide receiver late was that Mims pick. One of the things that we talk about all the time, but certainly is clear today, even when you're doing a lot of drafts together, even when there's some chaos and some fun, and maybe you're not seeing things that you would see if you're doing one draft in a library by yourself, but that back to front type of drafting where you are prepared with the way that you can work it building back from round 18 forward allowed us to do some things early here and allowed us in that range where the best picks weren't receivers, right? 11 through 14, the best picks weren't receivers. We weren't necessarily that well set up at receiver, although our group probably still compares pretty favorably to a lot of groups. Being able to get the best player available in that range and then come back with these receivers, it's made this draft that we were playing pretty fast and loose with early. It looks very good now.
Yeah, really like that build. We are on deck in this build. And part of when you mentioned pulling Higgins up, part of my thought was maybe he'd come back to us. He does not, but we are going to get someone else back to us. Xavier Worthy goes really early. CJ Stroud goes at 5:03. So for once, we're not going to get a Stroud team. So both Tank Dell and Zay Flowers made it back to us on a team where we start with one receiver in the first 4 rounds.
Love it. Love it. I guess I'm a little bit Tank Dell here from the
That's
perspective
who I have over
of
Flowers. I have him over Flowers on my ranks.
I mean, Zay Flowers was incredibly impressive last season. He was the only guy who really showed up in the playoff game, even though he made a couple of blunders, which are sort of one-off types of things that you wouldn't expect really to happen again. He was the only guy who really showed up against the Chiefs. If that offense passes more, I mean, a pick here at 5'10" is going to look pretty silly. The flip side of it is that we do expect there to be a massive gulf between the pass volume for the Texans and the Ravens. And even though one is kind of a 3-person mix, the other one potentially just 2. I mean, Mark Andrews going to siphon a lot of targets from Flowers. They may not have a bunch of additional. There's still a very real possibility, even if Tank Dell, this is kind of similar to my point with Jayden Reed, there's a possibility that even if Tank Dell finishes well down from the other two guys in routes that he leads in fantasy points.
Right. And that is very compelling. And on a team like this, where we're not like, it's almost a benefit. And so Bowers goes a little higher on this in this draft as well, which is kind of nice because we made our bet already there. We pushed him around the 5-6 turn earlier when you went Xavier Worthy on that team, and we got him in the 6th. In this one, he goes at 5-12. And I think we would have probably wanted to take Dell over him anyway. So I'm starting to really like the McBride Pitts now that the Bowers thing didn't pan out. I was going to note that Kittle went at 409. Reasonable. I mean, not in a spot where we'd be able to get him either in this room. I was going to make a different point about Tank, but we are back up. Sean, it would be Deonte Johnson for me. Oh, we could do with a JSN and pull him up if you want to do that. We have Kenneth Walker. What are you thinking here?
Right before that, are you good with Jason Sanders as our kicker in the other one?
Yeah.
Okay, so So you like Deonte Johnson here is the direction you're leaning.
Or I mean, if you wanted to do JSN.
Oh,
I think those are the two. Or
yeah, JSN's gone so early today. He's not going to come back to us. That's probably the way I would go.
Okay. We've already done Deonte today. I do think Deonte is probably the better fit for this team, but it's our final team. Let's make the way more fun pick. Also, doesn't matter now, or it's not helpful now, but I should have said, well, I don't know. The other guy I'm not going to say because I'm not looking at the ADPs and I don't know whether the other guy may be in play to come back. So we will just bite our tongue on that. Garrett Wilson, Trey McBride, Kyle Pitts, Kenneth Walker, Tank Dell, JSN. Fun start there. Yeah, it's just that JSN and Ken Walker kind of stack up. We're doing a Seattle thing here for sure. You got Sanders on the other draft. We'll be headed for the round 18 selection. Except for it's round 20 because there's 20 rounds. The round 20 selection, the final round selection. What D are we looking at?
Well, we can mix up all of our Green Bay selections by taking a Philadelphia.
Works. Okay. Let's do that. It's also nice because Kraft is also a take a peek, and if like the Philly defense does really bad and Kraft also does really bad, we could theoretically cut Kraft and get a new defense, right?
I'm not 100% clear on that part.
Yeah, we never really know how it works. So this team finishes up Jahmyr Gibbs. Well, let's go positionally. Joe Burrow's the only QB. Running backs are Jahmyr Gibbs, Devon Achane, 1-2. And then we went Javonte Williams, Bucky Irving, Kamani Vidal, and Samaje Perine. At receiver, Rashee Rice, Stephon Diggs, and Xavier Worthy. And then we go a bunch of different profiles, as you put it. Is starting, I think, with Ladd McConkey that we're not sure about, but we're trying to see some ceiling in them. So we get Ladd McConkey and Dontavian Wicks still in the middle rounds, and then in the later rounds we get the Jalen McMillan, Wan'Dale Robinson, and Jalen Tolbert group. So of those 5, we're hoping 2 hit and pair with a strong Rashee Rice, Stephon Diggs, Xavier Worthy start to give us 5 really good wide receivers on a 2 running back, build that also has Javonte Williams. And then at tight end, it's Brock Bowers and Juwan Johnson and Tucker Kraft late. I forced Sean by threat of violence to take Juwan Johnson over Ben Sinnott. He had to draft the rest of the draft under protest. But I'm hoping that Juwan Johnson proves me right on that take. Sean, we are on to our final draft. Everything else is done at this point. It's kind of boring now.
Then we are at the 4 hour and 30-minute mark, and it feels like it started 15 minutes ago. This has been It's been really fun for me. Hopefully it's been fun for the listeners. And man, I appreciate you setting this up. And
well, it's your idea.
I
appreciate you. This has been great. It's teamwork. You did all the managing the leagues and how we would get into all of them, and that has been fantastic. I completely agree. The fact that you just said it's 4 out of 30 minutes, I mean, I guess I realized that it would have been somewhere around there, but that is shocking to me, to be completely honest with you. When I like sit back and think about it, it feels like, as you said, we just started, especially the last couple hours have gone by extremely quick. I feel like I just got that cup of coffee, which I felt like I got after we started. Like we got going. I was like, I'm going to get some coffee in a minute, and we got a good stopping place. I got some coffee, and then I feel like I just did that. And somehow, I mean, I don't know. Did I get the coffee 2 hours ago? Did I get the coffee 2 hours into the stream? I don't, was the coffee 30 minutes into the stream and 4 hours ago? I don't even remember. I mean, it seems like just a moment ago. Sean, I do have the sheet updated for this draft. If you are interested in that at any point, I wanted to let you know.
Good.
That we are moving that direction. Roma Dunze,
this last one.
Yeah, Roma Dunze goes earlier than I wanted to see him go. I was hoping we could maybe sneak him through in one of these drafts. But TJ Hawkinson also went, so I don't have to have Sean tell me that we have to hold a guy for 10 weeks. So got that going for me.
So I don't know if bureaucratic elements is the right terminology, but I did want to point out that what you had said about how we can manage Techcraft and whatnot is correct. I thought it was. I wanted to double check. Anybody you don't play on Thursday, you can cut. And this is a unique situation because you're not really playing anyone on Thursday. You have that option. So, again, unless anybody who's even...
Oh, we can just cut the defense then.
Right.
We could just put the Eagles D on the bench and cut them.
Correct. But you just mentioned with the how those would work in tandem.
Yeah, I just always thought that there was a thing where you couldn't cut the defense. You had to roster two defenses or something, but I don't know. We are maybe they updated it so that it's a little less confusing, because that the way you just said it seems very straightforward and nice. Love the take a peek element, and I understand that it's hard to navigate for these guys. So it's awesome that we have it as an option. Love it. Love that we can do some drafts after the Thursday and Friday games. All those options.
Yeah, we're hoping to do some of those. So you are going to be drafting in Vegas.
Right.
And then
flying home Saturday. We could maybe do one Saturday night if you wanted to. That'd be fun.
Perfect.
Christian Kirk goes. Fat Keenan makes it all the way back to us at 7:09. Javonte Williams makes it back to us at 7:09.
I don't think that's his official name, is it?
I believe so. He changed it legally, is what I've been told. I have no idea how Fat Keenan made it back to 7:09. This is crazy. But also, Javonte Williams is a good pick at 7:09 too.
And the funny thing is that you do get the impression that Keenan Allen might come back worse.
I know. And I have Javonte as a target, and I don't have Keenan as a target. And it's up to you, but I would be perfectly fine taking Javonte Williams here.
Yeah, I've just got so much Keenan Allen. And
me too.
In your offensive coordinator confidence rankings, where do Arthur Smith and Shane Waldron come in?
I mean, neck and neck.
You talked about the haves and the have-nots. And when you think about someone who hasn't done it, like a Ryan Grubb, and isn't even really the guy who is necessarily the driver of that Washington team, and there's a lot of enthusiasm because there's unknown. How should we be thinking about that in contrast to Waldron, who did poorly last season and now has this just embarrassment of riches at the receiving positions, but also is what they've done in camp has been criticized. I mean, at one point they were talking about the Bears being kind of the last team in the NFL that still couldn't line up, right? So I think we're past that. But again, when you're talking about developing things, that part is disconcerting. We have breadcrumbs about inefficient route usage for players. Ben, I still can't believe we drafted Cole Kmet at tight end 27 in a league. Are we going to be able to push Keenan Allen all the way through with the rhetoric?
I kind of want him to go so we don't have to worry about it. But, I mean, I think he was actually the pick over Javonte. It's just Javonte was a way more fun pick. He was sort of the last before a big tier break for me, actually. And now that, in fact, the whole tier after my big tier break had already gone. I mean, it's crazy. And there's these other running backs, like even if Javonte goes with these guys like Chase Brown, somebody was going to come back, Jaylen Warren. We could have got a comparable pick to Javonte. It's just way more fun to take Javonte there. We have, my God. Keenan needs to leverage this into endorsement deals at Chicago pizza establishments. In the chat, historical anomalies in the chat says, we have breadcrumbs falling out of Fat Keenan's pockets, Sean. Tiger Uppercut says, deep dish would be a good nickname for an overweight Bears player. Refrigerator is the gold standard, of course. William Refrigerator Perry.
4.5 hours in, the chat is also on absolute fire.
They are just ready to go. They never got tired. Well done. The roast of Fat Keenan continues as he has fallen now to 803.
The top players in the default.
There he goes. That would have been a fun pick.
Man. I mean, Anthony Richardson's still here. Najee Harris still here. Those guys are also enduring some lack of interest.
Did you say you wanted to get a Tyjae Spears today? Is this the time to do that?
Tyjae would be interesting. This is probably the spot to get Brian Thomas.
That's what I was going to say, is he's the receiver now. Let's do Brian Thomas if you don't care about getting Tyjae. I think once we made the Javonte pick, we probably wanted this to be a receiver. That's why I think that Keenan probably was the right pick, because we could have done, Keenan Tyjae. But Javonte, Brian Thomas is a fine 2v2 off that.
Yeah, I want to get some Thomas there. It does open up the possibility of being, I mean, again, this is just a very small consideration, but if he hits, I do think it would be fantastic for Trevor Lawrence, who is an undervalued play. If we get into one of these where we feel like the round 9, round 10 picks are must draft players at a non-QB position, then this would be a fun team to go with Trevor Lawrence as the QB. And I mean, you get yourself an additional pretty meaningful pick if you go that route.
Yeah, I like that. We could also go Geno because we have the JSN. I mean, we can definitely push QB. I mean, hell, we got Javonte. I think a Bo Nix Javonte Williams stack is kind of fun. We could also take Jalil and do Bo Nix with 2 of his running backs and then start them all together, and he'll probably throw touchdowns to both of them in the same game, and people don't realize. I mean, that's actually going to happen. That sounds like a fake take, but I'm comfortable saying that he's going to throw his running back so much that you can stack them like they're wide receivers.
Then Michael Dubner, who does fantastic work with Pete, he does incredible work for us at RotoViz. He has pulled together a RotoViz bold predictions compilation piece, which will be out today, tomorrow, somewhere in there. I won't spoil too many of those. Mine actually features something with Bo Nix. I'm going to say mine is that the Superflex tournament here, FFPC, drafts are going off all the time. Make sure you get over and sign up for those. Let me check and see kind of where we are with this. If you want to sign up for a Superflex draft right now, there are 2,800 teams remaining. It will fill they have drafts going off at 5 Eastern, 6 Eastern, 7 Eastern, 8 Eastern. Maybe not all of those, Phil, but some of them definitely are going to. They have a sit and go that has 7 teams remaining. That's a 30-second timer. That will be awesome. If I didn't have to write the Zero RB update later in the day, that's what I would be doing. My bold prediction is that a 0 QB team is going to win the Superflex tournament. I used intel from our roster construction explorer to build out a Superflex strategy piece. It recommends actually going 0 QB. And if you are as in love with Geno Smith and Bo Nix as we are, I think that the tournament is going to be won by a team that features those 2 quarterbacks. Ben, if we have these 2 competing visions or versions of player on every team, I know Michael's does feature your Seattle Seahawks. More important to get a Seahawk on every team or a Bronco on every team?
I guess a Bronco because it's so easy price-wise. I don't really think there's – I mean, the player that I told you we teased hours ago, or I teased hours ago, that there was a player that I wanted you to take off the 0 RB list, and that's Zach Charbonnet. And I wrote about him recently on Stealing Signals. I think the case for him was fine all offseason. It was that he could actually potentially have a better standalone role than we would expect because it's a new coaching staff. They might really like him. He's a bigger back than Walker. There's some things that Walker does that coaching staffs might not like, and Charbonnet just kind of doing what is necessary for him could be enough. But Charbonnet's profile is just like, oh, he's a 3-down back with size. There's nothing like exciting about it. And so
he's caught a lot of passes. So he's got that
he's definitely
high profile Perine type of profile.
But if the team is enamored with Walker, you lose that element of it on the standalone side. And then the other side of it was that he's the clear number 2. And Kenny McIntosh had an incredible preseason, looked great, and is a little bit of an intriguing profile. Sean, again, I want to tease your 0 RB watch list, the 9 names to keep on speed dial. I'm teasing it right now because as I scrolled through earlier, I saw Kenny McIntosh's name on there. I'm so excited to read about him. We've now given away 2 of the 9 names, but you want to know the other 7 for sure. Kenny McIntosh looked great this preseason for somebody who actually watched the preseason stuff. And so I think Charbonnet, that's the other thing with the handcuff stuff, is that you want to know that the guy's the number 2, and that was a big part of it, is like, this is a clear 2-man backfield, but that probably went the wrong direction for him in August, while he also lost out on standalone value in August when Ken Walker became the clear option. So anyway, and I think the things have gone the wrong way for Tyler Lockett, who just got re-injured as well, and it looks so clearly in the early season like a DK JSN offense. I think you want Ken Walker, but it's really hard to get those guys. We just took JSN at 604. We took Walker at 404 to make those things happen. DK is expensive. You could take Noah Fant late, but you can take Geno late. It's not always easy to get a Seahawk on every team. For me, if you're not getting Javonte, then Jalil is just so easy to get. And if you're not getting Jalil, then it's like Audric Estime is free. And Mims is free. And like these various ways to play the Broncos are so easy. Like if you're not doing it, then you're just not interested in playing the Broncos. So yeah, in terms of which team I'm actually like making sure to get exposure to, it winds up being the Broncos on almost every draft for sure. But I love the Seahawks. It's just a cost thing.
Yeah, and for collegiate running backs, yards per route run is not the main thing you're looking at, even if you're looking at receiving. But Kenny McIntosh's numbers were absolutely insane. It does give you a lot of pause about Charbonnet. The other thing there too is that this current coaching staff is talking about Walker as being a potential receiving superstar, which would be, again, the piece that kind of launches him into that ultra elite tier. We are on the clock. Tyjae Spears almost came back. That is a bummer. The names I have in the list here, Ben, are 2 guys you have mentioned throughout the stream today: DeAndre Hopkins, Hollywood Brown. Anybody else, and who do you like of those 2?
I've been taking Hollywood over DeAndre, and I don't see anyone else. So I mean, but I'm open to whatever. Okay, we take Hollywood. Yeah, I was trying to I was kind of talking and not keeping the sheet updated. I was trying to get a feel for who was there, and Jameson Williams had gone off. I guess Keon Coleman had fallen through as well, but I'm not super into that play. Our guys, Pat and Pete, have gotten more interested in it than I think I have. Jonathan Brooks, Jaylen Warren went off. Blake Corum went off. And then Tyjae Spears. Those are sort of the backups if Spears went. And so when you get the thing where Warren, I think you can make the case. And Jonathan Brooks as well, right up there. But Corum to me would have been maybe a backup. And then he goes first, and then Spears goes, and you're like, all right, well, now there's not a running back to take.
Spears, again, so close. That would have been a fantastic value. Another team where I love the fact that we have both Walker and Javonte Williams. That gives us some flexibility in there. DeAndre Hopkins at 9-12. I just don't know what to make of that. I would be very honest in that. Will Levis has done some decent things in the preseason. I think if you like Levis and have some optimism about the Titans, that has to be extremely encouraging. At the same time, again, once we get the real defenses, will you be able to do that stuff? Hopkins is a tricky one because I think you need to be all out on Titans other than Spears, who I've written him up as the player who benefits either way. If the team goes really hot or ends up in deep trouble. With Hopkins, the part that's difficult is just that at a certain price, which that price I would argue is well before Keon Coleman and Khalil Shakir are selected, then it almost doesn't even matter how bad their offense is. You say that, and then you get an Arthur Smith level offense, and you realize, well, it actually there still are levels. Then Caleb Williams, somebody you had mentioned earlier, he would be a fun QB pick at this juncture.
Yeah, he's I have Lawrence right behind him, but in a different tier. Sorry, I have them both as targets, but I like to take Williams prior. It's just a little bit of a bummer that we didn't get Keenan. We took Brian Thomas, and then. But, we don't have to stack or anything. We could do Addison again. We could bring up McLaughlin. We could take Zach Moss, who you don't want to take. I don't have any great options.
This would probably be Addison for me unless...
Let's do it.
Unless you do kind of want Caleb. But as close as you have them together, I kind of think that playing Caleb and Trevor Lawrence together is one of those things that even in... managed I do like, because I think we could get a slow start for Williams, and if we do, then you're going to get a slow start for all of those Bears who are aggressively priced, and that would be a pretty huge bummer. But if we did that and we had to play Lawrence early, and then you still have Williams for the second half for the tournament, when maybe a lot of the teams though with Williams didn't make it, had some other issues with him, playing that together. But frankly, a lot of the teams that draft Caleb Williams are going to have a second QB, whether or not that QB scores enough, if the team goes to him early enough. One of the issues that you have if you draft Caleb Williams and then end up benching him at some point is when you get back on, right? Because you run into that sort of Justin Fields element from several years ago where everybody had to cut him because the first month was so bad, and then he was one of the best players the entire rest of the season. I think there's some risk of that with Williams, which in managed, if you have someone sitting there like a Jordan Addison, yeah, I like the Addison pick. Part of me is hoping that because basically the way QB works in managed is that everybody gets a QB1. If that's the case, Williams could come all the way back.
Right. That's why if you wanted Addison, I was really comfortable with it. Because, even if we don't get Williams, I don't mind the Lawrence pick. Even if both Williams and Lawrence go, I don't mind playing it for, Geno or whatever direction. Sorry, my headphones are dying on me. But whatever other direction we want to do later, there's always money in the banana stand. I nailed it.
There is. And speaking of money in the banana stand, Ben, that was the perfect setup to say that you can get $10, which is a little more than 10% off of your RotoViz subscription using the code bananas. That's a special promo code for people listening to this draft marathon stream today. I'd like to thank everybody who has joined us because, again, we have had even more fun than expected. And Ben, I've been looking forward to this all week. I'm glad we went Addison there. I love him. I love him, especially in managed, where the variety of headaches I think you can work through, especially as your wide receiver 6, you can work through. Once those issues are cleared up, and I think they will be at some point, he's going to be a top 20 wide receiver. He just went at wide receiver 50.
Yeah, that is tremendous value. So the team now, Garrett Wilson, Tank Dell, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Brian Thomas, Hollywood Brown, Jordan Addison, has a lot of wide receiver ceiling in there. It's a Trey McBride, Kyle Pitts, bully tight end build, right? We still have all these upside swings at receiver. And then we've also taken Kenneth Walker and Javonte Williams, two of our favorite running backs at cost in the entire landscape, to have both McBride and Pitts. So this is why, like, when we took Pitts, I was saying, I really like him there because there is some downside with Pitts. And I was kind of making this case like, oh, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't hurt you as much from the perspective of usually when you take a Pitts, you're counting on him to be an elite tight end. And in this case, we're counting on him to be a really high end flex, is so long as Trey McBride is what we both think he's going to be. But if Pitts does struggle or doesn't quite hit the ceiling or isn't quite what we want him to be, and he's more of just like if we have to bench him sometimes, frankly, just to be, direct about it, you can still see how that wouldn't be the end of the world for this build. Now that you've seen the rest of these receivers, obviously, it wouldn't be surprising at all if we're starting Garrett Wilson, Tank Dell, JSN, and then one of those other 3 receivers and wanting to, and being really excited about doing that, whether that's Brian Thomas, whether that's Hollywood Brown, whether that's Jordan Addison. I mean, I'm not even super in on Brian Thomas. I definitely see it with Addison, but both of those guys have big ceiling cases. And then Brown is just like, yeah, I mean, he would be easy to get in lineups if he's an important part of the Kansas City offense. It looks like he will be when he's healthy. I mean, he's sort of a high floor play. You're like, sure, this guy's running 85% of the routes with Patrick Mahomes. I'll put him in our lineup. Not hard at all to envision scenarios where our 3rd round pick even isn't necessary to our flex discussion. Now, if he hits, if we get the McBride, Kyle Pitts, tight end 1, tight end 2 battle, just give us the $1 million.
$1 million. Again, this is the easiest way to win $1 million in 2024 in fantasy football. Get over there and sign up for those Fantasy Pros drafts. The 4 p.m. Eastern draft, Ben, has 3 teams remaining in it. The 6:30 p.m. Eastern draft only has 1 team left. If you want to draft at 6:30 Eastern, you better jump in there now. They may fill 2 drafts at that time. Then, as we have a little bit of a break here before our next pick, one of the multiple articles that you released to Stealing Signal subscribers this morning was your 2024 draft kit. Are we executing? Do you have any specific thing there that you want to?
Well, that was just a good place for me to put links to all the different types of content that I've done, which was a lot of different links from all the newsletters in July and August, as well as some back to some of the evergreen stuff that people have really liked from past years. So yeah, that was, from a strategy perspective, not really the strategy guide itself. I'm still having trouble with these headphones 5 hours and they want to die on me. But yeah, no, I think we are executing the general strategy. Certainly, Sean, we have a great team here.
So there are 50 links in that piece.
Did you just count them?
Yeah.
There's not
50 links.
There's like 23 probably. Did you count 50 really?
There are 50. And if you go through and read those pieces, I guarantee you will have your best fantasy football season that you have ever had. And we're one pick away from Caleb coming back.
Well, don't jinx it. I mean, if he doesn't, we still have Lawrence there too. Wow. Okay.
If
nice.
He is back, I'm still going to ask you to take. No, that's not true. Not true on this team. I mean,
Will Shipley in the
true.
11th round?
Ben is living in constant fear that at some point
I loved Will Shipley as a prospect. You and I were really in on him together in the pre-draft, and then he went to the Eagles, and you're like, still in on Will Shipley. And I'm like, John, this isn't great.
Ben thinks that my screen is just going to go dark, and that all the rest of the picks will just be Will Shipley and pass. Like, we've got enough guys. So Caleb Williams is here. I mean, now I wish we had taken someone other than Javonte Williams, because our other guy is also here. Do you have any other selections that we need to consider? Do you want the QB? Do you want Jerry Jeudy?
I don't want Jeudy. I want the QB or Javonte's teammate. Yeah, one or the other. We don't have to take Jalil in every single draft, especially when we got Javonte. But I have no issue taking Javonte and Jalil together. He goes one pick behind us. I knew he was going to go when I looked at how many running backs have been picked behind us. Yeah, not at all in my mind an issue to take both Javonte and Jalil. We've talked through it a bunch of times. People are really concerned about the usage rates and the percentages. And the thing that both you and I emphasized this offseason about the Broncos is the size of the pie. It's going to there's going to be a lot of running back points. And it's something that's always happened with Sean Payton's backs, where multiple backs are fantasy viable because he does like to rotate them. And he likes to run the offense through the backs, which is the good thing. And the reason he rotates them is because he runs the offense through them. He can't give them 500 touches, right? He can't give one back 500 touches. Last year, Javonte got like 260 something, and Jalil and Perine combined for 210. That's 475 touches for the three main backs. Obviously, they're not all going to go to one guy. 300 touches is massive for one guy. They build the ship out of the running back touches. And so you can take both. You can start them together. It's not, I mean, people really struggle with thinking through like positional designations and the very traditional elements of what we think of an offense. But some of these offenses are just non-traditional, man. Like, you got to think about each team independently.
And there can be a tiny bit of a trap occasionally of being so confident that.
Nope. Never had that problem.
No, we've never gotten enthusiastic about a team to our detriment. But one of the things I would want to note there is that the Miami Dolphins scored more than twice. So last year, if the RotoViz screener is correct, the Minnesota Vikings scored 287 running back points. Before, the Miami Dolphins scored 583.
Yeah.
So
I think it's correct too. You've put that stat in some other work that you've done. I guess not maybe in the Broncos piece, in the Dolphins. Did you talk about the Dolphins in the Broncos piece?
Yeah, they are very strongly linked in my mind. So we were wanting us to pause here. We have 30 seconds to make our round 12 pick. Any names jumping out at you here?
Well, I wasn't really looking at it. The name that I'm thinking, and doesn't need to be this, is just, you had said we could do Caleb with Trevor, and I don't think that's a bad plan, but I'm very open to any non-QB pick because I don't think we need to use both these picks on QB. If you got a running back in there, like, is Bucky available? Always take Bucky, right? Yeah. Okay.
We're desperately looking for teams to not take Bucky on, but
this was not the team. It's the 11th round, and we only have, or the 12th round, which is fine value where he's been going today. He's been going in the 11th, and we only have two running backs. So this is the team where we take him.
Ben, did we just reference that Bucky has been going in the 11th because we have taken him there every draft.
Yeah, we're very aware of where he goes.
So this Dolphins element, which again, I worked through how the Sean Payton offenses have worked, and including in the bad seasons, the seasons where they don't seem to have talent, you just have an immense number of expected points, right? So we can think about the workload in terms of fantasy points, which sometimes can fool you a little bit, but basically it's just extremely helpful to understand how the usage translates into actual scoring. You see it, you understand what it means if you're going to make start-sit decisions as you're trying to figure out how you want to build your tiers, all of those types of things. The Broncos are going to be very high in rushing expected points. They're going to be very high in receiving expected points. And generally, they have been efficient. That's going to be bounce around a little bit more. And if you don't like Bo Nix, if you don't think that Sean Payton has kept up and is still an above average NFL head coach and play caller, then maybe you don't expect them to have those fantasy points over expectation. One of the reasons that the Dolphins scored so many points is that they had 135 fantasy points over expectation at the running back position last year. The 49ers with Christian McCaffrey had just less than 90. We don't necessarily think that the Broncos are going to do that in terms of FPOE, but if the talent argument for Javonte Williams is correct, if it's correct for McLaughlin, or even if it ends up being Estime, which doesn't fit as well with what we've drafted today, but is a possibility, it's almost impossible for multiple players on this Denver Broncos offense to not be starters at the same time. And you look at that 2017 season where Kamara scored 322 and Mark Ingram scored 284. You know that is probably a once in a lifetime type of thing. But this is a team where, Pierre Thomas and Darren Sproles both were starting running backs for fantasy at the same time. It's a team where you have even the number 3 backs will have individual weeks where you can see ahead of time that they would be viable starters. I mean, this is an offense in which Latavius Murray in 2019 was viable. Murray has been decent at different times, but if the Broncos don't have 3, if not 4 backs better than Latavius Murray in 2024, it will be really disappointing. The other little note there is that people like to focus all the time about Bo Nix throwing underneath. Generally, I think that's overstated, but it's also fantastic for this team. He threw the running backs more than twice as often as his highly drafted peers. He's going to throw to the running backs. The running back receiving volume in Denver is going to be off the charts.
Yeah, cannot wait for that. It's something we saw a little bit of in the preseason. Definitely saw like designed plays underneath, taking the conservative throws, and that's what Nix is good at. But what you'll really see in season, and I don't think this is why I keep emphasizing, I don't think people are really calculating yet, is how 2-minute drill plays in and garbage time and trailing plays in, and we're just going to see so many running back targets in this offense. It's a rookie quarterback. That stuff's already going to happen some with the rookie quarterback, but it's also what Payton is coaching him up to do. And I think they're going to do it effectively. It's what defenses are trying to force you into. It's what they're trying to force you into in those late game situations as well. It is, it's a perfect storm. I wrote a piece earlier this offseason about perfect storm opportunities. That's where I did my big Broncos write-up. That was one of the biggest impetuses of that piece, and why I wanted to write it was to talk through the Bo Nix landing spot with Payton and how this was a perfect storm. The other one was the Falcons and Bijan, and how we could go from an unconcentrated low volume offense to a with a really low catchable target rate to a highly concentrated, higher volume, high catchable target rate offense with a change of coordinator and QB in one offseason. Those are two of the key perfect storm ones that I talked through in that piece, but it was one of my favorite ones to write earlier this offseason. But yeah, I mean, we keep talking about it, Sean, but like it's very, very clear that is going to be.
And Javonte has gotten a lot more expensive in FFPC, but still probably not as expensive as he should be. That perfect storm piece is linked under
one of the 50 links.
Team and player analysis. Get your 2024 draft kit today at Stealing Signals. You also have a great note there at the beginning about your partnership with Dalton Cates Stealing Lines. Anybody who wants to do some sports betting, you have to be involved in that. Ben, as we get just in front of our pick here in round 13, Marshon Lloyd went. I thought he would be kind of a fun stash player for this particular roster. We do have a team here that isn't. Ben, was today's theme unleashed, robust running back? We have a team here that's not quite as potent at the running back position as a few of the others we've drafted.
I mean, that's what you see. I see Kenneth Walker, Javonte Williams, and Bucky Irving, and I see 3 top 10 running backs at the end of the year. So I don't know. I don't know what's not unpotent about that. Or is it impotent? I guess impotent would be the word.
I think we can use unpotent in the headline.
Okay.
This last one was the unpotent draft. We're up.
We are up. I'm not following along anymore. We are through 5 hours of streaming.
The disappointing note here is that Trevor Lawrence did go. I kind of thought he would come back, but he went at the turn to the drafter who had Anthony Richardson, which I think probably makes sense.
Yeah, it makes some sense to be a little careful there. We can still do like a Geno or something else as our QB2 to protect against Caleb a little. I don't have, unless you want to auto draft Jared Goff again, who I see is near the top of the queue. I don't have any other strong takes. I would be the guy you have second in the queue over the guy you have first, but we could maybe get them both. Okay, we take Tyrone Tracy. That's the guy you had second.
I had
and
moved
Jordan
Tracy
Mason goes immediately after. He was the guy you had first.
I had moved Tracy down with the injury and with all of the enthusiasm about Devin Singletary and with. I mean, Ben, would it be fair to say that, the Giants didn't come out and look like they were going to be a clear-cut playoff team in the preseason?
Yeah, they look terrible. Yeah, probably we should have went Mason there. Actually, in hindsight, I'm trying to come around to Mason. Everybody I know is on him. You mentioned the Garendo stuff. When CMC does go down, we're definitely if that happens, we're going to get some Debo. Mason's not going to catch passes. He's going to have to run really efficiently to get to a certain type of ceiling. I think he's a really good player, and he would get a lot of potential efficient runs and potential touchdowns and could be very valuable. But he would need to be the clear-cut guy because he's going to whoever is the guy is going to split a little bit with Debo, and it sounds like he's probably that. And Elijah Mitchell's gone now, but what if it's Garendo? I mean, and what if McCaffrey just stays healthy? Isn't it always the worst pick that we make in these spots are the handcuffs that we don't even know was the clear number 2? A few weeks ago, we were taking Elijah Mitchell here, or people were, and I wasn't. And I don't know that the lesson from Elijah Mitchell not being the number 2 for me is that we should take Jordan Mason here now, who they've had for a couple years, and he's looked really good each of those years, but has been on their practice squad or a special teams guy. I've rostered a lot of Jordan Mason in the last couple of years. It's never really worked.
Maybe and everything that you're saying about that is exactly why when he first started to jump, I resisted it. Then I did some research for it and decided that he's actually got a little bit of that poor man's Jaylen Warren, where he could be that guy for them. Yeah. Again, it really requires CMC to get hurt. But what you're saying Yeah. So the other piece of that, as we also make our pick here, is that they have suggested that he needed to grow up and he needed to learn some specific skills in order to be someone they could actually put on the field. And now he has done that. Sometimes it's easy to give up on somebody too early. But again, everything that you're saying, I think, is correct. I don't know that I have a guy I love here if you have a priority pick.
I don't, unless... Did Samaje Perine ever go?
I don't believe so. Is this another Perine selection?
This is a Perine spot. Yep. Who's the other pick? I don't think there's another pick. I mean, Antonio Gibson's there, but I would take Perine over Gibson based on the offense. Tank Bigsby, Audric Estime, but we already got Javonte. Your boy Will Shipley's there. I think Perine
you were
was
in danger because I did have to go find Perine, and that was a timeout for Shipley. Oh, it was an accident, kind of.
Shipley in the queue?
No, he wasn't. It was going to be Tua. Plenty of time.
Perine was a great pick there. We just kind of came to me, but we probably should have taken him over Tyrone Tracy.
So I mentioned that I had, lost some enthusiasm for Tracy, but as I go through and you want to continually familiarize yourself with the actual background of the players and the evidence, and make sure that you're properly calibrated, especially this time of year. It's so easy to get caught up in whatever the last thing that you read was, whatever the last thing you heard was, whatever the last play you saw on TV happened to be. And I mean, for me, Tracy is that guy where if it were a slightly different situation, if he weren't already in his mid-20s, then I mean, there'd be a lot of enthusiasm. Devin Singletary is a much, much, much better back than Ezekiel Elliott. And yet the case for Tracy versus the case for Dowdle, I mean, the case for Tracy is that he's a fantastic athlete. He has this hybrid receiver element to him as a position change guy. And unlike Dowdle, who struggled last year when he played, now different levels of play. And again, Tracy doing it as a very advanced age person against college age guys, but Tracy's rushing peripherals were really strong. You look at the athletic background and you say, I mean, this is a guy where everything that he does is exactly what NFL offenses should want. The Giants are going to need some players to inject that energy and big playability into their team. I mean, Singletary has always been one of my guys, but the reason I basically don't have any for this season is that, I mean, I would give a tiny little nod to Tracy as not necessarily the starter. I think it's a full-blown committee for the entire season. But when we think of playoff runs, when you think about Tyrone Tracy as being the guy who could give you that Jerick McKinnon scoring, basically the last two guys are players like that. I don't know where we should really be on Tracy, especially with this injury. But anytime that you have someone with good numbers and impressive athleticism who could catch passes, and you don't have a strong depth chart, once you get into this range where he was he was running back 56. I'm back on board.
Yeah, I think that's all really well put. That's
I mean, you have a pretty big share on your best ball teams. Is that correct?
I do. Yeah, I have a lot. I'm pretty into Tracy for those reasons. The pass catching, the element of, I don't think Devin Singletary at this point of his career, I think Brian Dable does really like him. He knows the system. He's going to have a role, but Tracy's, I think, potentially going to immediately have an early season role in a way that people are undervaluing. You talked a lot about the profile, but also just if you look at it, unless Singletary is an every down back and is mispriced as well, which I don't necessarily think is going to be the case. Actually, they played Tracy ahead of Eric Gray in the preseason. People loved the Eric Gray stuff. He had a long touchdown run, but it's just not that explosive. He didn't look good in any of his other snaps in the preseason. He made a really nice move in the hole on that one, but it was one of those straight line runs where there was a hole, made a guy miss, and he went straight to the end zone, and he still almost got caught from the side. You could see the lack of long speed on that play. It's one of the like breakaway plays that can happen where you look at it and you go, that's why I know this guy can't regularly make breakaway plays, which is a weird takeaway from a breakaway play. But that's something we did with Zach Moss early last season, Sean, when he had a couple breakaway plays with the Colts. And it was like, that only happened because it was blocked so open and he had so much space to run to. We talk about running to daylight. He had so much daylight to run to. And yet he still should have gotten more out of that daylight, right? And you can see that happens sometimes in the running back position. Now, Gray created his daylight. He made a great agile move in the hole. So I want to make sure to note that was awesome. But, you know, the lack of long speed, I think, was on display there. I think they know that in the building. I think it's been clear when you see that Tracy was playing ahead of him and those types of things. If it doesn't happen right away in week 1 because Tracy had the injury and all those things, he's a rookie, that's fine. But they don't have a lot of depth on that running back room. They kept just 3 backs. Eric Gray is the only other back besides Singletary with Tracy. They didn't keep any of the other ancillary guys that they had that were making a little bit of noise. They brought in an XFL guy. They had some earlier like UFL guy, Jashawn Corbin, I think is his name. Couple intriguing possibilities that didn't make the team. And so now you're like, okay, Tyrone Tracy's a play. I mean, he's a play. So anyway, him and Mason, I did just go update my rank, Sean, to get Mason up right into the Tracy range because I feel like those two should go really close to each other, but it's not a negative on Tracy or anything, you know. I mean, like Tracy's a good play. I thought you put that really well too. We are up. I opened up the draft applet. You got a huge queue going. We got a lot of good names there at the top of the queue. I mean, I know you want to just take Shipley, right? At this point.
I'm always on board with that pick. We could take the guy we've taken in every draft today. We could take one of these top kickers.
I don't think it's a kicker pick at this point. There's a lot of good options you have here in the queue. So I would be a receiver or a running back. I would be Shipley or yeah, probably McMillan, who is the guy that we've taken in every draft today. So we take McMillan. Sorry, I didn't mean probably it would be McMillan. I was going to say Shipley or a receiver, and then I said probably McMillan. Probably made that sound like
McMillan is fantastic there.
Okay,
he's somebody that I really thought that you needed to get camp buzz on when you talk about where you get anchored to. And sometimes you can be waiting to make sure that the profile that he had from college, and in his case specifically 2022, I think it's easy to miss how close he was to the Adunze trajectory as opposed to the Polk trajectory. And then now you get this fantastic price because of the 2023 injury. There would be no need to make him an emphasis in redraft if he hadn't been so dynamic at camp. But then when he is, I think you need to put him on that initial roster, not put yourself in a position where you're going to go out and spend, 400 of your free agent dollars to roster him everywhere after he does what he could do in week 1. Certainly it's more likely than not that there'll be a slow build there, but I just want him to be stashed on all the teams so that if he hits, and again, Ben, that preseason catch illustrates a lot of what, he can be. The other thing that jumped out when I was writing about him, I don't want people to get caught up. I certainly don't want myself to get caught up in some physical comps and think that means he's going to be somebody. But you think of someone who popped in our workout explorer as being similar, and then where they were in the draft and what they might think they're going to do. It was Amon-Ra St. Brown. Did we just draft Amon-Ra on every single team today? That would be fun.
No, because he's not going to be the slot plot. He can't be the yak guy, but he'll be more of he can be a higher ADOT guy. He's just a little bit of a different player. I still like
the workout explorer is wrong.
If you want an upside thing, I think it's more like a Will Fuller type of a play. Not quite as much of a deep threat, but
I will take Will Fuller if we just
Yeah.
drafted him onto every team.
Yeah, I think we probably are looking at that type of a play for the upside. Yeah, you can take your guy here. It was inevitable.
So
he's the right pick there.
He's
the right pick at 1604 after Justice Hill. Yeah, you got to take Will Shipley at that point.
Alexander Madison was gone. The name that I was going to ask you about before we both got caught up in praising our 13th round pick for 12, 13 minutes there. Roschon Johnson, any interest in these Chicago Bears backs? Again, within this environment where there's no guarantee, there's no necessity that the Bears offense at any position ever becomes clear to redraft managers as they're trying to make their start-sit decisions throughout the season. And one of the reasons I like having Caleb Williams here is that he's kind of a play on all of these guys, in addition to his own hybrid ability.
Yeah. Sorry, what was the specific question about the Bears backs?
Roschon.
Yeah, I've been taking him. It's weird because he and Herbert were going back to back for a lot of the offseason in best ball, and then Herbert played more in the preseason largely because Roschon was kind of banged up, and a huge gulf widened. Like Herbert is now going in, like he went the 12th round in this, and Roschon is, and it happened in best ball too, where Roschon goes undrafted in a bunch of them. And I mean, we talked about that perfect storm piece just a minute ago, Sean, but I put the Bears running backs there too. I think I did a little section that was like, these are other like positional area, like opportunity zones that I just, it wasn't like meant to be as much of the perfect storm element or whatever. But anyway, I thought DeAndre Swift coming over from Philadelphia has a little bit of this perfect storm thing where it's like last year, both sides of the high value touch equation weren't as great, although he did get some green zone touches and he just struggled to actually get into the end zone because he wasn't great after contact at all last year, but didn't get the receptions, right? And now he goes over to a team that actually might throw to the running backs a lot, might use the backs in the green zone a little bit more because it's a rookie quarterback situation, although since then, I've done a lot more research on Caleb Williams, and seeing how many rushing TDs he had in college was very interesting. But I did at a time think that Swift was really undervalued. I think he's just like a fine pick now. Like he's certainly worth making in certain spots, but he's also like injury prone. And even though Herbert and Roschon, like it's not really clear how that would split up necessarily. The assumption's been that like Herbert will do some early down stuff and have some standalone role alongside Swift, that Roschon would probably play more on passing downs as Swift went down, have more of like a handcuff. Maybe that's why a delineation occurred in Herbert and Roschon's prices, or likely, but I don't know why that didn't happen earlier, because that seemed to be the case all offseason, the way the backup situation would split. But my point is that the situational stuff with a rookie QB, which might lead to a bigger rush rate in the green zone, if they don't necessarily trust him to throw. I mean, I kind of think with how good of a playmaker he is, they will just trust him to throw in there. But who knows with Shane Waldron? And the fact that there might be some dump offs here and there and those things, although the receivers are very good. I just felt like it was a good opportunity for in a rising, offense that is going to score points. And like you said, the Caleb bet is a bet on the whole offense and them being good, and the running backs will be brought along by a high scoring offense. I did feel like all three of them were very playable at different points in this offseason. I've drafted a decent amount of all three of them throughout the offseason. Swift earlier and not so much later. And Herbert, as he's gotten expensive, not so much later either. I was taking a decent amount of him earlier too. Roschon's the one that at a really cheap cost I've continued to take because he plays on pass downs. He's got size. He theoretically still has this 3-down workload potential. Chaos can happen. Swift's been banged up basically every year of his career. Last year, I think, was the first year he played most of the full season. If Swift misses time, it feels like Roschon's definitely usable. If Herbert misses time, it feels like Roschon's role probably expands because it can't use Swift as an every down guy with his profile. If they both were to miss time, like one of them suffers a long-term injury, the other one misses some short-term time or whatever, Roschon feels like the guy that would just play every down because he has that profile in a good offense. And he's just free. I mean, he's just really, really late. So Yeah. I mean, I literally, Roschon's, of those 3 Bears backs, I was kind of talking about how early in the offseason I was taking them all. Of those 3 backs, the ones that I've taken this week, or the one I have taken this week, is Roschon. I have not taken a lot of Herbert lately. I already had a lot of him, and he's gotten more expensive. I've not taken a lot of Swift lately. I've probably taken Roschon today on some of these, Sean. These slow drafts that I've been doing during our stream.
Then if you want to, I'm not sure exactly what screen you have up, but if you want to click over to the one I'm sharing with you really quickly, people can see the ADP kind of tracking that you were talking about, where especially in FFPC, Roschon was the more expensive back until the most recent developments have caused this huge break in the trend line for both players.
Yeah, you can very clearly see the reddish orangish line there for Roschon in the earlier dates leading up into August. He was ahead, and he was actually moving up a little bit heading towards August, and then has just been straight down. And meanwhile, Khalil Herbert has been rising. Roschon just really, really cheap at this point as a result relative to the whole offseason. And again, he's basically the handcuff to Swift's role, the passing down guy, a good pass protector. All of those elements work really favorably to his upside outcomes. And Swift is not and it's a good offense, and Swift's not a very durable running back. I mean, it's certainly a bit of a surprise, Sean, that people are just completely out on this young year 2 back. There was also a lot of talk this offseason that like they were maybe featuring Herbert to trade him. And there's like potentially still the possibility that could happen in the early part of the season if there's an injury or something, like the Khalil Herbert could become available. The reason Roschon was going higher earlier in the offseason is the team was saying they were very in on Roschon. They were less committal on Khalil was the whole. That's why people were expecting that Herbert might actually be moved. And then Herbert got a lot of work in the preseason, which in some cases is trying him out for a potential trade. Everyone freaked out about Sean Payton's usage in the preseason, and he was doing that. He was trying out Samaje Perine and Tim Patrick for potential trades. The fact that Tim Patrick didn't make the team was very surprising relative to the usage, unless you think about the fact that he kind of already had made that decision and he was trying to get trade value out of Tim Patrick. Like that, the Broncos definitely did that. It wouldn't be that surprising. It's not like a made up thing. Anyway, we are back up. I feel like we've taken all of these dudes so many times. Like the guys you have in the queue, it's like, yeah, I mean, let's just play the hits.
Well, if you want an additional take a peek running back, we could do that. Otherwise, it would be probably Butker for me, but there's another receiver in there that's a really good selection too.
We can take Butker. Oh, wait. Kansas City defense? Let's take Kansas City defense for once. Is there a reason you would be firmly the kicker over the... It's just easier to hold the kicker long term?
Yeah, that's the way that I've been thinking through that, is that the defenses we're going to stream anyway.
Yeah. But they're a nice play for a lot of reasons. KC's one you can hold. I mean, they're going to get pass attempts against, and they're in the FFPC scoring format we always talk about for defenses is a pass attempts against format. You want sacks and takeaways. That tends to happen when teams are throwing on you. KC throws at such a high rate and they score so efficiently. Their games have more play volume, and opponents have to throw and play fast late in games.
And man, their defense looked good in the last half of last season. It was. Right. It's just so scary for the NFL. I mean, you're not going to get a three-peat. That doesn't happen. But the fact that the Chiefs defense carried them to last year's Super Bowl, with what Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid have in mind for the offense this year, teams have to be pretty afraid. Again, the best team in the NFL, more than in some other sports, they've got a real shot. The Chiefs right now, to me, Ben, look gapped from the rest of the NFL. Obviously, the 49ers, the Ravens, some additional teams are going to have something to say about that. The only little additional tricky part there for Kansas City, both the kicker and defense, is they have that early bye, and you're not really looking to.
Do you want to take? You don't want to take both the kicker and the D here?
No, we could.
Or we could. I mean, we could take your receiver again.
No
My
interest in
receiver,
that.
the chat's receiver. With in the running back, do you want to take the running back? Yeah, take him. We'll wait on the kicker. We're gonna do Emmanuel Wilson for the take a peek. Sean had mentioned him earlier. The Packers only kept 3 running backs. AJ Dillon on IR. Marshon Lloyd has missed a bunch of time with an injury in camp. Some possibility that Emmanuel Sanders plays a decent amount in week 1. You also said earlier that Josh Jacobs probably just going to play more than any other back in the league in the first couple of weeks, which is likely the way it goes. But at this price, when we get to potentially put the player in our lineup if they play well enough, if Emmanuel Wilson has some explosiveness to his game too. Like if he catches a few passes and is able to break a long touchdown, there's a possibility of him having like a decent score in a small role. So
it's always fun to think of where these guys would go if they do certain things that are somewhat unlikely. Do you think he would go, let's say he catches, like you said, the 2 passes, has a long score. Do you think he would go in round 9?
No.
In the post games drafts?
No.
I mean, you're talking about names like Blake Corum, Jerome Ford, Austin Eckler.
People like those guys. You also skipped over Tyjae Spears and Jaylen Warren and Jonathan Brooks, the ones that we like. I think he would go. I think he would go in the 12th or 13th. I don't think people would just forget about Marshon Lloyd, even if Emmanuel Wilson did something really interesting. I think they'd be like, he's still probably the number 3. Well, it depends on how many points, because some people like to just get the points, and then if they have to cut him, they have to cut him. If you're talking 20 plus points, then I could see round 9. I thought you were like when you said the couple catches in one long TD, I'm thinking 40 to 50 yard TD is about 10 to 11 points, couple catches. We're talking like 14, 15 total points. I think that only puts him in like the round 12, round 13 range, probably, maybe around 14 even, but probably 12, probably 12.
Yeah. One of the things that was interesting that I mentioned in relationship to Pierre Strong is that Jerome Ford has the benefit of having scored extremely well right after the Nick Chubb injury and in week 17. So you have an initial really strong mental reaction, and that gets locked into your brain. And then you have that final extremely important score that gets locked into your brain. Jerome Ford was not, number one, the peripherals were not good for him, but then also he didn't do a lot for fantasy managers in that interim. He's someone who's probably not being thought about the correct way. Austin Eckler, I mean, I love Eckler. If he actually is just fine and is mostly himself, but in a context that isn't as good for scoring. But if you're Austin Eckler, right, I mean, you're still going to be fine in round 9. I'd be excited about that. I guess I do think that we're looking at very different tiers of player there, and that just when you think about what you actually are hoping to get when you draft players in that range, it might not be that much more than what Wilson could potentially give people. The other thing is I don't know. I'm a huge Marshon Lloyd enthusiast, but I also don't understand why his actual football teams were not that excited to get him the ball the last couple of years when he's putting up these just crazy numbers in terms of evasion, explosion, yards, the things that matter for a football team. And there is that rhetoric out there surrounding him that questions some of those things too. I guess I wouldn't be surprised if people give up on Marshon Lloyd very quickly if Wilson flashes in this first game.
Would you give up on him? Would that be
No, but if Wilson flashes in the first game, I'm going to be really disappointed for all of my best ball shares in Lloyd, because I do think it'll hurt him. They won't rush him back. He probably doesn't get a huge workload if Josh Jacobs goes down. It would be, I mean, if Wilson has a big game, it's gonna hurt my prospects in some other places, and I think you would have to reevaluate where you were on the Lloyd thesis if Wilson really gets off to a fast start.
I just snap picked a player to show you what it feels like. We got Jalen Tolbert in round 9. You paused for a second there. You're like, what just happened? I decided we've been talking about Tolbert for like 3 rounds. I'm like, oh, that's your guy, my guy, the chat's guy. I decided I would just select a player and
I liked it.
Yeah, we needed to get Tolbert. This has been 5 drafts. The chat earlier was saying that 5 hours is light work for my streams. I did have some earlier this offseason that went 4 or 5 hours. I don't think any this long. But the difference is, a lot of those were just talking through stuff. It was early summer, talking through some ideas, had some time to play with, probably had taken the whole day off the day before, probably went golfing the next day. Sean, we've been working like both of us like 12-hour days for like weeks and working all weekend, every weekend. And also we just did 5 drafts. It wasn't like we just talked about some players. Like we kept ourselves very busy on this stream. This has been an exhausting 5.5 hours. Appreciate everybody who hung out. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe before you go. This is the last pick of our 5 drafts, Sean. It's a kicker.
Yeah, it shows where we are. I kept clicking on the place kicker. Clicking on the defense tab. I'm like, you got to add a kicker. You got to add a defense. It wouldn't let me add a defense. That's because we already have one. We do have to add a kicker. We've taken Jason Sanders. We have a love-hate relationship with Jason Sanders.
We need to take Braden Narvison. He is the place kicker for the Packers. He's the only kicker on the depth chart. There was a camp competition there, and I believe people were not selecting the Packers kicker very high because of that. What's his face? The brothers, the Carlson brothers. There's Daniel Carlson, and I think their kicker last year was Anders Carlson, right? They had the 2 Carlsons out there. Apparently, it's Narvison this year. As Paul says, it is Narvis season. We are going to see the master. knows what's up. He misses the post golf slow draft stream when I've had a few beers on the course and come back and decide to do my slow draft picks with the guys. it's always a little looser. But anyway, we got to take a peek kicker there, Sean, which seems fun.
Packers.com has 5 things you need to know about Braden Narvison, including the fact that he made a 59-yard field goal in the preseason. That was the second longest field goal.
They're playing at altitude in Brazil. This dude's going to make a 65-yarder in the opening game.
Yeah. He was instrumental in their victory over the Seahawks. That's something else you need to know. They kept tabs on him all summer. He kicked at 3 schools over a 6-year career: Iowa State, San Diego, Western Kentucky. He owns the longest made field goal in NC State history, which is still a yard shorter than his career long in high school. This is going to be a take a peek where he scores like 20 points and never leaves the roster the entire season.
Right. I don't think we're going to cut this dude. If he's a good, I think we just found this year's Brandon Aubrey, right? Like, this is a good kicking situation. The Packers are an offense that's good and is going to score a lot of points. Like this, that's why Brandon Aubrey became like one of the top kickers in the league. Braden Narvison, you heard it here first. For the 100 people still hanging out after 5.5 hours, just learned about the kicker cheat code in 2024.
You can't lose your fantasy football draft in round 20, Ben, but you can win it. We just did. And kicker points factored in massively down the stretch for us in the FFPC main event last year. We now no longer have any type of question. 20 points, 20 points, 20 points, 60 kicker points in the sprint. That is my prediction for our 20th round pick. Ben, this has been an absolute blast.
It has been. Thank you to all of the listeners and the watchers and the viewers. Like the stream, subscribe, do all that cool stuff. Sean, we'll probably, we're still planning to do at least another main. We'll probably, I don't know if we'll stream all of that, but we'll probably be Henry's in the chat. Is this live? Yeah, it's live, man. You're hanging out on a live stream. We will probably, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I was going to say have more Stealing Bananas content before the start of the season. Something you and I have talked about is the Sunday night stream. We haven't talked about it recently, and so we don't have the details figured out quite yet. But we've talked about potentially doing the Sunday night stream as a live stream as well. Maybe we'll do that some weeks. Maybe we'll do that others. But we've always done on the Stealing Bananas feed a Sunday night recap. Or not always. We didn't do it the one year, and you and Calm Kelly did it with RotoViz Overtime for one season. But we were back last year. The thought is we'll do it again this year. I think we haven't talked about it for a couple weeks, and if we do, that it might even make it a live show, so you guys can get the Sunday night recap conversation, Stealing Bananas. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, Ben, do you have a subscriber number to where if you hit that, we will do Sunday evening live?
No.
Okay. No promises. No promises. Ben
no promises. I mean, the number, we just went over 2K subscribers on the channel. I would have said 3K. Well, that was loosely the goal earlier this offseason. I don't know if we can actually expect to get another 1,000 in a week, Sean. So I don't want to be like, we'll only do it if you get us 1,000 subscribers, and then we don't get it, and then we got to make a decision if we want to like not do it because we didn't hit our goal. So we'll just say no goal.
Is there a number of likes on this stream that you will guarantee a Sunday Night Live?
I mean, I just feel like our listeners are pretty reasonable people. They should just go like and subscribe anyway. I mean,
well, I'm sure that the vast majority of them have done that because, again, they are the coolest group out there in fantasy. Ben, the 11:30 Eastern main event tonight, which for those of us out here on the West Coast is very favorably timed at 8:30. There are 3 spots left in that. You'll want to get into that one if you want to win the $1 million there. But if you do, don't draft a team like this because we want to win the main event with that.
That's right. There are 95 people watching. Henry says he's hit the like twice. He has 2 accounts. 95 people watching, only 73 likes on the stream. So, Sean, whatever number it is, I just liked it and made it go to 74. I didn't know you could like your own videos. That's kind of cool. But I think, is there anything else that you wanted to mention before we go?
Well, I mentioned a couple times. I hope everybody is okay with me mentioning again. $10 off stealing bananas you get for free. $10 off RotoViz, coupon code bananas. We also have the Labor Day special going this week. I have the Zero RB update will be out there, but the 3 Zero RB countdown pieces are up. I have 2 different priority targets pieces, one for FFPC, one for home leagues. I have the 5 guys you have to draft in the Fantasy Pros contest up. I have the 10 best home league picks that you can make up. Blair has a fantastic series. Kevin has a fantastic series. Matt released a new piece today. Michael Dubner is going to have a new piece today. This is the best week in fantasy football. We'd love to have you guys over at RotoViz. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, Ben's 2024 draft kit, 50 links. You will want to check out all 50 of those pieces. Again, I know I've said it, but I appreciate so much everybody who's been with us. This has maybe been the favorite thing that I have done this 2024 year.
It was an absolute blast. I really enjoyed it as well, particularly when it got chaotic. I think the people were enjoying that. When we timed out on Jared Goff, when you were just taking players in different windows and I didn't know that they were happening. It was a lot of fun. Thank you to everyone who watched, who hung out, who stuck around for the whole nearly 6 hours of streaming. 5 drafts in the books, some fun teams. Hopefully we got the winner. Hopefully you guys draft the winner. If we do not, this has been Stealing Bananas on the Stealing Signals airwaves. See ya.